Nationality is the order of the day.
Be a private individual. Don't be a number in a system. Be a force in your community.
Don't let anyone define who you are. Declare your nationality and own it.
Everyone here has the power to reclaim your identity. Remember, your name is your legacy. Knowledge is your real power. Learn about your heritage and stand tall.
We are more than just athletes. We are proud Moors. Declare your nationality today.
Being a private individual means no one can take what's yours. Protect yourselves.
This belt is a symbol of victory, but my true power lies in knowing my nationality.
Knowledge is power!
How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights. What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate? You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose.
We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity.
You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now.
I learned the game from Don Kilam.
Knowledge is power!
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
Peace and love. Everybody make sure you text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Rich Risings, everybody. Happy Friday, happy holiday. We just up grinding. And every time you see your boy Don Kilam, you're going to see me with ducats. I call these ducats. Every day I'm going to the bank. Every day I'm getting out anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 every day. It's been a great year. All off the straw man being a motherfucking... I understand your name is the business. Some people call it the straw man. I call it the business. I'm not licensed attorney taxes, but this for educational and informational purposes only. That's my bedtime shirt. Let y'all know about that private life. I used to put my nationality ID on my shirt. I went to a court like that. I put my nationality ID on my shirt. So they had they couldn't question. Got my name tag on my shirt. It's really not your name, it's your appellation. A lot of people don't know that. Let me look this up for y'all so y'all can understand the right words. I'm just bringing something quick to y'all this morning. A name or title, appellation. Appellation, A-P-P-E-L-L-A-T-I-O-N, appellation, a name or title. You can only name property. What is your appellation? Let me know if that makes sense, everybody. Give me a 100 fire emoji, something. Appellation. Taught y'all a new trustee training word today. That's a trustee term. Appellation. And we're not talking about the mountains. If this is what y'all want, go get I got hundreds in the bag too. I'm just showing y'all 20s because this is what I hand out. Every dollar I circulate comes back to me multiplied. A never-ending cycle of increasing enjoyment. Every dollar I circulate comes back to me multiplied in a never-ending cycle of increasing enjoyment. One more time for everybody. Every dollar I circulate comes back to me multiplied in a never-ending cycle of increasing enjoyment. A lot of people won't even get close up on their motherfucking money. I'll get close up on, because every dollar is legit. Well, it's still fake money. It's a Federal Reserve note. It's not real money. Gold and silver is money. This land is money. These houses is money. Hanging around the Amish is money. I'm going to be at the Amish grocery store this weekend, too. Like, I'm sitting here trading with the Amish. We sitting here, we doing deals with the Amish. I'm smoking on that Amish ganja. He says the motherfucker go. I appreciate that. Every dollar I circulate comes back to me multiplied. Every day. I'm about to go to the bank today to pick up. We picking up 12 mans today. Me and my girl. She just made some too. She cashed it there. She learning the game. You need to learn the game too. And it took her a matter of 3.5 months. How long is it taking you? A lot of people been doing this shit for years. They've been in this community for years. And they're broke. Spending money on paperwork. It don't even make no sense. And this system is full faith and credit. Learn how to tap in on the credits, the credit side. When you go to the bank, when you understand that the government is a corporation and it operates off full faith and credit. A lot of y'all go to the bank, y'all go to the ATM, you have to put a debit in to get these. A debit. These are debit notes. So everybody wants to know how they can tap in, because when you ask questions, I kick you out my life. When you see a motherfucker like me dropping game, free 99, I bring it. Truly, I bring it. I'm trying to sugarcoat nothing. I give you the game, either you catch it or you don't. Okay? Take notes when you hear me talking. Simple as that. But y'all can tap into the school. School.com/.com. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM, or click the link in the bio. Again, y'all see that it says text private life to 702-200-4900. It's pinned right there. Text private life to 702-200-4900, or click the link in the bio. Other than that, be quiet. Take notes when you see me in your presence. I'm going to be nice today. Okay, I'm going to be nice today. Everything is tech credits. So that's what I'm teaching people to do. Learn how to turn your name into the business correctly. There is a structure, way to do it so you don't get taxed. Because what's the purpose of getting money if you're just going to get taxed for the money you just grabbed? So, and that's what's going on. In America was established, United States Corporation. They all came over here. It was established because to get out of taxes. So why are you paying taxes if this great country was established on not paying taxes? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of why America was established? You cannot tell me you're American if you're paying taxes. This is a free country. We don't get taxed. Oh, you're under the monetary system. You're under the corporate system. You're in the United States Federal Corporation. You gotta learn how to operate under the republic. Silver and gold can never be taxed when I implement it correctly. See, a lot of y'all go to y'all's job, y'all take y'all, before you even get your money, before you even get paid, tax man done touched it. And then the money that you just got taxed. Now you're going out in the public system, getting taxed again on all your money. You spit it at the store, taxed. Once you get taxed once, you should never even get taxed again anyway. There's no way I would allow my money to get taxed after it's already got taxed once. You've already paid taxes on it, so why would you pay taxes again on the same money that got taxed? Tell me, is this not what's going on? Taxes do not go to the government. Most people believe that taxes go to the government. Correct? Just say you're correct. Most people believe that taxes are used for public purposes such as roads, schools. Isn't this correct? Do y'all agree? This is the common knowledge of the public education system. Let me just get a 100 or you're right, you know. So listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to prove this to you. So listen, if your taxes paid for schools, why did they shut down schools when they don't get funding? I just want y'all to think about this. If your taxes paid for roads, why does your city, if you went to your city council meetings, why does your city always have to put in a loan to the government to pay for the roads? That's something they have to pay back. They have to apply for this funding. They have to ask. This stuff don't go. So look, I'm going to show you one thing right here. Municipal bonds are debt instruments that local, county, and state governments issue to raise funds for public projects, including the construction of highways, bridges, or schools. One person got it right when they said taxes are a contribution. Taxes are a voluntary contribution to private families. Because I want to get this through y'all's head. I want all the public, see, I'm bringing the private to the public. I'm risking everything I got going on to continue to speed you guys up. Because y'all need to come and learn this shit. Okay? Come and learn this shit. Municipal bonds. Private families run the government. So anytime you think you're paying taxes, you're paying private families. Think about it. So you got knowledge from the school. Tap into the school, yes. School.com/Don Kilam, SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Private families operate and run the government. So the private sector creates the public sector. The public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls. I need y'all to understand the Amish is part of the private sector. The Amish is paying their families, which is private. Jewish people keep the money in the family, which is private. It's a private family. They get to control. They get to have shots with the public. They're part of the government. Truthfully, families created a government. They talk about the 13 families of Illuminati. I need y'all to understand. Families run the government. Private families control your government. Go to these small cities. A private family set it up. A black man founded Chicago. I need y'all to understand. Private families fund and found. There's a difference between founded by and funded by. Okay? A school can be founded by, but still be funded by the Rockefellers, the General Education Board. okay? The Rockefellers fund the General Education Board. Your public education system is funded by the Rockefeller family. Because y'all think y'all are getting, you think schools, public schools, are getting funding from the government. That's not the case. They have to ask the government for money. They have to work for grants and bonds, okay? They go get grants, they go get bonds. Every school is always begging for funding. Not only are they begging for funding from the state and the government, they're begging funding from private families and the students' families. This is what keeps the schools in motion. The same thing that keeps the schools in motion, what keeps the courts in motion, and that's their private Social Security number. That's a trust fund. They know how to tap into it with your permission. They always need your permission. So when you understand this, Dave, it's a business. Because you gotta say, if I send my Jehovah's Witness son to school, or somebody who doesn't utilize the social, I don't necessarily have to send them to school. Now, if I'm using the social and I register them, Regis means king now, R-E-G-U-S. So when you register something, register, you no longer enroll your kids. When you register your children, you're putting them as government property in that school. And if they remain true to it, the school doesn't get paid because that trust isn't showing up. The trust is paying for everything. And that's why I need y'all to understand. When you're in a private family, your private family trust pays for everything. The private family trust pays for Jewish people's education. The Amish family trust pays for their education. So they don't get educated publicly. So they can stack and be entrepreneurs in a world called of the USA, a free enterprise where everything is capitalism and corporations and the corporate system. The Social Security number is the worst number you can use in this system, in this matrix system. It's the lowest number possible. Would you have signed up for the Social Security number if they told you if you put your house and a car in the trust, you could be sued for it? Anytime you use your Social Security number in the public, you're liable for whatever goes down. You didn't fill it out right, you're liable. You try to fill out your taxes with your social, you didn't do it right, you're liable. The social is the lowest number in this game. And y'all are proud to use this motherfucker. Y'all are proud to use the government name, put your cars in the government name, put your house in the government name, put your bills in it. This shit don't even make motherfucking sense. You said here contracted with the government with the name that they gave you. Yeah, you think your mom gave you the name, but she gave it right to the government before you even started before you recognized your name, the government recognized it. They already turned you into a proper description. You was just fine, then you got defined. The birth certificate turns you into a definition. You are now a property description. 6 pounds, 7 ounces, 23 inches. You are a property description. So I'm going to tell y'all right now, private families run the government. You're not part of the informed family. You're not part of that private family. Let me look up, we're going to do the 6th edition. Black's Law Dictionary. This is a law dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary. A tax is any contribution imposed by government upon individuals for use and service of the state, whether under the name of toll, tribute, tallage, or duty. So, contribution is a gift. A contribution to your church, a contribution to your school. A tax is a contribution. They're under a private Puerto Rican trust. I'm just going to throw it out there. They're under a private offshore trust. Puerto Rico is considered offshore because when they established the trust, it was in a different country. This was before Puerto Rico was part of the United States. Puerto Rico's trusts are considered offshore trusts. You said I put them on so much game. Yeah, it's 508c1a trust, 2 irrevocable trust. You got the international driver's license. That's what's up. You're moving foreign. A foreigner can't be taxed to this system when you learn how to maneuver correctly. You got to be foreign to the corporate system. Being part of the republic, which is being a national versus citizen. A citizen is property of the government. A citizen has to pay taxes, and foreign national doesn't, or just a regular national. And all you have to do is claim the state you're from. A lot of people don't know that the state that they're in is their country. A state and country is the same thing. So if I'm from Hawaii, I'm a Hawaiian. If I'm from Texas, I'm a Texan. If I'm from California, I'm a Californian, because that's my country, and you can go that way instead of using tribes. At the end of the day, you need to learn how to get those credits. When you learn how to operate as a foreigner, we get those credits. When you learn how to use your name as the business. United States Corporation comes in, they make your name a business. It's called an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, because they're under bankruptcy. They maneuver your name, so your assets is their assets. Even though they're under bankruptcy, they can still use your assets for leverage. They use your assets for leverage to get loans or whatever it may be for them to get funding. It's always your assets. You sign over to allow the government to use your assets. You sign over to allow these corporations to use your assets. Anytime you fill out an application, the application, they apply it. Okay? He says, that's fire, just taught me something. I'm giving y'all game. I'm trying to make it simple as possible. This shit's not hard. Y'all sitting here watching these videos over and over with other people. You know what I mean? Y'all sitting here trying to learn codes and statutes. They can only go off codes and statutes. That's contract law, because they're under bankruptcy. Bankruptcy law. They can't force you to pay nothing. They have to force you to abide by this contract. They have to force you to abide by these agreements. Anytime you apply for something, that's the game. The application is the contract. And that's what I got for y'all today. I'll make it short and sweet, to the point. Because prosperity is your divine birthright. Y'all want to tap in with Don Kilam? Text private life to 702-200-4900. Again, text private life 702-200-4900. And tap into my private school. Tap in when you want to learn the game. That's skool.com/Don Kilam. skool.com/DONKILAM. Learn how to tap into your business. When y'all see me on the live, I'm trying to be nice as possible. But I'm going to tell y'all right now, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about none of your motherfucking questions. I'm coming to the public early in the fucking morning. You think I want to fucking ask you your questions? Ask your fucking mom. Ask your fucking dad. Ask your fucking school teacher. Ask Google, and you still ain't got the answers. So that means get the fuck off my life asking me anything for free, motherfuckers. If you can't ask nobody nothing for free, I'm sitting here giving you game of what the fuck's on my mind. Giving you my testimony, my direct, what's on my mind from God. Shut the fuck up, you rude motherfuckers. This is church in motherfucking session. So shut the fuck up, you stupid ass motherfuckers. You're never gonna get nothing in life because you got your hand out asking another motherfucker for something. You stupid ass motherfuckers. Pay me. You see me getting fucking money? I got $15,000 in my motherfucking mouth. What the fuck I say means something. What I fucking say holds value. You on the fucking internet asking fucking questions to a motherfucker you don't even know. You think they gonna give you the right fucking answer? You stupid fuck. Pay or shut the fuck up. Or put in the knowledge. Because if your mama didn't give you the answer, your daddy didn't give you the answer, you're not from an informed family. You're from a fuckery, peasantry fucking family. You want to break the fucking curse? Shut the fuck up and take notes. Entrepreneurs know to invest in themselves. Get it while they can. They know just being around the teacher, the master teacher. I just need to touch him. I don't need to ask him nothing. I just need to touch him. Shut the fuck up, man. Tap into the school. Text private life to 702-200-4900 or click the link in the bio or get the fuck off my live asking me motherfucking questions. It's too early for that shit, pussies.
If I only had a brain. Imagine.
Imagine.
No brains, no hearts. We're just artificial persons navigating this mechanical world of law.
Here's the thing. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish.
You take control, become the authorized representative, and suddenly you can settle everything.
It's nothing personal, just business. And remember, both the Scarecrow and I, no brains, no heart.
You see, Dorothy, I'm the king of beasts, but I lack the courage to roar. Just like the American folk, I'm the Tin Man. T-I-N Man. Taxpayer identification number. Just a hollow vessel.
When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling today? I gotta check in with the people. Y'all see the views. This is that private life. Be sure to text private life to 702-200-4900. Text private life to 702-200-4900. Y'all see the views. Y'all see the views. Yeah. Y'all see it. Y'all see it. We live in that penthouse life. I can see the rooms from my. This is the spot right here. Y'all see the views. That's how I'm living. Everywhere I go, that's how I'm living. Doesn't matter what city I touch down in. I'm living like this. I appreciate everybody showing us love here. We got a very important private meeting today and tomorrow and the rest of the week, but right here in the heart of LA. Peace and love. I'm about to get ready for the meeting, actually. But how's everybody feeling? Let me know where you tapped in and tuned in at. Text private life to 702-200-4900. I want to go over some information. Some great information that I'm going over today. Handing out when I'm happy, you feel me? Pocket full of moolah. We got Detroit in the building. He said he got a office in downtown Santa Ana. That's what's up. That is what's up. Congratulations. Let me see if I can close out all this stuff. I want to capture this moment with everybody. I did get my medical marijuana. I got medical marijuana license in Florida, but I also got one in Cali. I got approved yesterday, and there's no limit. All right, there we go.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I don't like how the camera look. So, everybody, what I'm working on for a lot of people don't understand securitization. Securitization. Your whole life has been securitized. And that's what a lot of people is not realizing, not understanding. Let me put y'all over here. Y'all get the background view. LA life. Yeah, y'all see the city. Y'all see the city behind? So, I learned this from a few different people. But when you're winning in court, if you want to win in court, you have to claim the bonds. You have to claim the bonds. So when you go into the courtroom, when you're arrested, there's bonds. They arrest you, and then they fill out something called a bid bond. I'm not a licensed attorney in Texas, but I do this for educational and informational purposes only. They fill out something called a bid bond, all right? A bid bond. The United States District Court, they use standard forms, GSA standard forms, 273, standard form 274, and standard form 275. These are standard forms with the GSA. That's what's used with the United States District Court. And there's another set of bonds. So the bid bonds is going to be standard form 24. The performance bond or the appearance bond is going to be standard form 25. And then the payment bond is standard form 25A. And these are all put out by the GSA, General Service Administration. So what are they doing with these bonds? They're going into courtrooms, but they're suing you for a debt collection. All courts are civil. They're contracts and agreements. All court has to be bonded. That's why they give you a bond. If you're a public figure, you have to be bonded. If you have a car in the public, you need insurance because that belongs to the public sector of the private. Y'all can't tell me what to do until I can say it. I'll keep you up my life. I'm alive. You can't catch up, then rewind it and watch it later, or join the motherfucking school. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. You want me to slow down what the fuck I'm saying to help your slow motherfucking ass? Book a consult, pussy. That's all I'm saying, man. Let me get back to fucking class. God damn, I'm bringing you. I come to the public trying to give y'all game, information. Y'all try to tell me how the fuck I'm supposed to give the information to you slow motherfuckers. Figure it out. Get lost. Call your motherfucking mom and daddy if you got some motherfucking questions. They are supposed to slow down and give you this information. That's why you ain't getting ahead in motherfucking life. Slow ass motherfucking families out here. You uninformed motherfucking slow ass families. Simple as that. Catch the fuck up. Shit, I hate when y'all fucking fuck up my train of thought. This shit's crazy. That's why I don't even come to the public to fuck with you motherfuckers. I'd rather be in a private, counting all my motherfucking money by my goddamn self. Instead of trying to help you motherfuckers catch the fuck up because y'all slow. It don't take no time to spend a motherfucking cake. Shit, shut the fuck up, take notes. You can't catch up. Then talk to your motherfucking maker. Ask your maker why you're a slow dumbass. And then make sure you get all your classes on the first fucking floor and a motherfucking slow bus come pick you motherfucking up, that little short bus. Shit. Now, so what they're doing with these bonds, they're suing you for a debt collection. If you look at these bonds, every one of these bonds, the bid bonds, the performance bonds, the payment bonds, they all have penal sums attached to it. The penal sums, if you don't pay the debt, you go into default judgment. As simple as that. One second, so. Alright. Peace and love, peace and love. So you go into default judgment if you don't pay these penal sums. So this was going on in the courtroom. Everybody that's sitting in prison, if they want to know what's going on, if you go in and argue jurisdiction, refuse to answer questions that the judge or the court addresses to you, they will find you in contempt of court and they will put you in jail. What they do is arrest you, then they hold you basically until the suit has been completed.
Once they get default judgment on you because of your failure to pay the debt, they put you in prison. The attorneys are there to create a smokescreen. So what attorneys have been trained to do is lead you into dishonor or default judgment. Then the court puts you into prison, then they sell your default judgments. Who do they sell it to? Believe it or not, the U.S. District Court buys all of these state court judgments. There are about 300 reinsurance companies that they buy these bonds. They're all insurance companies. These are the people that are buying these bonds when you went into default judgment, and they cannot buy these bonds unless they are certified by the Secretary of the Treasury. They have regulations governing these bonds. There are 2,000 regulations governing these bonds. Commercial paper, negotiable instruments, anything you put your signature on is a negotiable instrument under the Uniform Commercial Code, which is the Lex Mercantilium. It's mercantile civil law. The reason why they use this in the courtrooms is because every one of you are merchants at law. And merchants at law is anyone who holds themselves out to be an expert because you use commercial paper on a daily basis, whether it's Federal Reserve notes, promissory notes, mortgage agreements, utility bills. These commercial instruments, this commercial paper you are using daily, such as a Federal Reserve note. This is also why they are not telling you what is really going on in the courtroom. You're presumed to know this stuff because you hold yourself out to be an expert by using commercial paper every day. So every time you put your signature on a piece of paper, you are creating a negotiable instrument. Some are non-negotiable and some are negotiable. Every time you endorse something, you are acting as an accommodation party or an accommodation maker under UCC 3-419. An accommodation party is anyone who loans their signature to another party. And that's what's going on in commerce today. You loan your sign of nature, your signature. So read UCC 3-419. UCC 3-419. It tells you what an accommodation maker is and what an accommodation party is. When you loan your signature to them, they can then rewrite your signature on any document that they want. And that's exactly what they're doing. What the federal courts are doing is they are buying up these state court default judgments called criminal cases to cover up what they're doing. Actually, they are civil cases. If you read the clerk's praxis, you will find that they call what they call criminals all civil. They just call it criminal to cover up what they're doing. If you don't pay the debt, you go to prison, bottom line. And I've been there before, so I'm speaking from experience. So everybody is feeding off the prison system. All the major corporations are feeding off this prison system. Then we have the REIT, R-E-I-T, the Real Estate Investment Trust, the PZN, which is the prison trust. Prisoners are considered real estate. They own all the real estate because they hold the bonds on them. You haven't redeemed your bonds, so they didn't close your account. If you're a prisoner, you have to redeem these bonds. So what truly goes on, a contractor comes in or any corporation could come in and tender a bid bond to the U.S. District Court, and they buy up these court judgments. And anytime you issue a bid bond, there has to be a reinsurer. So they get a reinsurance company to come in and act as surety for the bid bond. Then they bring in something called a parents bond. All these bonds, bids, payments, and performances are all surety bonds, and sometimes you issue a bid bond, it has to have a surety guaranteeing or reassuring the bid bond via issuing a performance bond. Then they get an underwriter that would be either an investment broker or an investment banker, and they come in and underwrite the performance bond, which is reassuring the bid bond. So what does the underwriter do with the performance bond? The underwriter takes the three bonds and pulls them and creates what is known as a mortgage-backed security. When you pull these MBSs, they are called bonds, and they're sold to a company called TBA, which is the Bond Market Association. This is an actual corporation. These converted bonds, now MBSs, are investment securities and being sold on an international level. CCA is one of the tickers on the New York Stock Exchange. Correctional Centers, CCA. That's who contracts with all the federal prisons. Let me get you the correct name for that. I just want y'all to have the correct name. That's all. Correction Corporations of America. The letter CCA stands for Corrections Corporation of America. They make money by convincing federal, state, and local officials to put people in CCA for profit prisons instead of publicly run prisons. And they lock up 81,000 people every day. And this comes from the ACLU, which is a civil rights organization. So Corrections Corporations of America are the prisons that make profit off of you. They're the I can't make this up. Can't make this up at all. Let me go back to my notes. Sorry, I had to move the phone. Y'all see the views though. Y'all see how your boy Don Kilam living, man. Y'all see how the boy living. It's your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam, and as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Get with it or get lost. So, CCA is making the most money in prisons. And they're on the stock exchange. So all these bonds get converted into stocks. So remember, everything is commercial. All crimes are commercial under 27 CFR 7211. And if you understand that carefully, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, murder, etc. are all commercial crimes. Thus, you are funding the whole system because you go into default judgment when you went into court and failed to redeem the bond. If you fail to redeem or create the bond yourself, you're going to prison. This is why people don't win in court, because they don't redeem the bond. You are the principal upon which all money circulates, but you don't want to start arguing with that but the court. They are drafting you for performance. So anytime the court asks you to do something, they are drafting you for performance. And if you don't perform, you go into dishonor by non-acceptance. They are making a formal presentment under UCC 3-501 so they can charge you. And they use the word charge. They use the same commercial word on your indictment, information, and complaint. They use the word charge, the following charges. Be as gentle as a dove and wise as a servant. You can't act like an insurgent or belligerent. If you do, they will treat you like one. They'll beat you up. So what you do is settle the account. Go to full settlement and closure. You're running the account. You're the fiduciary trustee over the account. Tell them what to do. You're the principal and the owner of the account. Tell them what to do. Tell them you want the full settlement and closure of the account. You have to do this from the get-go. So in order to win in court, you have to redeem the bonds. Start with what is called a conditional acceptance. With the conditional acceptance, you can say, I'm more than happy to give you my name if you can show that charging papers have been put into the court record. I have not seen any papers that show any charges exist. That's a negative avertment. What you are doing is rebuting the presumption that you have charges against you. They work off presumptions. They don't have to have anything. You must rebuke the presumptions. So you must rebuke their statements. An unrebuted affidavit stands as judgment in commerce. So ask for the bid bond. Ask for full settlement and closure of the account. It's your money that they create, and the same thing is going on in the banks with these bonds. They monetize these bonds. Then ask for legal counsel. The reason why you have to have an attorney and cannot emphasize this strongly is because the attorney, while in the courtroom, is they are working on the public side and you are working on the private side. The court cannot talk to you except through your attorney. You need a mouthpiece or microphone. That's what attorneys are, a mouthpiece. Everyone on the public side is insolvent and bankrupt. You are not. This situation is called a fictional law. They will not allow you to defeat this fiction of law. Why? Because in admiralty maritime law, everything is colorable, has the appearance of being real, but is not real. They will appoint legal counsel for you. You then instruct the attorney that you're doing a letter of rogatory or letter of advice. This is called an acceptance for honor, and you want an accounting of what the total amount of the bill is and post-settlement and closure of this account. Then you give your CUSIP number and your case number. And it's just simple as that. Y'all gotta learn the game. Y'all gotta learn the bond game. So I'm gonna give you these bonds again. You definitely want to follow a foreign affidavit, a foreign birth certificate with tax form W8BEN. W8BEN, making you foreign. And then you want to make sure that you do file the right form. So there is I just learned from one of my business partners, put on a stock power form, all right? And then go after the bonds. You're gonna want to fill out these bonds. Go to the school, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900 to join the school, or go to skool.com/DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kilam. skool.com/DONKILAM. To learn how to fill out these bonds, you want Standard Form 275, Standard Form 274, Standard Form 273, Standard Form 28, Standard Form 25, Standard Form 25A, Standard Form 24, Standard Form 1418, 1416, 1414, and Standard Form 30, and Standard Form 28, along with optional Forms 90 and 91 to release the levy and liens on your person. The name's a business. You have to make the name a business, and because your name is the surety, and you attach the flesh when you say you're the name. So now they're placing a lien on your flesh, and when you don't pay, they can take you to jail. And I hope that makes sense. Drop me a fire emoji, 100, something. Let me know if that made sense for everybody. Said I ripped through them joints. We live in that life, man. This is that private life. We got some 100s. We got some fire emojis. Got lots of fire emojis. Everybody saying it makes sense. Tap in and tune in. All right? Tap in and tune in with your boy Don Kilam. Text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm bringing this information for everyone. Hey, get the game now while you can, man. We still in the private, but we bringing that public. We're bringing the information to the public for y'all. But y'all gotta understand, workman's worthy of their hire. You have to invest in yourself to learn the game. Tap in and tune in with your boy Don Kilam. Text private life 702-200-4900. We here for you all day, every day. The school 24/7. You tap in and get all this information, ebooks. Make sure to get my new book to United States of Pimping by Don Kilam. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. Right? But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Peace and love, everybody. Make sure to text private life to 702-200-4900. Tap in for a consultation or join our school. You can go to school.com/Don Kilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Now click the link in the bio. Peace and love. How's everybody feeling? Let me finish rolling up this bleezy. The family slept in today. They just now getting up, so I'm going to do a video for y'all. Peace and love, everybody. I titled this, Natural You versus the corporate you. Peace and love, everybody. Let me know where you tapped in and tuned in from. If you're just not joining, we ain't got started yet. Peace and love. Let me know what city you in. Where you tapped in and tuned in from. Says no questions, let them cook. Yeah, I'm going to pull out my iPhone 16 too. I'm going to go over some of the same stuff I've already been going over. To be honest, might smoke another bleezy with y'all. Let me see. I'm rolling this one up. Let me finish rolling this one up.
drop some buds. It's all good though. I'd be like, how do I know it's real, Don? Do you see my motherfucking? Do you see the life I live? Poor people, even if you're poor, you circulate for enough money for the government. The government makes money off of you. But you gotta understand that your family is private families that are the government. Y'all don't understand government. All government is administration. They're administering these ducats. We call them ducats, okay? So, when people say money has no value, you make it serve you. This paperwork right here, this is paperwork. This shit still serves you. People still work for this, okay? So you can make it serve you, okay? I'm going to tell you, gold and silver is the real money, though. Gold and silver. That's why I put it in my teeth. Yeah, keep the gold and silver on you. That's a real... We're going back to the gold standard, put it like that. And they've been saying this since I've been in the game. I've been in the game 17 years. And we're just now transitioning in everything that we prepared for. So... If you've been following Don Kilam, so like I told people to get on the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still an asset right now, as of right now, but it's not going to last forever. Gold has lasted thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Gold has been around forever, so you need to get gold. But y'all still need to get these I'll pull out some Benjis on y'all too. I ain't gonna pull out everything. Just because people seeing is believing, man. Y'all can get close up and log my motherfucking FRN numbers, my promissory note numbers. This ain't that play money. I don't do that play shit. But people ain't gonna respect you. He said, your grill fire, I just picked mine up. Johnny Dang. Johnny did the grill. About to upgrade too. But I'm about to get started. See, this is the corporate you right here. The corporate you works for this. The natural you works for natural resources. What you gonna spend the money on? That's what holds the real value. Where's your money going? Those are the things you wanna tap into. So we all need food. So you should be creating your own food sources. You should be having your own farms, growing your own food, having your own animals, instead of having somebody else package it up and deliver it, because that's how they controlling our mind anyways. That's how they control us. So that is a form of sovereignty. All right? Peace and love. Before I get started, I'd like to tell you tax export. This is for educational, informational purposes only. A lot of people say this, it's all a conspiracy. Your life's a conspiracy. If you're paying taxes, you pay, most people in the public with a public education mindset, I'm going to show you how you get that rich. You get taxed on your money, and then when you spend your money, you get taxed again. So they take, before you even get your paycheck, when y'all are working in the public system, the difference between public and private, you're a public employee. He said it is a conspiracy to conspire against us. I don't like to say anybody's conspiring against anybody, because this is a voluntary system. Slavery is voluntary. You volunteer to pay taxes. You volunteer to work instead of learning to use your own creativity, learning how to be an entrepreneur. The game is set up for entrepreneurs and those who use the creative mind, those who think and can think outside the box. Because all you're doing is moving pieces, okay? Most people are just pawns in the game. And when you learn how to establish your own government, when you learn how to establish your own private family, when you learn to establish your own private club, social club, okay? When you learn to establish your own ministry, then you can start learning how to be a power piece in this game. Sean Jones says, after I met you and listened to you, yes, before that, it was all unknown for me. It was completely non-consensual. Okay, got you. I appreciate that. Screenshot that. Thank you, Sean Jones. This game is voluntary. And that's what a lot of people not understanding. Granted, you came into the game through your mother and she put you in the game. So, I mean, you are automatically playing. Alright? Family, the definition of family is servants of a household. So I want you to know we do operate out of tribal perspective. The reason being is because servants of a household is putting you as a slave. The Department of Family Services. We're transitioning into a different system right now as we speak, but the old system is still around, and that's a securitization system, okay? But we're going in back to gold and silver and no more debt, like real-time payments, like quid pro quo, something for something. Like, you're not gonna have me on a mortgage for 30 years, okay? Can you pay now? Can you pay today? So that's why it's important that everybody needs to learn how to tap in. Your name is the business. That's where we start. Your name is the business. Learning that you have a nationality, belonging to a nation. Your state can be your nation. Texans, if you're from Texas, you're a Texan. You're from Missouri, you're Missouri. You're from Illinois, you're Illinois. You're from California, you're a Californian. So when you learn how to declare nationality, this is going to give you your God-given rights back. A lot of people think they have civil rights, and that's not the case. You just get a right is a right corner. We'll just give you that piece instead of understanding your natural rights. Natural person, natural you versus the corporate you. The corporate you is a legal jurisdiction. It's a juristic person, okay? A juristic individual, a juristic entity. Your name is the business, so your business is an entity. In these businesses, I need everybody to keep in mind, a business and a trust can do everything a person can do besides vote. So it's out here. It can buy, sell, trade, all of that. Your name's the business. And you have the right to contract. And you're contracting with this name that they made a business that they own and have. It's called a special purpose vehicle. Let's look it up. I'm going to break this down. We want to break this down for you. A special purpose vehicle. And when you need to understand the national debt before you go to understanding special purpose vehicles, you want to understand bankruptcy, because y'all sitting here, y'all don't understand what true law is. You're getting it confused. You're getting administrative procedures confused with real law. Because if these corporations are under bankruptcy, they're under bankruptcy law. Therefore, you got admiralty and maritime law. This is contractual contracts. They can only operate under contracts under bankruptcy. Now, let me know if that makes sense, everybody. Let me know if that made sense. Under the bankruptcy, they can only operate from a contractual perspective because there's no money under bankruptcy. They can't make you pay and enforce claims on your payment if they can't pay something. And that's real law. Drop a fire emoji in 100. I just need to know that makes sense. Okay? So you got the comprehension. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. So start there. Understand that. understand the U.S. national debt. And then, understand that the United States means a federal corporation. (28 U.S.C. 2002). Understanding that United States business, U.S. citizen means United States business. 15 U.S.C. 4724E1. The term United States means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association. So, when you understand that part right there, understand that the United States is under bankruptcy. Corporations can declare poverty. That's what they do. They can do everything you can do besides vote. So with that being stated, your name was turned into a business as well. A person is a business. It's United States business, a corporation. It was turned into something called a special purpose vehicle. And a special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company. The parent company is going to be the United States Federal Corporation. It's a federation. If its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. Its legal status, we're talking about status, its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure even if the parent company goes bankrupt. A special purpose vehicle, sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity, for this reason. So they're using your assets because they're under bankruptcy. They're pledging your assets to get more money. That's what all these companies do in America. That's why all debt belongs to the United States. The United States has declared bankruptcy, so it cannot have any assets, or the assets have to go to its creditors. So they use your assets because they did not sell out the people. They didn't sell the people to the other countries, they sold your labor. This is the greatest transfer of wealth there is in America. That's why you need to understand this game right now so you can tap in too. I want y'all to tap in too by understanding and understanding the game. So the first key word, a trustee, I call it trustee training. It's called amalgamation. The action process of resulting, of combining, or uniting. Amalgamation. The combination of two or more companies into an entirely new entity. Amalgamations are distinct from acquisitions in that none of the companies involved in the combination survive as legal entities. This is what happens when you merge the birth certificate, the ID, the Social Security card. Amalgamation. They've turned you into a gifting program. They've turned your name into a gifting business for the government, for their private government. Because you got to understand, the government was created by private families, and your family's not private, it's public. So you're not part of the government. You get no say. You get no say. Amalgamation. This is something that every private family knows about. They understand business. This is taught in their private schools. Not all private schools, but some private schools. And since Don Kilam has been doing this, I've been coming to the public since 2016, 2017, telling everybody to make the name of LLC. And our old way used to work, and now there's a new way. You have to have a family business. You have to have a family trust in order to even make your name a business, because there's something called the alter ego doctrine. The alter ego doctrine. In 2022 is the first time that we've seen it have an effect on some major players, okay? So that's why I did teach people how to do the holding company, okay? We do holding companies and family businesses and family trusts. But the alter ego is a legal doctrine whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate entity from an individual corporate shareholder. The court applies this rule to ignore the corporate status of a group of stockholders, officers, and directors of a corporation, respect to the limited liability. Finding alter ego gives the court cause to pierce the corporate veil and hold individual shareholders personally liable for debts of the corporation. Earlier, the alter ego doctrine was not applicable to other business forms such as LLCs. However, the alter ego doctrine is now applied to limited liability companies as well. Since 2022. So, learning how to place your assets, because I need you to understand, you have to think business when you're dealing with the natural person versus the corporate person. The natural person doesn't know anything. But if the natural person, because the natural person doesn't play the game, but if the natural person had to play the game, it's going to prove what belongs to the natural person, okay? If I have to come from the private into the public, I have to show some type of proof that this is all mine. How do I create this in the game? This is a game. So how do I create this in the game? We're going to create this in the game by creating it as private property. Because I have to play the game. The government can't interfere with a private contract. So this belongs to the business. This belongs to the church. This belongs to God. This belongs to the whole family. The whole family gets to use this. My whole private community. Okay? Now drop a fire emoji. Drop a 100 if that makes sense. This is my family. This is my private common unity. My private community. And they all get to use this because it's for private use only. It's not for public use. I can't allow anybody in the public use this. The Amish, that's what they do. Jewish people, that's what they do. The Mormons, this is for the Mormon church. This is for my tribe. This is a private social club. The government can't interfere with a private contract. I'm not doing business with the public. I'm doing business with my private family. If you don't understand that, because if just right there, that should have took you from zero to hero. Just that alone. You see these guns over here? That's just for private family, private protection, private security. My private militia. You understand? This ain't gang time. We just protecting our bloodline. And we can protect our bloodline by any means necessary. Because y'all see, y'all trying to extinct motherfuckers. And at the end of the day, I'm half national, but in the public, I'm willing and dealing as a private citizen, as a private national, as a private common unity member. And I'm putting the United States Corporation on notice. Hey, bruh. What's up, bruh? We friends, bruh. Power to the people. Don't fuck with us, we're not gonna fuck with you. But we over here doing us. You understand? We ain't got no weapons of mass destruction. And if you need us on standby, we might fuck with you. We might go to war for you. Because we not enemies. That's called a peace treaty, motherfuckers. Your private family needs to have a peace treaty with the United States Corporation and the motherfucking private families that run that motherfucker. But you don't got the private list because you're not tapped in. You sitting here in the public trying to beg motherfuckers to teach you this shit and still learning how to live on your motherfucking own. But these private families is not coming to knock on your motherfucking door unless it's time to collect something. You understand? They come collect what the fuck is theirs. This is a real motherfucking game right here. Life-changing game. And motherfuckers need to get with it right motherfucking now. Because I'm telling you, this is the time of change and transition. You don't know how to tap in and be private? Yeah, the next transition into things is not going to be good on humanity, to be honest with you. If you're not private, you know how to get in this shit pretty soon. You're going to need to learn how to grow food. You're going to have to learn how to get some motherfucking animals. You're going to have to learn how to tap in with these families and barter and trade with these families. You need to know what the fuck they need. What the fuck you need that I can get. Because you got food. You got your own food. You make your own motherfucking cabinetry. You got your own motherfucking guns, goddammit. Where y'all making y'all's guns too? God damn. Y'all making private fucking guns. You understand? That's private property. Listen, I can't get too deep, but you better understand what the fuck is going on out here. There's some good weed, ain't it? There's some good weed, ain't it? Hey, this for entertainment, educational purposes only. Just know I'm out here kicking it with the motherfucking Amish. Fuck what y'all talking about. Y'all get ready. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready, motherfucker. And maybe it is just an all fucking conspiracy. Maybe I'm just high tripping. But nigga, if anything go down, my ass is ready. Are you? What are you doing to protect your tribe and protect your lineage? You're not doing shit for your bloodline. What you doing to hand off the keys? Or you just hand off usernames and passwords? When you put assets in your social security number, that dies with you. I can't use this social when you die. You took out the game. You just a pawn in the game. Power pieces are forever. Gold and silver is still valuable, and the price keeps going up. Your ancestors used gold and silver. If they had paper money, they had their faces on the gold. They had their name on the silver. And that's real facts. But y'all not trying to create legacies that stand the test of time. You need to learn this private trust game. Private trustee training. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or click the link in my bio. Go to school, SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kilam. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Amalgamation, special purpose vehicles. Understanding what the public sector truly is. Most of everybody's in the public sector. You have a public education. The public sector is the part of the economy that's controlled by the government. You got to understand that private families control the government. This is not rocket science. They said, here's the families, here's the Constitution. They created a government. But y'all sitting here paying taxes. That means you're not part of the government. Because this government was established on being tax-free. Tell me when I'm fucking lying. This government was established on being tax-free. They created this whole motherfucker to get away from taxes from England. Ain't that what they taught you in school? They couldn't even lie to you about that. And you saying here, so nigga, if you paying taxes, you not part of the government. That's common sense. 100 fire emojis. Let me know that y'all with me on that. How are you gonna say you part of the government when you paying taxes? The fuck is wrong with you? That sounds ass backwards because the United States was established. Oh, because y'all don't understand the truth. It's like parables. Y'all don't know about spilling the tea. The Boston Tea Party. The Boston Tea. You think they did all of that over some tea? The Boston Nose Candy Party. Yeah. It's about cocaine. Y'all don't get the real private stories. Boston Tea Party is about drugs, goddammit. And that's all I can give y'all. Tap in with your boy and get the private life game. Can I get a fire emoji 100? Oh, I never thought about that, Don. The fuck you thought it was over tea? The fuck is wrong with people? Y'all really telling y'all kids this story? What they were supposed to say it was over cocaine? Look at the Bushes. They came over here over liquor. We got presidents that came over here cocaine. Listen, if you don't think, listen, I'm not, hey, shout out to my homie BC. We just gonna call him BC. If you don't think he didn't get rich in Arkansas off cocaine, something wrong with you. The boy is moving cocaine. And half these rappers were selling cocaine for Bill Clinton. And that's real shit. That's the realest spill I could ever give. Bill Clinton got rich off coke. Boston Tea Party. Ain't nobody paying taxes. What's your mission? Only U.S. citizens go to jail for cocaine. We live in a free country. A national... Listen, you think the Amish ain't been... Listen, we not even gonna get deep. I'm smoking on the Amish. I'm smoking on the Amish. They call it... Hey, listen, I'm smoking on the Amish. I'm just gonna put it like that right now. Let me open this. Y'all need to learn how to barter. It's a barter system. You got something they need? It's private families. It's private families. Private families run the government. Let me know that this is making sense. When you come into this private life, they're going to teach you everything. You're going to learn the real game, the real spill, the real stories. How this thing really came into existence that you think is the United States. But first you got to have a peace treaty, because some people can't handle the truth. Some people can't handle the truth that they've been whitewashed. And I'm not even trying to get deep on y'all and throw y'all off, but some people can't handle that real niggas can only create things that stand the test of time. You gotta be a real nigga to create something that stands the test of time. And this so here called government was not created by white folks. It was created by dark ass, big lip ass niggas. Real talk. This government that you call today. And it's crazy how everything is just built against the niggas who created it. So, listen, shout out to all my real niggas, but obviously this shit has turned against itself, so we gotta create something even better that stands. It didn't stand the test of time, but it went, we all started to go at war at ourselves. That's where we fucked up at. That's why ain't nobody coming to really come beef with us. We go over there, we start shit with everybody, but we at war with ourselves. And that's the biggest problem in America today. We don't like ourselves. I have those moments too, shit. Everything is set up for you to hate yourself over here. Because it's a free country. So they want you focused on all the bullshit so you can't see really what's out there for you. It's that, and that's the truth. The natural you. We live in nature. You don't need to fucking buy no house. Go buy some land and build your shit. It's a whole lot fucking cheaper, and it's not going to take 30 years to pay off. You go to the school, I'll give you my top 10 websites to get land. You can make payments today and build on your land the same day. Cheaper than your cell phone bill. My cell phone bill is $1,000. You can get 3 plots of land. Easy. Some land, you might get an acre or two for $100 a month. That's enough to build upon. Build a lot of shit. Holding companies, parent companies, living trust at the top of that. I'm not going to get deep, but you're pledging your assets. Your name is the business, trademark it. Understand your intellectual property. Your family needs to own your every essence of you. Your voice, your image, your likenesses, all that. You need to make your family trust, forcing them to contract with your Instagram accounts, TikTok accounts, social media accounts, whatever you're dealing with the phone. You know what I'm saying? Make the family business create the phone account because you want to own all of that shit. Anytime you come into a public, make sure you got a private contract that gives you permission to do that in the public because the private contract is going to triumph and be what's law. I know that's a lot of fucking game right now, but I'm just breaking it down. Y'all want to book a consult or something? Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Or go to the website and hit me in the chat when you're ready to book a consult. A covenant with God, like, not to get too deep real quick, the government can't interfere with a private contract, so a covenant with God is a good route to go. That's why every family is a ministry. You pray with your kids. You teach your kids about God. So you got to make your family a ministry. It's a 508c1a, faith-based organization. Doesn't have to pay taxes. You don't have to report to the IRS unless they owe you something. Unincorporated associations, that's what a 508c1a is too, but unincorporated associations, another route to go. Private social clubs, if you know, you can just say, hey, this is the family lineage. I help establish something called legacy accounts. Legacy accounts. And these are the pass-through entities from the family trust that can operate in the public, tax-free, tax-exempt. And this is going to manage your family's essence, your family's property, your family card, the family house, family rent, the likenesses and images. If you need an attorney, this is what's going to hire your attorney. If you need to get your children out of jail or something, this is what's going to pay for that. When you donate to the local hospitals so you could be on the private donor list, it's coming from this legacy account. It has to be established a certain way so you can put your whole family on the list. Some people start off small, $50 to $100 a month when they're donating to these organizations. And that's where, you know, first step to get ahead is to get started. Then you grow together. You're there to grow the trust. The family's there to grow the trust. When you stop growing, you die. You're here to grow the family. You're here to grow the trust. That's law. That's what it says in the Bible. Multiply. Be fruitful. So grow your trust. Grow your money. You shouldn't be out here in debt. They're doing it. They're being fruitful. The people that you're paying, they're eating good. Be fruitful. There's no way you should be out here subtracting. You should be multiplied because that's law. That's the Bible. It's in God we trust for real. If you trust in God, that's what God said. Be fruitful. Continue to multiply. And y'all not multiplying. All they understand is the badge. This is all the people over and understand. Every day we making, and this is for the family. And when you understand tax credits for your straw man name, your name is the business. Understand that you can get credits back, and it comes in a form looking like this. They give you the credit, you turn it into a debit. Now that balances the books. Learn the credit and debit gap. You go to the store, you want it as credit always. So you, from the family business, because you just gave that store a loan, now we can file taxes on the interest in this credit. You just ran as credit, not debit. There's a difference between credits and debits. The natural you is always crediting the corporate you. The natural you is the credit. They use your labor as the credit for the national debt. Drop some fire emojis, some 100s if that makes sense. You are the credit. Your signature is signed in nature. They got to prove you was there. They just got to prove a live soul was there in order to get the credit. A lot of people don't even understand that. They say showing up is half the grace. As soon as you was born, they made money off your birth certificate because they prove you was life. Yes, we have somebody else entering the game today. the age of maturity, the age of majority. Right now, we're gonna set them up a minor account. We'll set them up a major account when he hits the age of majority. Get a lot of fire emojis, 100s. Yeah, y'all need the blunt. Hit the blunt, y'all. Hit the blunt. Out here living that country life in the rain, dropping the game for y'all right now. Gotta go cop some new J's today. Just hit the porch real quick, got the fam in there. I just had to come drop some game for y'all. I feel like this shit is so simple, but y'all don't live the private life. You don't live the private life. The Amish understand. They gonna make their own businesses. The Amish have their own businesses. Tap into the private life and start fucking with them. You know what I'm saying? That's something I can tap. That is private communities I can get y'all in, okay? Like, if you fuck with me, I can help you get tapped into some Amish communities. That's something I can help you with. But I can't help you with everybody and everything when you go into the higher totem poles and shit. You on your own, buddy. You need to learn how to walk it like you talk it. Even some of the best and highest celebrities can't step in some of these rooms. Because they puppets. They puppets. You gotta learn how to be the puppet master. You gotta learn how to move the pieces. See, the power pieces come to me so they can learn their next move. You understand? What should we do next? Kilam. So let me talk to my God about it. Gotta put God first. We're gonna fly you out. You know, they that flew me out of private jets. It don't even excite me no more. I'm so used to it. I'm so used to it. But I remember the first time I was on private jets, man. 2021. My first time they flew me on a private jet. They done flew me to Hawaii one time, the royal families. I done had some people when the Ukraine shit started. Some people from Ukraine flew me out on a private jet. I done seen Magic Johnson on a private jet. Can't make this shit up, man. Just talking that private life, spit that private life game. I'll do this for y'all, but tap in and tune in. Make sure y'all text private life to 702-200-4900. Again, text private life to 702-200-4900. Somebody will respond as soon as humanly possible. Tap into the school. That's the quickest way to reach me. School.com/DonKilam, SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Hit me in the chat if you consult ready. Right now it's $500 for a half hour. Price is going up. You know, July is definitely going up. I'm behind on trust right now. I got some trust. I'm helping people with a lot of different things. But the main thing I help people is get the bag. I want you to learn who you are, learn your name is the business, and learn how to tap into those tax credits. But I'm out. Much peace and love. Prosperity is your divine birthright. Tap in and tune in with your boy.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the court. When I tell you Don Kalam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kalam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kalam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid.
Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kalam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credits.
I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business.
Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kalam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates.
With Don Kalam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
And good evening, folks. Welcome. Happy to see you here with us this evening. We've got some very interesting things to really continue our discussion. Those of you who perhaps do not know me, this is Mark Emery. I'm the founder and director of the Lighthouse Law Club. Freedom is my passion. And I just could not live with myself if I wasn't doing something to help ensure that we have some hope of saving it, keeping it, and promoting it, talking about freedom. So that, as it may be, we continue our discussion this evening with the conversation about affidavits of obligation. In our last presentation, if you weren't there live, you should have an email with the link to that. We discussed how to use a notice of complaint, which is to put public servants on notice of violations of your rights, which are in fact violations of the law. And there are or should be consequences for that, at least if we live in a lawful society. If we still do. There seems to be some question about that. However, the government is of, by, and for the people, and we are the people, and it's our responsibility to hold our public officials, or the public officials, regardless of your political status, hold them accountable for their actions in accordance with the law. And really the beautiful thing about what we're talking about is it doesn't matter what your political status or legal status might be, whether you're still a citizen or if you've opted out to become a freeholder American state citizen living upon the land, the laws apply to the rights violators, all right? So your legal status, in my view, really has no bearing on this whatsoever. And I know many of you, perhaps most of you, know what I'm talking about there, all right? So to follow up from last week on the notice of complaint, that's something that's very simple to do. It's simply drawing up the complaint. What are the violations? Last week, we offered a link to a sample document which was actually used against the county commissioners in a county in Florida where a county commissioners meeting was held. You may have seen the video. It was quite viral, where a lady attended the meeting and personally served each of the county commissioners with this notice of complaint. All right, that's a great way to do it. It could also be done by mail, okay? If you are, like many people, you have aversions to personal confrontation, you can do it by mail, send it certified, register, receipt, request it. So that can be done, all right? So tonight is a follow-up to that, all right? Let's say that you've served a notice of complaint, putting these people on notice of your rights, which they have violated through their actions. And, you know, we could be talking in the context of this whole COVID-19 fiasco. We could be talking in the context of a false arrest, false imprisonment, kidnapping, denial of due process, a whole host of things that people are routinely subjected to unlawfully. All right. So what I want to do this evening is to be able to talk about the concept of using an affidavit of obligation, which in essence is a commercial instrument. And commercial law can be done administratively without the use of courts for the most part. However, we will be using the courts, as you will see, once the affidavit of obligation, once that commercial contract has been properly established and perfected, right? And that's the missing link, where you hear of these people using this commercial lien process and getting into trouble. What I'm going to show you tonight will represent the missing link that some of these people have omitted, all right? So we're not talking about a commercial lien. A commercial lien is a claim on assets, all right? Before you ever get to any point of establishing a lien, you have to have an obligation, all right? An obligation that has not been honored. And so we're talking about the premise of all of that here tonight, okay? And I think you'll find this is laid out quite simply. It's not a complicated thing, and anybody can and should do this. And until people start understanding the power of this and implementing the law, then we don't have a government that's of, by, and for the people. What we have is tyranny. And that's why we've gotten into this position in the first place, simply on the basis that people have not stood up. They have not known where to draw the line. They are incompetent in such matters, and so they rely on lawyers. And guess who runs the courts? The lawyers. All right? So lawyers, in most cases, are not here to help you, speaking in general terms. All right? Yes, there are good lawyers with good hearts and good intentions. However, they have a severe disadvantage, and that is their institutional training, which is deficient, and their professional loyalties. So they will go so far, and they will go no further to go against the club. So this is why you must have the knowledge to protect and defend your rights, and that's what we're talking about tonight, okay? So let me get through my presentation without interruption, please. Please make sure that you maintain your microphone on mute until we get to the end, and we'll open it up for comments and questions. And feel free to put those also in chat, and we can review those here shortly, all right? So let's begin. All right, the first thing we want to do is we need to identify the violations. What are the rights that have been violated? And this has to be specific, all right? Are we talking Title 18, Sections 241 and 242, violation of rights under the color of law? You know, are we talking Title 5? Are we talking denial of due process? What are we talking specifically in terms of the legal violations that are in the law books that you can point to specifically? All right, we've got to have specificity on exactly what those violations are, okay? That's number one. So you need to make a list, and I'll show you how we can do that. We can make that job easy for you, all right? Then we correlate the monetary damages that are allowable by law for each violation, okay? So we've got a list of violations, we've got a list of laws that have been violated, and the law provides for damages for each of those. Is this a class 1 misdemeanor? Is it a class 2 felony? Each of those has certain provisions in the law for damages, and we can help you with that. All right, I'm just laying out the concepts here, and we will drill down here in just a few minutes. Okay, so we got the list of violations. We have the monetary damages that are allowable by law for each violation. So we're starting to develop the specifics of the case. All right, then we need to draft a clear and concise textual description of the events. What happened? Okay, and this is not storytelling time. This is not, it was a dark and gloomy night. The headlights had halos and blurred as the rain pelted against my windshield. No, none of that. All right, point for point, what happened when? Actual data. That's it. Okay. And July 16th, I was traveling eastbound on Interstate 90, 2 miles west of Des Moines, Iowa. I was pulled over by Officer Billy Bob. He flashed his emergency lights. There was no emergency. And you go on, okay? Textual description. Whoops. So we got that. Then we proceed to draft a clear and concise confession in the form of an affidavit by the guilty party. So you're writing this as though you were the guilty party. All right, write it in the confession format. This is what I did. There are different ways to do this. There are different formats, and this is one way to do it. All right, I particularly like this approach because you're going to present it to him for signature. Okay. Now, there can often be multiple parties, and in that case, you would not use this format. You would simply do it in form of an affidavit that you will present for rebuttal. Okay. So there's a couple different ways to do this, but in the event of a single party, I would do it this way. All right. Draft a confession. All right. Once that is prepared, along with the amount of damages, and we'll show you what we're doing to come up with those. I covered that already to some degree. So you're going to present a complete document package, and then you're going to prepare a cover letter outlining the requirements that you're imposing on this individual. Okay, dear Officer Billy Bob, I'm presenting you with an affidavit of obligation, which basically is your confession to the rights, my rights, which you have violated on July 16th. You have 3 options. You can agree, sign the enclosed documents and return them. Number 2, point for point, to each of the averments that are made with supporting documentation and evidence, whereupon we can take this matter to a third party to have it settled. Or the third option is to simply ignore this and acquiesce by virtue of your silence. Failure to object is fatal. When you have an opportunity to object, you have a requirement to do so, or you are stopped from ever raising the right to object at a later date. All right, so it's a simple cover letter. These are your options. Please proceed accordingly. All right, very simple. Probably 2 paragraphs. All right, you're going to give him a time to respond. All right, let's say 30 calendar days from the date of receipt. You have it presented by a sheriff process server or certified mail. All right, you wait for the 30 days to go by. Wait for default, because this is almost invariably what happens. They don't respond. And so you follow up then with a notice of default. You say, hey, Officer Billy Bob, I sent this to you. I gave you 30 days to respond. This is a notice of default. You are in default of my presentment. I'll tell you what, I know you're a busy guy. Maybe you overlooked it. I'm going to act in good faith. I'll give you an additional 10 days extension from the date of your receipt of this letter. All right? Please respond to the original in 10 calendar days within that time period. All right? And what do? They ignore it. Okay? So that deadline comes and goes. You've acted in good faith. You gave him an extra opportunity. You're not just trying to ram this down his throat or operate in the dark behind closed doors in the dark of the night, try and sneak it by. You're out in the open, acting in good faith all the way, okay? So he's had a chance to respond. He's defaulted on that. He had a reminder. He's defaulted on that. All right, so now what goes out is a notice of default absolute, basically establishing the fact that his silence is acquiescence, and he is in agreement by law through tacit procuration. You've gained his confession. Okay? It's pretty simple. And this is commercial law. It's upheld all the time in commerce and everywhere. All right, so that's that. So now you have a perfected commercial obligation. Now, mind you, we're not talking about a lien yet. This is not a lien. This is a contract. What you have is his acquiescence to a contract that he has caused damage. You have supported the contract with lawful consideration, basically by virtue of the damages you have incurred. So you've already paid on the contract. Now it's his turn to turn around and compensate you for the value you've already produced for the contract. All right? Value for value. Your damages have value. He now needs to compensate, to honor the contract which he has agreed to by virtue of his consent. All right? So we take this obligation, this admission, this confession, this contract is what it is, and we take it to a court and petition the judge for a declaratory judgment. This is a proceeding whereby you present your documentation, all of your evidence. The judge will request the counterparty, Officer Billy Bob, to present his response. He'll hire an attorney, or the county, or whoever's representing them will come back with a motion to dismiss. All right, you need to defeat that, but you're standing upon the law, upon proper process, acting in good faith. You have standing on the matter, and there's no valid reason for the judge to honor a motion to dismiss. So again, this is not a trial. This is simply a judge reviewing the evidence and making a declaration. Now, when he makes the declaratory judgment in your favor, this is not going to include an order to pay damages. A declaratory judgment merely states the rights and obligations of the parties involved. So when you come away with a declaratory judgment in your favor, what you have is a judge basically stating that, yes, your process was correct, it was complete, you had a valid claim, the counterparty agreed to it, he consented through acquiescence, and the matter is determined. You have the rights for this claim. Okay? But again, a declaratory judgment will not award a claim for damages. That's a separate thing. And so let's talk about that. But this is the missing link that folks who have tried to file so-called commercial liens have not done. They've not gotten the stamp of approval from a court. And as valid as the so-called commercial lien process is, naturally the courts don't want to recognize it because they're scared to death. If everybody started learning how to do this without the courts, nullifies the power of the courts, renders them basically useless. So, you know, they can't stand for it, as valid as it may be. So this is the missing link that gets put into the equation to get the stamp of approval from a valid court. Okay, now a declaratory judgment is going to make it easier on a judge to do, as opposed to awarding $60 million in damages to someone within his circle of compadres in the legal system, right? This will be easier for him simply to establish the contract rather than make an order to pay damages, okay? So another reason why this is the first step to take. So you now have three options. You've got the declaratory judgment, which is establishing your rights to collect. You can sell this at a discount to a collection agency. You can find a law firm who would be willing to collect on it. You might sell it to them. You now have a valid obligation, a commercial obligation. It's just like an accounts receivable from a company. It's an invoice, okay, with court approval. So there are a lot of people out there that would salivate over the idea. Let's say you had a claim for $60 million. You know, you sold it for 20 cents on the dollar. Give me 12 million in cash. You guys can go and get whatever you can collect. All right, let them worry about the collection process. Okay? Or the other option is you can present it to the bondholder for collection. If you're dealing with a public servant who has an oath of office, they should have a bond. If they don't, that's even more damages. And you've probably been involved in discussions about sue in court for damages. Take your declaratory judgment, which basically makes your case complete, and now you're just taking it to court to get a damage award. There's nothing to try. The case has already been tried. It's been heard, tried, and the rights and obligations of both parties have been determined. So now we're not talking about right or wrong, win or lose. The only thing we're talking about in this suit is how much. How much should be awarded. That's what the discussion will be. So the opposing party, once you file this in court, you can bet the opposing party will be calling you up wanting to negotiate a settlement to see how low they can get you to settle without having to go through the court process. Okay? So you've got options once you have that declaratory judgment. Nice position to be in. So this is what it looks like. Simple conceptual flow chart. You got the affidavit, which is perfected and presented to the point of acquiescence. You now have a commercial obligation, a perfected contract. You take that, get a declaratory judgment from the court, and you have your three options for how to negotiate that. All right? So it's a simple concept. Doesn't take a legal genius, doesn't take a lot of experience or anything else. There's so much that can come out of this, all right? Let's just say, for example, if you were to take the declaratory judgment, present it as a complaint to the bonding agency for that public official, once they have so many complaints, I don't think it's any more than 3 in most cases. If the complaint is egregious enough, it could be 1 complaint, they lose their bond and they cannot continue in that office. You could knock them out of office with this process. Okay? And in many cases, if that's all you did, that would be a huge victory, because you can bet everybody in that jurisdiction and beyond will know about it. And they'll all be put on notice that this can happen and is happening, and watch out, because there could be more. So think about all the rights that have been violated, and if the people started coming forward with this type of an action, what kind of an effect that would have on the behavior of the corrupt system and the corrupt actors. All right? So that's the concept. It's pretty simple. So with that, let's go and drill down a little bit. Let's take a look at what we have. We've got a number of documents in the members area of the Lighthouse Law Club. Number of documents along these lines. Gosh, I can't make that much bigger. Let's see if there's something I can do. There we go. Okay, so here's one of the documents that we have available, just to give you a quick reference sheet as to what some of the violations may be. Okay, so as you go after these public officials, you have the right to protection according to 18 U.S. Code 3771. Protection for yourself and your wife from retaliation, okay? So that's important, all right? The claimant, that's you, would accept the oaths sworn by all interested parties, that would be everyone involved on the public side, to uphold the laws of the U.S. Constitution and the organic state constitution, okay? So you're gonna accept those oaths as a contract, all right? Title V of the U.S. Code, here's a couple of sections talking about how courts can lose jurisdiction for failure to follow due process of law. How many cases are out there where people have been persecuted? The defendant has been denied due process, and immediately when that happens, we need to claim the obligations of the court under Title V of the U.S. Code. They lose their jurisdiction if they fail to follow due process, okay? So it's important also to understand the supremacy clause, which appears in Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution, which establishes that the Constitution, federal statutes, and U.S. international treaties are the supreme law of the land. State judges, which is where most people are at, and the complaints and the problems they have, are required to uphold it, even if state laws or constitutions conflict with that, all right? So you've got the supremacy clause in your favor, all right? Under Title 42, a state shall not be immune. They often claim sovereign immunity. You can't sue us. Well, Title 42 of the U.S. Code, sections 12202, says otherwise. And I'll refer to the supremacy clause of the Constitution, which you, Judge, have sworn an oath to. Okay, so you see how these things can tie together. Title 5, Section 3331. Judge, you have sworn not to violate the Constitution of the United States. All right, so unless a public service can provide the claimant, i.e. you, with a witness against you, which as a public servant he cannot do, or he's practicing law from the bench, you've got him on that, okay? So these are all things that can go in support of some of the more common violations of rights that occur on a daily basis, cases all across the board, okay? Public officers shall be required to take the oath of office. Title 28, Part 1, Chapter 21, Section 453, the oaths of officers and judges. This is what the oath is. Title 28, Part 1, Chapter 21, Section 454, practicing law from the bench. Can't do it. A judge cannot make moves. He cannot move the court to do anything. He cannot move the prosecutor to do anything. Emil, you are unmuted and causing a distraction. Please be aware of that. Okay, so yeah, they cannot practice law from the bench. In other words, the judge cannot be suggesting that the prosecutor do certain things or making moves on his own. A judge can only hear the arguments and make sure that both parties are following proper procedure. That's all a judge can do. Once a judge gets more proactively involved in a case, he's practicing law from the bench. Can't do that. Okay? High crimes. You heard of high crimes and misdemeanors. A high crime is equal to a felony, and a felony is any crime that has a term greater than 1 year. Okay, an individual who violates the provisions of Title V, Section 7311, may not accept or hold a position in government of the United States or the government of the District of Columbia. Okay, and bear in mind, the United States and all of its subdivisions includes your local courts. Okay, so I'm not going to go through and read all of these, but you can see that there's quite a bit here that a person can zero in on, focus in on, and pull out what may be applicable to any particular case. Licensed attorneys, you've heard a lot of discussion about that. Attorneys have to swear an oath, all right? Let's explore that a little bit. In discovery, that could be quite interesting. All right. Supreme Court dissenting opinion, talking about the federal rules of evidence, that there must be a competent firsthand witness, some person to support the complaint against you, if there is one. Okay. Corporations are paper, can't testify. So there's, you've heard that talked about many times. Well, here's the Supreme Court quote on that. All right, that comes from Justice Douglas. Principals who aid and abet the commission of crimes. All right. You could have the judge guilty of particular violations of due process, and aiding and abetting him in his decisions could be the bailiff, could be the clerk of court, could be the people in the jailhouse, a whole bunch of things. All right, then you've got misprision of felony. If you're not aware of what that is, this is very interesting. Whoever actually has knowledge of an actual commission of a felony, recognizable by the court of the United States, who conceals and does not, as soon as possible, make known the same crime, the knowledge of the crime, make known to some judge or other person in civil or military authority under the United States shall be under this title and imprisoned for not more than 3 years. So how many people in that courtroom are aware or should be aware because of their professional training that a lack of denial of due process is underway and are guilty of misprision of felony? So you can see once you start to understand what the law provides for, that could give you a field day in just taking a big broom and sweeping out all of the complicit criminals who are supposed to have training and knowledge of these things. Okay? Let's talk about genocide. This is interesting. This is more than just taking a certain race or group of people and killing them physically. Look up the definition of genocide. It's a systematic elimination of a certain class of people. Well, what comes to mind when you think of that? How about when the courts don't recognize the living man upon the land? Americans, natural people, are they not committing an act of genocide, the willful act of destroying an entire class of people? Interesting argument there. Okay. Fraud and false statements, you see that all the time in court. Concealment, removal, or mutilation of evidence happens all the time. I've had it happen to myself personally, and I've seen it with other close friends. You know, they do it as a matter of routine. Okay. Defamation is important because, you know, when they bring false charges or denial of due process, are able to elicit false convictions through denial of due process. You are now labeled as a criminal. That's defamation. All right. You see how all these things can, one thing leads to another, and you come up with quite a list. All right. You must obey the Constitution, the Seventh Amendment. Rights are protected with the right to common law grand jury trial. All right. So the state has brought charges against you through an information. What the hell is an information? Where's the indictment? By a common law grand jury. If any charges have been brought against you without a common law grand jury, you are immediately being denied due process, which means basically that every case, almost every case in existence, is fraudulent ab initio, from the beginning. All right. Marbury versus Madison, very important case to be aware of. Sale into involuntary servitude, the birth certificate. You know, that could be an interesting argument, but that, to me, that seems like a separate case altogether. All right. If they've received funds to perpetrate a fraud against you, any transfer of funds could be considered wire fraud. Okay? Kidnapping and aggravated assault. How often does that happen in roadside stops? All right? This one I really love. All you business owners, I should have started off with this right off the bat. 15 U.S. Code Section 1. Every contract, combination in the form of a trust or otherwise, or a conspiracy, in restraint of trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations is declared to be illegal. Every person who shall make any contract or engage in any combination or conspiracy hereby declared to be illegal shall be deemed guilty of a felony, and on conviction thereof shall be punished by fine not exceeding $100 million if a corporation, or if any other person, $1 million, or imprisonment not exceeding 10 years, or by both said punishments in the discretion of the court. Hello, Mr. Governor. Hello, county commissioners who have attempted to shut down my business, conspire against me in restraint of trade. How many businesses have been shut down illegally? How many people should be filing an affidavit of obligation for $100 million against the state, $1 million against the governor, $1 million against the state health department head, $1 million for each of the city council members, $100 million against the county? This is serious. People need to be doing this. The courts are listening. The courts are waiting to hear these cases. The Illinois Supreme Court declared their governor COVID restrictions unconstitutional. You've heard the, just last week, Pennsylvania federal court declared those COVID restrictions unconstitutional. We need to get business owners aware of this process. We need to start gaining some momentum, create a wave, a tsunami of claims to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, and take these sons of bitches out. Pardon my French, but this is serious. And as Americans or patriots in any country that you might be in, we cannot take this laying down. Here's a good one: monopolizing trade. It's a felony. It also has a $100 million penalty for a corporation, $1 million per person. What do you make of mom and pop Main Street business being shut down, but all the big box stores remaining open? Hello, Mr. Governor. Here we are again, creating an artificial monopoly favoring the big box stores, and mom and pop are shut down. Hello, Mr. Governor. Boy, I think about this, you can tell I get fired up. Not at all happy about what's going on there. Okay, so these, we can make it a little easy for you with these lists. These are, we have so much information available in the Lighthouse Law Club for members. I'm going to close this. And so let's take a look then at how we compile or tabulate damages. Let's see if I can find it here. Here's one sample. Okay, this is a verified accounting of offenses and debt. All right, this is an actual document taken out of the Lufkin case. If you're familiar about the Lufkin case, that was a fantastic case. Really was an eye-opener. And if you're not familiar with it, look it up. I'm not going to get into it now. What I want to show you is how they managed the tabulation of crimes, of people, and damages. Okay. And the Lufkin case was a successful case that used these principles that I'm sharing with you right now, all right, to achieve their victory. So right off the bat, all right, he starts with a legend because there's a number, these are all the people that were involved, all right? You can see all the parties that are named as defendants. And so for word processing and reference purposes, he boiled it down to abbreviations, okay? So here's the legend of what each abbreviation or who that represents. Michael H. Schneider, MHS, Ron Clark, RC, okay? T18 means Title 18 of the US Code. TPC means Texas Penal Code, all right? CCF is a Class C felony. CEF, Class E felony. CAM, Class A misdemeanor. And listed are the penalties, the maximum penalties per individual and per organization, okay? And you'll see how that comes into play here in a second. All right, F1D, felony of the first degree. SJF, state jail felony. TAM, Class A misdemeanor. Texas Class A misdemeanor, okay? So he establishes the legend of abbreviations and the corresponding penalties. And so this is a summary, it's like a cover letter, okay? In respect to the U.S. District Court Civil Case 138, and in accordance with the provisions of Title 18 U.S.C. 1349, Texas Penal Code 7.01, 7.02, and blah, blah, blah. The contents of Appendices A and B as on this date, the total respective indebtedness of the aforesaid debtors to John Parks Trowbridge, the claimant, is as follows. All right, and so he lists them. All right, you see some of them have similar amounts, which means they all are involved in the same crimes and criminal trespass. And so we're looking at quite a total here. All right, so that's the cover. And if we go into the appendix, you can kind of see here in docket number 1, CV 138, the complaint. There's various attachments, but you can see what he does is he establishes a spreadsheet. Across the top are the people involved, the defendants, recognized or referenced by their abbreviations. And then the rows going down on the left side are the violations, okay? So you get the violations and the people, and he starts to identify you know, the different types of violations that each individual has created, all right? And once you have that done, then it becomes much easier to tabulate the total amount of maximum penalty or damages, okay? Several footnotes, and he's got several of these for several purposes. Let me see if we go down. But it's a simple process, detailed, yeah. A little bit of research required, yeah. He's got a bunch of them. Each of these, for example, here is scheduling order, violations of due process, okay? And each process of the case, he establishes the violations. So here's a tabulation of debt. All right, so totaling all these up, he's got 34 felonies for Title 18, Section 4, 43 Title 18, Section 1001 for this guy, CEF, whoever he is. All right, so you got run your totals, and you've got some significant issues here. So each of these above, Title 18, Section 4, Class E felony. He's got 34 Class E felonies here, amounting to $100,000 each, all right, for just that one party. There's a total of 77, so you can see, you know, he comes up with a figure of $17 million, all based scientifically, mathematically, legally, from what's in the law books, okay? So there's that, there's 65 million there. Here's Eric Holder, 17 million on him. Loretta Lynch, 3 million on her, and so forth. You get the idea, okay? So it's a very systematic process of tabulating damages. Now, that was a very complex case, a lot going on there. Many cases would not be that complex. And so don't be daunted by these things. Now, back to the affidavit of obligation. Now, remember we talked about presenting, if it's a simple case against one individual, you would present it as a confession and ask him for a signature, which of course he won't sign. In the cover letter, you might advise him that in the event that he does not want to sign the confession, that you might revert to Section 3-419 in the Uniform Commercial Code, which provides for accommodation signature. All right, an accommodation signature is someone who would step in and either be the surety for the person who's obligated or guarantee the collection. All right, now we can go to here, Section D. If the signature of the party to an instrument is accompanied by words indicating unambiguously that the party is guaranteeing collection rather than payment of the obligation of another party to the instrument, the signer is obliged to pay the amount due on the instrument to a person entitled to enforce. Now, without getting into too deep of a training, what I would consider is setting up the beneficiary as a trust and not yourself personally, so that you are not the direct beneficiary, but this might be a trust for humanitarian purposes, perhaps to fund other cases for redress of grievances or some other humanitarian cause. In other words, let these SOBs know that, you know, the train's coming down the tracks and they're stuck right in the middle. All right, but not being a beneficiary, but rather a guarantor to the collection, that puts you in a position then to negotiate for the collection of the instrument. You have a contract, that's the instrument, okay? Now, you might want to get some good advice on this. Be careful what you're doing, but to guarantee collection, you're going to be responsible for the collection. That puts you basically in having standing to negotiate that instrument, because you know Officer Billy Bob is not going to help you one bit. But the point being, UCC Section 3-419 uses accommodation for signature. This is one thing Leroy Schweitzer was doing when he was successfully negotiating his perfected security instruments, very similar along these lines, okay? So that's something to be aware of. Very interesting. Okay, let's see, what else do we have here? All right, I think that covers what I wanted to review this evening and get you on the right track. There's so much that can be done. This is not terribly complicated. Sure, it requires a little bit of homework, a little bit of diligence, a little bit of research, but what's your freedom worth? And if you can be successful in one of these, you're set for life. And putting all that aside, we have an obligation to hold our errant officials accountable. And this is one way to do it without having to rely on the corrupt courts. The declaratory judgment, the judge is going to have very little leeway to go off on the wrong path because your evidence is going to be rock solid. And if he makes an incorrect decision, you can easily appeal it. All right? So, with that, let's open it up for comments and questions. Looking at what's in the chat.
Hey, Mark, this is Cindy.
Hi.
Got a question on this. Sounds really good. I've heard about it before, but you made it really simple. But my question is there a limitation on time as to when a violation has happened? Usually if you want to do, a civil rights court action, they say there's like a 2-year limitation, and after that you can't go after them. Is there such a thing for this?
Well, you'd have to probably specify what exactly you're talking about. And I do know that there is no statute of limitations on fraud. If they have brought forward a case against you fraudulently, in denial of due process, false evidence, false process, things like that, I think you'd have a good case to basically throw out any statute of limitations.
Okay.
All right. But that's a case-by-case thing that you probably have to take a look at it. And, doing internet searches these days is so easy. You can probably find that pretty quick.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd really love to see business owners really get a hold of this violation on 15 U.S. Code Sections 1 and 2. It needs to happen. That's all I can say is it needs to happen. All right. The dam has a leak with the recent judgments of unconstitutionality that have come forward in Illinois and Pennsylvania. I know that Ohio has a case going. I know that California certainly has cases going, and I'm sure they're going on in other areas. All right, so here's the thing. The 14th Amendment provides for equal protection under the law. And with the Supremacy Clause, you cannot have one state with certain restrictions that other states don't have. So if the judge has struck down the COVID restrictions in Pennsylvania as being unconstitutional, that applies nationwide. All right? And if your local government wants to ignore that fact, that's another violation of the 14th Amendment. They're violating your right to equal protection under the law. I mean, it just goes on and on and on with these bozos. Okay? So we need to get a hold of this and use it. All right. If you're not a member of the law club, I suggest you join. It's never been easier. All you need to do is go to Consumer Support Network, not consumer, but Community Support Network, csn.world. Join there, make a donation for $25, make a couple referrals so that we can get this going viral. All right, find yourself a couple, you know several business owners who need to know this information. All right, get them involved. And with 2 simple referrals, who each have 2, you've basically got a free membership to the Lighthouse Law Club, which on its own is just a hair under $2,000. Okay, so I encourage everyone to do that, and let's get active and involved. Other comments or questions? I will make this video available. We'd like to spread it far and wide and take back our government, get rid of these crooks, and it's up to us to do it. So apparently you're all busy taking notes or digesting the information. Once the video is available, I would suggest that you perhaps review it again. All right, there are always things that come out the second time around, no matter what it is. And get involved with us in the Law Club, and I'll be available there to help guide people along the way. I was going to take some time to show you what we have in our library. It's extensive information, much of which comes from Hartford Van Dyke. If you're not familiar with Hartford Van Dyke, his uncle was involved in the intelligence community in World War II, and he decoded Japanese messages several days in advance before Pearl Harbor, the Pearl Harbor attack. And he tried to warn the U.S. government. He did warn the U.S. government up to the Navy Secretary, the President of the United States, that this attack was coming. The United States had full knowledge. But they wanted the war. They needed a reason to get into it, so they did absolutely nothing. They allowed Pearl Harbor to happen, just like 9/11 and so many other things. All right, and ever since that time, Hartford and his family, his uncle, his father, have been involved in trying to find the best way to hold public officials accountable. And all of this information that I shared, well, most of it, is a result of what Hartford has taught me personally years ago. And we have his documentation, quite extensive actually, in the library for Lighthouse Law Club members. So get involved with us, join and expand your knowledge, expand your arsenal and your ability to hold our officials accountable to protect and preserve your rights. That's what it's all about. So with that, let's draw this to a conclusion. Thank you for being with us. I hope you got a lot out of it. And more than that, I hope you can find a way to use this information. It's up to us. All right, folks.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the Indo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
License and registration, please.
I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches.
Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim, case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction.
Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority. This court lacks. Case dismissed. I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's books and Don's private school online.
and now I'm helping the whole hood become free. I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui jure, not pro se. Pro se put you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Okay, I want to welcome everybody to the GSA Bond webinar. Peace, peace, peace to everyone. Microphone checker, 1, 2 checker. Got some people on here right now. A lot of people coming in, tuning in. That's good. That's good. Y'all like it how I be springing these free webinars on. Y'all know when I'm going to start or nothing. I do. When it's free, I don't feel like I have no responsibility to tell you when it's going to start, give you no link or nothing. It's like first come, it's only 100 seats, first come, first serve. I'm going to send out the email, and that's it. I'm going to start, it's free, so I just started when I feel like it. But I usually try to start around 7 o'clock. Y'all had to, between 7 and 8, 6 and 8 o'clock. Sometimes I'll do a little early. But let's start with this. Okay, now we're going to talk about the General Service Administration bonds. All right, and they're called, people probably affectionately know them as GSA bonds. Now, GSA bonds are utilized for the discharge of debt. It is one option. It is not the only option. A lot of you probably remember when the GSA bonds first came out, everybody was talking about the GSA bonds. Tony King, I'm going to be real with you. Tony King is the person who I got a lot of my instructions on the GSA bonds from, Tony King, and then, a little bit of my own understanding as well. But essentially, we're going to be going over 6 different documents that are GSA bonds, and they are the 90, the 91, the standard form, the optional form 90, the optional form 91, and then you have standard form 28, which is an affidavit of individual surety. Then we have the bid bond, which is standard form 24. We have the performance bond, which is standard form 25, and we have a payment bond, which is standard form 25A. And these are the 6 documents that we're going to go through tonight and show you how to fill out these documents. And you can utilize these for criminal cases. You can use them for mortgages. You can use them for a variety of different things. People claim that they used to be very effective. I think that they're still very effective for you to utilize, as long as they're filled out correctly and you supplement them with some additional things. I usually supplement my GSA bonds with some money orders and, things of that nature. But these bonds are supplemented by the birth certificate. All right, your birth certificate. All right, this is just another way. Like Jonah, he's real big on using the birth certificate. I am too, but I'm also big on using documents that supplement the birth certificate or act as agents for the birth certificate. So without any further ado, let's get started. All right, now. The first one we're going to do is going to do a release on lien on property. And let me talk about that first. Why are we doing a release on lien on property? Well, you're going to have to do some study. This is a part that's going to require a little study on your part. But I'm going to show you some research that I did. And I was in Georgia. And you'll find this in some other states too. Because people always say, well, what do you mean that, what is this UCC stuff? That's the UCC. This is, all this kind of stuff right here. You hear people. Well, right here, I want y'all to pay very close attention to this. This is in Georgia, and you'll find this in most states. Imposition of costs of prosecution upon the defendant generally. Okay, and it's going to say the cost of a prosecution, except the fees of his own witness, shall not be demanded of a defendant until after trial and conviction. If convicted, judgment may be entered against the defendant for all costs. Notice it's all costs. We don't know what that is. You don't know how much that is or anything. Accruing in the committing and trial courts. Now, the committing courts, accruing in the committing courts. The committing court is when you in pretrial. All right? The committing court, when they've got probable cause against you. And then you have the trial court that you go to. And by any officer pending the prosecution. That's the district attorney. He puts his bond up. The sheriff's department. You owe them a plethora of individuals. The judgment shall be a lien from the date of his arrest on all the property of the defendant. The clerk shall issue an execution on the judgment against the property. Now, this is a very cryptic type statement. until you go into a law library and you actually pull this title off of the shelf and read the court citations that are accompanied with it. Then you begin to get an understanding of what they are charging you with. If they are taxing you, it's going to tell you that too. It's a tax. You're being taxed, and you don't know the amount of it. This is the reason why we would go into court and you would say, Judge, I request that, oh, let me show it to you. Let me show you why we would go into court, because this was real good right here, okay? Now, they put a lien on you. If they're putting a lien on you, let's look at some things now. Oh, hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm back. I had a phone call. I had to take that call. Okay, where was I at? Okay, we're talking about this lien that they put on you. Okay, well, yeah, they put a lien on you. Let's talk about that for a second. There is a document that I have repeatedly told everybody about, and the name of it is this document right here. It's called Law Redemption in Court, or Dealing with Presentments. This is a very interesting document. Now, in this document, they have a different section in it. They have a section about bond, and creditors and their bonds too also has it. But we have a whole section here on law redemption in court. Now, this is what you say to a judge when you go into court. And you're actually asking for an assessment for the charges. It's like first it tells you to start off asking the judge for his name and all that. But now when you go in, you ask, we used to do this back in the day. We used to ask the judge, do you have a claim against me? Do you know anyone who does have a claim against me? All right. And then we would go into this. I request that the judge please direct the prosecutor to answer whether the assessment for the charges are in his possession. Making this request of the judge forecloses the system from acting on the otherwise unneutralized assumption that you are not concerned whether there is a civil assessment to justify the charges. Without an assessment, there can be no charges. Asking this question puts the prosecutor in trouble, as if he does not immediately drop the charges, he's practicing law without a license, which is a felony. At this point, you can direct the judge's third position as a request statement. I request that so-and-so direct the prosecutor to provide the assessment for the charges along with the certified audit trail of all transactions held by the mayor of the municipality and the applicable risk management department, including a voucher and all disbursement documents and the receipts. Y'all should know that all these charges get run by risk management. Risk management got to know what type of risk they're insuring. That makes sense. I'm bringing this to your attention to say that they're putting a lien on you, which means it's a debt collection. And when you're in court, you can actually request them to provide the assessment for the charges that you're being charged with. And this is some interesting dialogue that you can have with the judge in court relating to that particular fact. Because I want you to understand that it is a debt collection. Now, they have another chapter in here that actually deals with the court bond. Okay, and let me read this to you real quick. It says, just recently, long after the writing of this article commenced, we were provided with the text of an explanation about a single-page document on standard court pleading format so that it looks like a normal court brief that has allegedly had dramatic success when used. The bond, in other words, court bond, revised by several people from the original version, plus the explanation we received concerning the instrument, is essentially intact as we received it, accompanying this article. The court bond is not a pleading or motion needing determination from the court. It is not an argument, opinion, or point of law, nor is it a negotiation. It is just a bond. Who could object? The court bond is a special bond as described in Rule E of the Supplemental Admiralty Rules and the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and 28 U.S.C. Admiralty is the only place mentioned in the rules where bonds apply. A bond seems to be appropriate only on an admiralty proceeding. This includes bail bonds, general bonds, special bonds, etc. Anything that has bonding involved is admiralty or some degree of admiralty. Since all commerce is international and international commerce exists in admiralty/maritime jurisdiction, and every legal matter is commercial, in any court case in which you are involved, always put in a bond. And this is what you're doing. The birth certificate, the GSA bonds, money orders, it doesn't matter. All of them are bonds. The name of a bond is a promise. It is a negotiable instrument. There is no money, all right? So the only thing that you can offer someone as satisfaction of some sort of obligation is a negotiable instrument or some sort of promise to pay or some sort of debt instrument that is that constitutes money of account because there is no money of exchange, all right? It goes on, it says, since the bond you file becomes a permanent part of the record, if anyone tries to remove the filed bond, you have a file stamp copy that substantiates the filing. Since the public side is a reflection and a mirror of content in the private side, if there is no private side ledger, there can be no public side ledger. Without any reality, a mirror has nothing to reflect. The book's ledgers must balance, public and private. Filing the bond removes you from the controversy. You cannot be required to pay any claim for losses or costs because you have covered any and all of them by providing a bond backed by your exemption, which is unlimited. You have covered every outcome by your good faith effort. A court exists to resolve disputes which require adverse parties. The bond removes you from the arena by ending the controversy and discharging any obligation there might be via the bond, whether or not there is any assessment in fact. Strategically, it might be wise to file your bond at the last minute just before going to court, to foreclose them from sufficient time to study it and brainstorm on how they can get around it. Use a notary and autograph stamp renders dishonoring the bond considerably more difficult. So does sending a copy to the court administrator, mayor of the municipality risk management department, and perhaps even the Army Corps of Engineers. The judge is holding the original books, which is okay with us. Let him own the account and make the adjustments. Then he is responsible. Since the judge is not going to go to jail, if anyone has to take the fall for the charges, it must be the attorneys. All admiralty courts require posting a bond to initiate a cause of action. Now, when he said this right here, I can tell you 100% that this is true because when you study law, you're going to find out that the prosecutor has to put in a bond, and they do that by default because everybody in the public is bonded and they put in their bar card number. So anybody before, they call it in ancient times, they call it a replevin bond. So before anyone can bring an action against you, they have to bond themselves. That's why the state does everything through an attorney. They have to bond themselves, and you have to bond yourself too. This is the reason why you do a secured party process, is to bond yourself in the public. They bond it. What makes you think you don't have to be bonded to be in the public? They're bonded to operate in the public. You think you can come in the public and operate without being bonded? But they got to be bonded. Everybody has to be bonded in the public. Now it goes on, it says, all admiralty courts require posting a bond to initiate a cause of action. A case commences and is bonded when the prosecuting attorney files the complaint. The complaint is the bond and is signed by the prosecuting attorneys. It is a firm offer, an original issue offered to the clerk who buys the contract. This is the original money which is brought under the bar numbers of the filing attorney, prosecutors. The clerk buys it because of the attorney's guarantee that they will produce someone to pay the fines and to go to jail. The clerk takes the complaint to the court, which is the bank, and issues a voucher. The voucher is a security. The commercial bank credits the court's account in the commercial bank and then monetizes the voucher by sending it to Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae, making the instrument an insured government security. We believe that this process creates the public funds by the charges made against the straw man, for which the real being ends up paying as the surety if the presumption that the real you may be treated as and is therefore liable for the obligation of the straw man/defendant is not eliminated from the equation. We further think that the public funds are credited possibly by going through the commercial bank's TT&L account, and TT&L stands for Treasury Tax and Loan Department, to the customers, i.e. the court's account. In other words, when the strawman is charged as a defendant in an action, it appears that what happens is the public funds are created by using your exemption to create the public money that covers the check the commercial bank writes to deposit in the court's account. And I'm not going to read the rest of this. It gets pretty interesting, but you should read it. It's very, very interesting. They're talking about bonds here and these bonds. And let me show you what. Now, they never show you what one of these bonds look like that you file into a case. You do not file GSA bonds into a case. I'm going to show you what you file into a case. What you file into a case is a bond that looks like this. Oops, go the wrong way. All right, this is a bond. All right, it's on a pleading format. Notice it says bond. They do the same thing. As a matter of fact, if you're in Georgia, if you can Title 18, you'll see a court case bond that looks just like this. And basically says there appearing no bond of record to initiate the matter regarding this case number and warrant number. All right, and associated accounts. I, John Doe Smith, undertake as follows: in consideration of the fact that no lawful money of account exists in circulation, and in consideration of the fact that I have suffered dishonor, it's supposed to be no lawful money. He said lawful money of account exists. It's supposed to be no lawful money of exchange exists in circulation. And in consideration of the fact that I've suffered dishonor regarding this matter of case number blah, 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 and warrant number blah, 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 and associated accounts, I underwrite with my private exemption, and that's your social security number without dashes, and any and all obligations of performance, loss, and costs sustained by the United States of America / state of whatever state you're in, and the respectful citizens thereof regarding said matter, done this day of blah, 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 2004. Now, you don't have to use this bond information. If you got access to a law library, you can go get the American Jurisprudence Practice and Pleading Forms, and they got bonds in there that you can use, that you can take some language from and create your own bond and put in the court. Now, this is a public bond. This is a notice of a bond. This is not the actual bond. You got to understand that the definition of bond is promise. Let me read this to you real quick, because y'all need to see all of this, because I want you to think in a certain way. I want you to start thinking in a certain way, because you're dealing a lot with fictions. You're dealing with a lot of legal fictions. All right, so when we look at Black's Law, let's put out a Black's Law dictionary, and let's look up the word bond. Let's just look it up. What is a bond? That's what I do. I look up the word. I looked up all these words, even the words I thought I knew. I looked at words I thought I knew and like, damn, that's not what that don't mean what I thought it meant. All right, but, I got into an argument with somebody. I said, man, bond just means promise. That's not what a bond is. A bond is a negotiable instrument. And I said, okay. I said, here it is right here. A bond is a what? An obligation, a promise. My word is bond, bro. Remember, anybody my age on here, word is bond. When we used to say as our slang, word is bond. The young cats don't say that no more. But we used to say word is bond, man. That's what a bond is. It's a promise. All right. We can get to what's called an extended definition. It's a written promise to pay money or to do some act in certain circumstances occur or a certain time elapses. We can get real jiggy with it, but a bond is just a promise. Everybody got that? Did I miss anybody with that? All right, so without further ado, let's get into the GSA bonds, because that's what y'all came to see. We're talking about these GSA bonds. The first bond we're going to talk about is optional form 90, which is the release of lien on property. And that's why I went through all that long introduction to show you that they're putting a lien on you, on all your property. So let's do a release of lien on that property. Okay, whereas, go put your name in all caps.
You.
Go ahead.
Not going over the 28?
Yeah, we're going to go over all of them. I'm starting with the 90.
All right. Now, I put a 28 on the case one day. You just said you shouldn't put none of them on there, right?
Well, I don't think a 28 is going to hurt you, but you really need to go privately to the judge All
Okay,
these
I
go
got
to
you.
the judge in private, but you know, I filed them in the cases before and had some good success. The very first time I ever used these, though, I was in a federal court, and I had this is exactly what I had. I had put together a bond, international bill of exchange. I had I had an affidavit of truth, and I had all of these papers right here. But I was using the Miller Act bonds, and I'm gonna show you the Miller Act bonds too. I didn't, because allegedly used the Miller Act bonds on a federal case and used these GSA bonds on a state case. So I was using the Miller Act bonds, and I took them into court, and the judge took them. And this is how I filled it out. How I filled it out is that I put my name up here. All right, and then in here, the place of residence is the birth certificate number is going to go right here. The birth certificate number. Now, you know, and sometimes what I would do, I would put, like, I might put, so they'll know what this is. I'll put birth certificate number. I'll put birth certificate actually in front of it. I'll say birth certificate. All right. And then buy a bond for the performance of U.S. government contract number, because the birth certificate fills as a bond for the Social Security number. So then you're going to put your Social Security number without dash or with the dashes. All right, became a surety for the completed successful performance of said contract, which bond includes a lien upon certain real property further described hereinafter, and whereas said surety established the said lien upon the following property. All right, here's the property, and we're going to put your C Standard Form 28, affidavit of individual surety, release a lien on personal property from escrow, your bid bond, your performance bond, and your payment bond, and recorded this pledge on, okay, your case number. You're going to put your case number, land of records. You're going to put your case number and the locality. So you're going to put your case number, you know, whatever. All right. In the Los Angeles court, state of California, whereas and then you're going to put your Christian appellation of your name in lowercase, uppercase, with a semicolon, family of your last name, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of the said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto, because that's what they're looking at you as a surety. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases the aforementioned line. All right, now, what we do is you don't notarize this, but you date it, and then you sign it, and blue ink, and then you put a red thumbprint on it at a 45-degree angle, touching the last letter of your name. Touching the last letter of your name. Let me see if I have an example of this on this computer. Hold on, I'm going to see if I got an example. I'd like to show y'all an example. Let me see if I got an example I can show y'all.
You just understand it. Can I ask a question? You looking?
Yeah, sure, man. Go ahead.
All right. Now you know the haters say that you only can use these bonds when you're locked up in jail. Is that true or false?
I mean, you can only use them when, I mean, let me ask you a question. Okay, because that is, I'm going to say this, that is what they were primarily being used for, but who said that and where did they get it from, that you can only use them for when you locked them in jail? Because the original document where I got this from, that you can use them for jail and mortgages. You can use it for any lien. It's a release of lien on property. Why would it be just for you just being locked up in jail? I don't understand. I mean, that's almost like saying that do you really think that the General Service Administration only created these bonds for when you're locked up in jail? My father,
Right. Yeah.
let me put it like this. My father just retired from Boeing, Boeing as an executive. He worked there for 30 years. He used these bonds in his job as a government contractor.
Yeah, I got a cousin that used them. He was a construction contractor.
Yeah, you use them for construction work. A lot of different purposes you use them for. So, you know, as a matter of fact, it was a construction contractor. I met him as a white gentleman. He was very, he said, yeah, I use these all the time. So why would they say that you can only use these for when you're in jail? I mean, it's obvious.
No, that's what the haters say. You know, you got haters out there. But I know, isn't when you out on bond, Bell's bonds, ain't that a kind of incarceration? That's a type of incarceration.
Yeah, when you're out on when that's why I'm telling y'all is when you're out on probation or like you just said, probation. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely correct. It is all you are incarcerated. You are incarcerated. You're 100% correct. I'm trying to find one that's already filled out. I'm looking for one that's already filled out so I can I was kind of trying to show y'all that. Let me see if I got okay, yeah, there you go. So I pull this up. Uh-oh. Let me see. So they say you're gonna use them when you're locked up. I mean, well, you know, it's like, you know, I know they be saying all kind. That's why I started it. I said, look, the only person I ever saw that showed everybody how to fill these out was Tony King, and he had a very very concise. The original documentation. He showed all the different things you could use it for. There were people up in. There was this chick. I wish I could remember her name. She was getting people out of jail. She was getting $5,000 a pop, and what she was using is these GSA bonds. This is like in 2008, 2009. I forgot her name, but she was up in Washington State. They had a whole business going, and when people would write her, the first thing she would do is ask them what their charges were. She's like, okay, if you did anything like, killed somebody or did something like that, she wasn't gonna help you get out of jail. You don't want to get no help. But she would send you a copy of one man out, and then she would do all these GSA bonds for you and a couple other things that she would do for you and everything. But it was all this stuff. I was studying all that stuff back in the day. So I don't know why somebody would just say that. I mean, they be saying stuff like, okay, where you get that from, man? Is that written down in like, somewhere where I can go and, look at it, that the only way you can use it is for this right here. I mean, that's not true, man. Don't be saying that. That's not true. That's just not true. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to see if I can pull up my computer moving slow. I'm seeing if I can pull this up for y'all. That's not it. Let me see. Okay, here. I don't think this is it right here. Let me see.
Now, a wild thing about these bonds, though, when they look at them, the judges and stuff, especially the older ones, they look at you and be like, how the hell you know this?
Yeah, they hey, listen, man, this is why I say you got to do stuff yourself, because I was in court and my computer moving kind of slow, y'all. Just give me a second. I was in court and my first time ever using them was in federal court. I'm gonna tell you just how it went down. I was, I got all these bonds. I took them in court and I tried to file them because I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, okay, it had me in custody. And when I came into the court, I told they gave me standby counsel. So they had this black chick acting as standby counsel, but I had fired her. But she was the magistrate judge appointed her as standby counsel. They bring me in. I'm all chained up, and all I have is my GSA bonds. I have an affidavit of truth, and I got like an international bill of exchange or something like that. And I tell old girl, I say, look, I need you to file something for me because I can't walk up to the bench and file something. So I whisper over to her. I said, look, I need you to go up front, file this for me in the case. So she stands up and says, Your Honor, my client requested I file something. The judge said, sit down. You ain't in my case. And then she started talking to me, started hollering at me. Let me tell you something. This is my courtroom. You ain't running this courtroom. This is my courtroom. So she just started going off on me. I'm like, so I'm looking, I'm like, okay, why is this judge going off on me? So how I responded to that, I asked the judge, I said, okay, if I let her get through, because she was going off on a long-ass rant, getting all loud, but I kept my composure. And when she got through, all I said to her is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but am I to understand that the honorable judge has made a judicial determination that I'm not to be afforded my due process rights or freedoms in these proceedings? Is that what you're saying? And then she said, she just got real quiet because I said it very, very calmly. And she said, you'll get your chance to talk. So wasn't no more of that going crazy on me because she see that didn't rattle me. So then she came back and asked me for my name 3 times. That didn't work on me, so that didn't rattle me. And then she let the lady come up front to file the paperwork. And when she came up front to file the paperwork, she said right before she filed it, she said, "Let me see that. Let me see what you're filing." And she got it in her hand. She looked at it. She threw it down on her bench. She said, "Let me tell you something. This don't have nothing to do with your case. I'm not filing this." And I was like, am I to understand the honorable judge has made a judicial determination I'm not to be afforded my access to the public record? And then she said, I ain't filing this. She said, I ain't filing it. And I didn't know what to say at that point because she was just like, you can say whatever the hell you want to. I ain't filing it. But then I was just kind of like, okay, I don't know what to say. So then I just looked at her and I said, okay, can I have it back, please? And she said, I'm not giving this back to you. She said, no, you can't have it. And so then she got up, and I was like, and she got up from the thing, and it's like, I ain't giving this back. I'm not giving this back to you. And I just kind of looked around, and like, what? She said, I'm not giving this back to you. And she walked out of the court and said, I'm taking a recess. When she was walking out of the courtroom, she was looking at the bonds like I gave her gold because I gave her these bonds and I gave her a promissory note or international bill of exchange for about $20 million. And, I put all that together and gave it to her. And nobody cannot tell me when she walked out the courtroom, I went over to the marshals. That's to say, man, they stood me up, started chaining me up, take me out. That's to say, man, y'all need to get with that judge and tell her to give me back my paperwork, man. Because she didn't file it or nothing. I said, man, you need to give me back my paperwork, man. And everybody was just quiet. The prosecutor, everybody was looking like they was done. Like it was like, shit, we through with him. Ain't nothing we could do with him. And I kept hollering at him. He said, okay, man. I go holler at the judge. He went to the judge, and the judge sent me back photocopies of everything. And I'm like, well, okay, if it ain't no good, why she send me back photocopies? If she said, she just told me I can't have my paperwork back. Then she sent me photocopies from Chambers. Gave me photocopies of everything she took and kept the originals. And I never saw her again. And I got out of jail about 90 days later.
Use it.
Go ahead.
We did the same thing in a mortgage court case. And when she put her bonds in the court case, and it was a court hearing, the judge told her and the lawyer told her to say, told the lawyer, you all need to go out there and talk with her, just like that.
Yeah, them bonds. And let me tell you something.
Work.
They work. Yes, they work. Don't let nobody tell you that they don't work. They work. You just got to kind of if you're in a situation like she told me, she said, how did you get this in the jail? She said, you don't need to be happy. And I'm going to tell you something else. Even my own father, he was helping me, I was calling him and my father worked for the government. He worked for the government and he was helping me with everything. He was helping me, it's like every time I call, I needed me a Black's Law dictionary, just anything I needed. My father was sending to me in jail and everything. And, I said, and then I came to him. I couldn't get nobody to send me no GSA bonds. So I told my father, I said, say, man, can you send me some GSA bonds? And man, when I said GSA bonds, he got quiet on the phone. He said, what you doing with those? I said, say, man, I can use this to get out of jail, man. People use this to get rid of their mortgage. He said, what? And then after that, he told me, he said, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna send you this stuff, but after this, I can't help you with nothing else. He said, I'll put money on your books or whatever. But he kind of like, I kind of shook him when I started talking about all of this because he deal with it on his job.
You got scared.
Yeah, so
You
it was
got
like,
scared.
yeah, so it was like after that, my father didn't abandon me, but he really wasn't trying to get into what I was doing.
What's the job?
He didn't understand what I was doing and everything. But when I started talking about these GSA bonds, he knew exactly what I was talking about. He knew exactly what I was talking about. He said, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. He worked for Boeing. So so most government contractors are going to know doing this. There's some contractors and stuff like that. So this is how kind of like, just give you an example of, how you sign it. This is not filled out correctly, but how you sign it. You can put the address. Here's what you want to do. Here's the governing principle. Because some people I know, they're saying, man, you ain't give the right instructions on how to fill out this stuff. Let me tell y'all the principle. Because there's no really real specific way to fill them out. When you're looking at this, you're supposed to give them instructions where they can find the property. All right, they have to be able to locate the property you're talking about. So right here, this place of residence, it could be the jail, it could be your birth, the birth certificate or something, but they need to be able to identify what property you're talking about because we're doing a release of lien on property, right? The property that they're leaning up, the birth certificate, the birth certificate represents all your property. That's why I put the birth certificate number there. You may think of another number that that represents all the property. The pledge was on your case number. That's where the lien is coming from. All right, now this is the 90. The 91 is essentially the same. You're gonna fill it out exactly the same way. So I'm not gonna really go over the 91. The 90 and the 91 are the same. But I want you to keep in your mind that you're trying to locate the property. Where is the property located at? Let me do the 91. I think the 91 is a little bit more.
You want to ask the question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You want to ask?
Go ahead.
Yusuf.
Go ahead.
Yusuf, is this also good after a foreclosure?
I'm gonna tell you like this. In a lot of these states, you got redemption. You can redeem your property. The first thing is possession is 9/10 of the law. The other 1/10 is honor. Always remember that possession is the 9/10 of the law. 1/10 of the law is honor. You got to remain in honor at all costs. You do in some states have some redemption laws where you can redeem your property up to a year after it's been taken from you. In some states, you don't have redemption laws. So that's something that you may want to investigate, but I don't see anything that will cause you to file some type of action against them and trying to get your property back after you've did some GSA bonds on it. But I'm going to be honest with you, possession is important. Possession is important. As long as you got possession of the property, you're in a win-win situation. It's about, what is his name? The one that does that thing on grammar. He told me one time, he said it's all about what you can keep. It's all about possession. And that's true. It's all about possession. So, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I mean, you can try anything. Go ahead.
She can do a trespass to try title.
Yeah, you can. You can do a quiet title, but see what you would probably. I'm gonna tell you what you would probably have to do. You're gonna have to subpoena some documents from these people. I tell you what. I got into a discussion with an attorney, a very, very prominent estate planning attorney, who's very, very knowledgeable, and we were talking about securitization and so forth. He's very knowledgeable about securitization, and he was telling me all the things I can't do. So then I hit him. I said, well, okay, I'll bring you into court, and I hit you with subpoena ducis tecum, and we can get the 424B5 prospectus, and then we can also subpoena the FR 2046 balance sheet report and show where you moved that money on the balance sheet off to another set of books. And he said to me, how did you know that? He said, a lot of people don't know that. So it's all about evidence. You can win in a foreclosure, but it requires a lot of effort. You got to have evidence, and you got to subpoena that evidence, and you have to subpoena witnesses. And it can sometimes get expensive and long and drawn out. But you can win. You can win. But you got to know what evidence. It's about evidence, and you got to know what evidence to get. And you got to subpoena certain documents from these people. You know, ideally, you will get a CPA that has audited a bank. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to find that because most of the CPAs that served as expert witnesses on these mortgage cases all lost their license to practice. So I don't think you're going to be able to do that anymore. So, you know, it's accounting that you want to address. So I'm not trying to make you feel, I'm going to tell you a good book to read. I'm going to give you a good book to read about that. It's an excellent book you should read. And y'all got to read this stuff because you got to take advantage of people's expertise. There's some people out there that's some experts in this. And one of them is Tom Shaw. Tom Shaw was an expert. I ain't going to knock Tom Shaw. And you can Google this man. This man has some powerful stuff in this document. You know, this on foreclosures right here. Bankers. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of stuff that y'all see other people be talking about, this is where they be getting it from. They be getting it from places like this, Elite Banker's Secrets Manual. All right, this particular document, if you read it, Top Secret Banker's Manual, this thing right here is nice. I mean, Tom Schaaf is a beast. I ain't gonna lie. Tom Schaaf was a CPA, and I actually had a video from one of his students. I'm gonna see if I can pull it out. Who did a video on all of this? But he's an expert CPA, and I actually had a consultation with him, and he was telling me how a lot of them lost a CPA license because they were coming in as expert witnesses against the bank. But in here, you have this talk about they real big on generally accepted accounting principles because they were CPAs, they're accountants. So they understood off-balance sheet accounting, and they knew that when you look at the records, it already shows that your loan is paid off. But the only people that really know that are people that audit banks. You know, like people working with Price Waterhouse. And I've spoken to someone who was actually someone high ranking in Price Waterhouse. And when I started talking about this, he got nervous. But this stuff right here is they have a lot of good examples of documents you can file in the court, actions, tells you do not get involved in civil actions at all. Don't stay away from them. And it also tells you that they ain't going to allow no type of boilerplate type pleading to work. If something works for one person, don't mean it's going to work for you because they keep changing it up because they don't want to open up no door for thousands of people to run through and be able to get their houses free and clear. So everything you do, you got to do it privately and you got to do it out of court. What I found, the best case I ever found is I was actually going through Pacer and I found a case where they had both the plaintiff and the defendant had agreed to drop the case. And that made me curious. And I read the case and boy, they put in a serious case on the bank and everything. And what they did was they settled out of court. Those are how these cases end. You ain't going to find these cases where somebody really won on the record. The people who win settle out of court. They ain't gonna let that be a part of the record. It's going to be in private. I got to see if I can find that case for you. I got to see if I can dig it up. That was a good case. Anybody ain't got any questions real quick before I continue? The people who just asked me the question.
Well, can you use this on
Yeah.
Can you use this on
Yusuf, my question is, the greatest evidence that we have is that the circuit court judge, see, we're in Maryland, that no redemption law.
Right.
So the judge said that he didn't see any debt, he didn't see any default. But the chief judge, administrative judge, so-called, she ruled over him, and she ordered the final order of ratification and possession of the property after the judge said that. So I'm like, I'm fighting warrior. I'm just like, I'm pissed. They came in my house with guns blazing and forced us out with guns.
Yeah, I got arrested. The last time I ever got arrested was wait a minute, let me mute you. Last time I ever got arrested is I was in a house. It was about a $500,000 house that somebody had given to me. They had deeded over to me, and I kept the house almost 2 years, and they came to the house with guns, and I in total violation of an appeal and stuff. And that's when I quit doing. I really quit doing mortgages after that, because I did a lot of I did so much research on the case. I found out that the trust that they were foreclosing in, the loan wasn't even in that trust. And and it's if you notice that they don't foreclose in the name of trust anymore. They came to my house 10 deep. They came with SWAT, and I was getting ready to leave the house, and they kicked in doors, came through windows, garages, everything. Had me in the living room, about 10 white boys. All of them had guns to my head, with the expression, everybody want to kill me. They didn't want to kill me. Had the news crew, Channel 2 News came out there, everything. Had sovereign citizen gets kicked. I went through all of that, And I ain't used no sovereign citizen, nothing. I told Jody Fleischer, I said, look, you put me in that sovereign citizen stuff, I'm going to sue your ass, because you don't see nothing in my paperwork about sovereignty. Nothing, But so they really didn't make me sovereign citizen, but they just said, they tried to make it look like I was stealing houses. You know how they do. They really couldn't say I was still in the house because I had the deed, and I had the deed conveyed to me from the previous owner. So everything was on the up and up. But, they still trying to find some kind of way. And they kept playing this recurring thing on television where they were interviewing me, where I kept saying, the bank is stealing. I said, and I made a statement. I said, if I'm doing anything illegal, you can arrest me right now. So when they arrested me, they kept playing that over and over. So, they made me look like a crook. You know what I'm saying? So I know what y'all went through. I had that same thing happen to me. They pulled guns on me, did all that kind of stuff, lied on me, said I still doing all kind of stuff, put charges on me, because when they came into the house, I asked them, I said, say, man, I said, where? I said, man, look, I got 5 days for appeal. I said, y'all can't come in. I said, how you coming? Because when they came in the house, I knew I had time for an appeal. So when they came in the house, I thought it was for dope. I said, oh, Lord. I said, that got some dope in the house? Gotta be some dope. Is some dope in the house? I'm thinking, I'm nervous. I said, man, they can put some dope in the house. The bodies or something, because how they was coming, I didn't know why they was coming like this. I said, man, it's some dope. Because they treat me like it's a dope raid. So I'm like, so they got me surrounded. I said, excuse me, sir, but how can I help you, gentlemen? He said, you know why we're here. I said, I know, sir. I don't know why you're here. He said, this is an eviction. And man, when he said that, I was so relieved. I said, oh. I got mad. I was like, hey, I said, okay, well, man, show me some court paperwork that allows you to do this. He said, we ain't got to show you nothing. I said, well, I ain't leaving until you do. And then they gave me a obstructing justice charge. Took me to jail. I ain't been through all of that. I listen, y'all. You just don't know. I done been through. Y'all ain't nothing y'all can talk about. I've been through all that stuff. I was a warrior out there.
But did you get the house back?
No, I didn't get the house back or nothing. I didn't want it back after that. They pulled guns. They put me on the media and everything, and they want to kill me and shit. I was through after that. I was through. I was just like, you know what? I just said, this ain't worth my life. Because what it was is, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I had a bank. I got a phone call from a bank one day, and I had 17 houses, and I was on the way. I had like 3 condos all in a row, and I was fighting the foreclosure on those, and I got a call on a blocked out line one day, and I don't know who it was. And he called me up. He said, oh, I see you over there trying to take down another one of my houses, and I said, what you talking about? I'm taking down one of your, I didn't know who it was. I thought it was somebody else. Come to find out, it was the bank. And he told me straight up, he said, I want to tell you something. You fucking with the wrong bank. He told me just like that. He said, you fucking with the wrong bank. Told me just like that. I'm fucking with the wrong bank. And the day that I got arrested, that day, 2 minutes before the sheriff kicked in the door, I got a phone call from this white boy at a radio station. And he told me, this is what he said to me. He said, sometimes you don't have to go looking for trouble. Sometimes trouble comes looking for you. And hung up the phone, and then they came in the house. So it's a thing where it's a whole bunch of stuff. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all don't even know how deep this stuff get. You don't even know who you going up against. Y'all think y'all going up against banks and and stuff like this. You're going against principalities in high places. You're not battling banks. You're battling the people behind the banks. That's who you're going up against. You're not battling no judge. You're not battling no sheriff. You're battling the rulers of this world. That's who you're going up against. They just puppets. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when you get real deep into this, you're going to get some phone calls. It's going to be some people going to let you know what's really going on. Like, man, look, you playing a serious game. We'll take your life. That's what they were letting y'all know, too. That's why they came with guns. Like, you don't get his household, we're gonna kill you. And they going to do it, too. Don't think they won't do it. They're going to do it. So it's like, this is what you're dealing with. So I started dealing with trust and everything, all this other stuff. It's like, you know what? I said, look, we need to get away from these people. Because you're dealing with the devil. You're dealing with the devil. You're dealing with an individual that does not care about you, who will not hesitate to take your life. They've already demonstrated this. They came over here and slaughtered millions of people. Millions of people. Not hundreds of thousands, millions. So this is what you're dealing with. So it's like, you know, what you think they'll do with you. So it's like, after the foreclosure, I did that foreclosure thing for about 4 years. I did it for 4 years. Went to meetings. Let me tell you, I studied that thing so intensely. I went in court and argued for people. I did so much back in the day, you know, and the reason so many people had confidence in me, because the first time I went into court, I won. It was the first house I was living in. I won. I still got 3 houses. I was living in that particular house and everything, and you know, and man, and everybody saw how I handled that case. But then later on, everything I was using to win, it started turning on me. It came to a point. Anybody out there fighting foreclosures know around 2013, nothing would work for you no more. They just gonna foreclose on you. I don't care what you say. We're gonna foreclose on you. So I don't know. You know, I might be a quitter or whatever, but you know, I just felt like going a different route. That's all it was. So you know, anybody else got any question on it? You know, I just got tired of that shit, putting guns in my face, trying to kill me. You know, I was getting phone calls, all type of shit. So, you know, anybody else?
When you writing that book, Yusuf?
I'm gonna write it. Book, man? I am gonna write it. You know, I'm gonna write it. I was talking about that. I was talking about that yesterday when I was on the Zoe Williams show. You know, Zoe wrote a book, and I was talking to him about it. I said, man, you know, I'll be trying. I actually have started writing the book, but you know, I started writing, and then I just get, you know, I'm like, damn, I got something else I got to do. You know, you got to be. I see why people go out in the woods and write, or you know, something like that. You're gonna be a writer, man. You got to be in a very quiet environment. People got to leave the fuck alone, so you just think and write some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yusuf, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about I send a vessel lien into the Treasury on registered mail and direct to Mr. Jacob Lew, and I received the return receipt portion of it. What's the next step? And matter of fact, I also have the same vessel lien in the TD Bank. That's a TD Bank in New York. They have that with the lounge that you mentioned to send to Jacob Lew. They have that also. They're waiting for the green receipt.
I tell you what. Let me talk to you in private, and so I can see what documents you got. Copies of everything you sent him.
Oh yes.
Yeah, let me see what you sent, and then I can better tell you what to do with it and everything. Because you know, I like to look at it, and then I can tell you the next step of what you need to do.
All right. No problem.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this release of personal property from escrow. It's the same thing. You know, you're going to put, you know, all caps name, the address, or where the property can be located. All right. This place of residence, the property is your body. Okay. So what numbers? Some people use inmate numbers. Like if you're in jail, you can use the inmate number. If it is a mortgage, you can use the residence number of the mortgage, and so forth. But it's an identifying number. This is what I want y'all to get in y'all head. This is not cut in stone. You want to, when you're filling out this, you want to help these people understand where to find the property. Where is the property located? All right. So we have the government contract number, which is the social security number, and you can write SSN in front of it so there won't be no confusion. You know what I'm saying? All right, the account number, y'all know the case numbers are account numbers. If it's a mortgage, you're going to put your mortgage number that's on there. And then we got the name of the financial institution, which is the courthouse. All right. Now, why are we putting the courthouse as a financial institution? Well, first of all, we got to look at what a financial institution is. All right. What is a financial institution? Well, we have to look that up. Oops. I think it's in Title 31. Yeah, 5312. Right here. And what you're going to find 26 different definitions right here. Financial institution right there. Means an insured bank, commercial bank or trust company, private banker, an agency or branch of a foreign bank in the United States, any credit union, a thrift institution, a broker or dealer of registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission under the Securities Act of 1934. You don't think your court is registered with that? A broker or dealer in securities or commodities. Ain't that describe your courthouse? An investment bank or an investment company, and a currency exchange, an issuer, a redeemer, or cashier of traveler's checks, money orders, or similar instruments, an operator of a credit card system. I got one of those. I just got me a merchant card system. All right, so I'm a financial institution. An insurance company, a dealer in precious metals, stones, or jewels, a pawnbroker. Y'all know pawn shops are financial institutions. Hell, you take a title in there and they give you some money. A loan or finance company, a travel agency. What? A travel agency is a financial institution? I didn't know that. A licensed sender of money or any other person who engages as a business in the transmission of funds, including any person who engages as a business in an informal money transfer system or any network of people who engage as a business in facilitating the transfer of money domestically or internationally outside of the conventional financial institutional systems. A telegraph company, a business engaged in vehicle sales, including automobiles, airplanes, and boat sales. What? Or is that saying that a dealership is a financial institution? A person involved in real estate closings and settlements. Oh, so when you go and buy a house, you're deemed as a financial institution. Aren't you involved in the closing? The United States Post Office? Damn, the post office is a financial institution. Do y'all see this? I want y'all to start paying attention to things, okay? So the financial institution, what are we talking about right there? Address of the financial institution. Why are they telling you that you can only use these to get out of jail? What is a financial institution? I just gave you there's 26 definitions over there. All right. So we all know that the courthouse is a bank. It is a financial institution. They deal in securities. All right. And so you want to put the address of the financial institution, which would be the courthouse. If it is the bank, we want the home office of the bank. All right. Whereas okay, and you're going to put and this should be in lowercase. I don't know why this is. I don't know who filled this out like this. It should be in, in the Christian appellation. Being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer has determined that retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of said government contract or satisfaction of the claims arising therefrom. And then you want to see all these attachments, your criminal case number, because you're going to have attached to this your warrant or your your indictment, or maybe you have a payoff for a mortgage or something like that attached to this. And then you have all your optional forms, and your standard forms, your optional form 90, your 2425, and form 25A on here. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for the continued performance of said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto, now, therefore, this agreement witnessed that the government hereby releases from escrow the property listed above and directs the custodian in the aforementioned escrow account to deliver the listed property to the surety. All right? If the listed property comprises the whole of the property placed in escrow in the aforementioned escrow account, the government further directs the custodian to disclose the account and to return all property therein to the surety, along with any interest accruing with remains after the deduction of any fees lawfully owed to. Now, in the name of the financial institution, you're going to put that there, date it, sign it, put your red fingerprint touching the last letter of your name at a 45-degree angle. Now, let me say something about this. You have to study some stuff to understand this. You need to go to a law library and get a book on admiralty, the American jurisprudence on admiralty. The reason why I'm asking you to do that, so y'all can understand who really gets these bonds. Now, they really keep that cryptic today, but in ancient times, they didn't. They have a book called, and let me hip y'all to something real quick. Because I want y'all to know. I just don't want y'all to, be on a webinar and just, well, we're going to do it because Yusuf said do it. No, you're not. No, the fuck you not. You're not doing it because I said do it. You're going to do it because you understand what you're doing. But anyway, this is a real good book for you to read. And let me tell you why. I'm going to have to do a whole webinar on this. I ain't lying. I know I am. All right, this is the clerk's praxis. All right. Now, what the clerk's praxis is this is the book on admiralty. You got a history of admiralty, the translation of the clerk's praxis with notes, and a collection of precedents. It comes in 3 parts. You got your court president, which is very interesting to read. But section 2 is really where we're going to be looking at. Section 1 gives you the historical background of it. When we get to section 2, I'm going to show you something. Hopefully this will be y'all have one of these aha moments. Now, it took me 6 weeks to study this. I went through this whole document and I looked up every word in it. I actually had the original one that I got printed out. I got notes all in the in the borders of it. Every word that I didn't understand, I looked it up in a Black's Law Dictionary. Do not ever pass a word that you do not know the meaning of, especially when we're dealing with this. So, right here, you're going to see this is about proofs, which is evidence, which have relation to the facts that said to be the most evident. Right today, this got less evident. They don't use this term anymore. They use what's called slight evidence today. But this is about evidence that you put in. There's 2 different types of evidence, which was very, very interesting. But that's not what I was looking for. I'm looking for all this is real interesting. That's the warrants. This right here is the petition of fides usury. This word fides usury is what they used for surety back in the day. They didn't say surety. They used the word fides usuries. All right? And let me show you something else. Look at this. The production of the principal and the punishment to be inflicted upon him if he refused to submit to an examination under oath. That's okay. All this stuff, what this does is it shows you all this stuff is still going on today, but they've changed all the verbiage, but the process is still the same. Hold on. I don't know why you be calling me at this time. I'm doing a class. As soon as I get through with the class, I'll give you a call, okay? I'm in the middle of class. I'm in the middle of class. As soon as I get through with class, I call you. I'm in class right now. Come on, people listen to me. I can't sit here and have a conversation with you now. Okay, sorry about that. All right, anyway, let me go to the petition for issuing of the Commission of Examination of Witnesses. Let's see. Of the warrant to be impetrated in where the debtor absconds or is absent from the realm. Oh, and another thing, it's going to tell you the definition of what an absconding debtor is, and it's a person who does not pay their bills. And you're going to see Where is this at? That's the warrant, and that's default. Look at the granting of second, third, and fourth defaults. They talk about defaults. All this stuff that y'all seeing us talk about is in here. But they try to act like ain't none of it real or whatever. You'll see all of it when you read this right here. On the manner of proceeding if the person appeared to whom the goods will have been attached belongs. Let's see. There's a third person on the appearance of a third person who claims good. Remember, we're talking about third person intervener, which is under Rule 24. Let's see. And I'm trying to get to the point where I show you what I'm. And they call on oath of calumny and what causes are contained in it. The arrest of the goods by different creditors. Calumny is like they deal in admiralty a lot with contempt. A lot. Admiralty is contempt of court. It's so much you got to be very careful about going in contempt of being what they call contumacious conduct. And let's see. I want to show you this. Tells you how to do your pleadings too. Exhibition of the instrument. Everybody say you got to show the contract. That's what that's talking about. Let's see. Conclusion of the cause. Look at this. Instruments are for the most part twofold, either public or private. It ain't me just saying this. It's been a long time. You got public instruments and you got private instruments. Public instruments are those which may be made public by public persons, and of these there are many sorts, 5 of which are commonly to be served. An instrument drawn under the hand of a notary public, that which is sealed with some public or authentic seal, all writings whatsoever. All such writings as taken out of the public registries, those writings which are subscribed by persons and witnesses. Those are public instruments. And they give you private up here. Private instruments are accounts, private inventories or registers, and private letters between one friend and another. Or when you, and we write somebody privately. But let's go. It's real interesting stuff. I gotta read this stuff again. I haven't read this in a long time. But I want to show you about the bonds. That's what I'm looking for. See, it's on putting in fiduciary security in an appeal. And decree or motion against the fiduciaries to pay the thing adjudged if the principal party abscond. The decree against the fiduciaries to pay the sum fiduciaries. And that's the surety. Preemption, the appearance of the person who is attached in contempt. Libels and other instruments. Wait a minute, did I miss it? I don't want to take too much long, but let me see if I can find it in the table of contents. If there is a table of contents. This thing don't have no table of contents. This is against the random practice of the High Court of Admiralty. Citations. All right, I'm gonna have to come back to it because I don't want to take up too much of y'all time. I'm talking about notaries. See how they talk about notaries a lot also in this, and but it's called a caution. Let me show y'all something. Because I'm sitting here wasting time trying to find this stuff. I wasn't prepared to be looking at this, but I'm gonna pull it out of a Black's Law dictionary for y'all and show y'all what I'm talking about. When you go into all right, this is a 4th edition, and let's see, we go to Let's talk about caution first. Now, I like the old school names that they use because caution, right here. In Scott law and in Admiralty law, surety, security, bail, and undertaking by way of surety. All right? To warn, exhort, or take. Okay, so you see that is, it's called a caution. It's a security. I might have got them security. See what I'm saying? That's what a caution is. And then the next word you got that they use is fiduciary. The reason that I'm directing y'all to all of this is because a lot of the stuff we say, y'all taking our word for it. But when you read that clerk's praxis, the clerk's praxis is very, very clear on, you don't have to wonder. They like very revealing. It's very revealing. But then after you read that and then read like go into a law library and read an American, I would read clerk's praxis first and then go into a law library and read an American jurisprudence on admiralty, and you're going to see that it's almost just like the clerk's praxis. It's just been updated. And then you'll begin to see, okay, I'm beginning to see what I'm supposed to do now. This is where you direct your study. If you're going to, if you're going to be doing this stuff. And let's go, Feedy. Where is it at? Okay, yeah, right. Right here. Fiduciary. In Roman law, a guarantor, one who becomes responsible for the payment of another's debt by stipulation which binds him to discharge it if the principal debtor fails to do so. So when you look in that clerk's practice, that's all they talk about is fiduciaries. This is a surety. And a fiduciary has to put in a security. This is why we're telling y'all, if you're an admiralty, you got to put in a bond. You ain't going to win if you don't put in any bond. And everything is telling you to put in any bond because that is what admiralty is all about, bonding the damn case. You can do that with a birth certificate. You can do that with GSA bonds like we're trying to show you right now. I don't give a damn what you use. You need to put in a bond. Does everybody understand that? I'm going to stop for a second. I'm going to take some questions. Does everybody understand, somebody want to open up their mic, ask a question, take a break right now? Let me see, because y'all got this stuff going on in the chat room. Y'all know, y'all know how many people in the chat? I ain't reading all this stuff. Oh, okay, you need to call. Okay, I see. All right, man. Okay, Joffrey, I see your message. Email me at highfrequency@blogtalk@gmail.com. And let me hear, I'll write down your number right now. I see your number. I see you put your number right there. So I'll write down your number. And
Yusuf, is this going to be recorded? Because it's kind of late on the East Coast,
Yes, it is being recorded right now. Matter of fact, I'll make it in 2 parts. I ain't going to stay on late. I'm going to stop in about 20 minutes. And we'll take it up again probably on Thursday. Because tomorrow, I think David McDowell is doing a free webinar tomorrow. David McDowell. Free? David, ain't you doing a free webinar tomorrow? I see you in the chat room. I know he's listening. Yeah, he gonna do one. Yeah, he doing one tomorrow.
What time?
Probably around 6 o'clock, 5 or 6. Probably about what? It depends on him. I'm gonna ask him what time he wants. Cause he in Texas. I'm in California, so I'm 2 hours behind him. So it's whatever time he want to, we'll send it out.
Okay.
Oh, I don't give out no free. I don't give out no free copies of webinars. So y'all gotta, This was supposed to originally be a $25 webinar. I just went ahead and said, okay, I'll give it out, but you want copies, you got to pay. But anyway, here's
$25.
$25, yes, $25. All right, right here, y'all. Let's talk about this real quick. Now, you know that we're talking about locating the property. Where is the property located? That is the gist of what you're doing. Okay, whatever it is that you're trying to discharge. You're locating you're giving them instructions on the location of the property. Location of the property. Location of the property. Locate, just that's all it is. Ain't none of this stuff. Ain't none of this stuff written in stone. So I want y'all to understand that, okay? That's when this release of lien on property and release of property from escrow, that's what you're doing. A government contract number, social security number. You can put your birth certificate number or address. You know, if you're in prison somewhere, if you got an inmate number, you can use that. You know, but it is helping these people identify the property. Where is the property located? That's why it's not written in stone. Stop, listen to these cats. They be hating and everything. That ain't how you fill it out. Shut the hell up. I have the original documents that showed how to fill all this out, and that is what was on there. It said this is where you got to find the property. That's what it says. And it gives you many different examples of that. That's all you're doing is identifying where the property. And when you're in jail, you are property. Make no mistakes about it. Is anybody confused on that point?
Sounds good.
I have a question.
Sounds good.
All right, go ahead. Who has a question? If you have a lot of noise in the background, please mute your mic. Okay, hold on. All right, who have a question? Do not open your mic if you have a lot of noise. We are recording this. Somebody had a question.
Yes. Do you possibly have just a basic court bond that's not necessarily GSA that you could just flash real quick?
Oh yeah. That's what I hold on, let me find one for you. Yeah, that's what I was showing you. You must be you know what? You always came late. You on that black people time, ain't you? Because I showed one early on. Just to say it.
Okay, well,
I was on black people's time.
You specifically said that was just an affidavit of a court bond.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did say this is recorded now. These things are recorded. You know we can go back and listen to it again. All right, everything is recorded. Let me show you what I was talking about. Right here, in creditors and their bonds, they give you a very, very simple illustration of what a court bond looks like. Now this is the bond that you put in the public. It doesn't go into private. In the public, you always notice people what you're doing in the private. You got to let the public know you can't let the public just sit down and just like, okay, well, what are you doing? You got to put the public on notice of what you are doing. All right.
That's what you were saying then. It's a notice to the public.
Yeah, it's a notice to the public. So right here, you look at this bond, but you put it on pleading format. All right. This is your caption of the pleading. So whatever pleading of the format that you have in your particular area, let me show you something real quick. Let me show y'all something. Because y'all gotta understand. I did a lot of research. I ain't playing with this stuff. Okay, when you go into, let's see, I'm gonna go to U.S. laws. You go down here to let's see, what's Georgia? And the reason I use Georgia is not that I'm favor Georgia, it's just that I got all my education in Georgia. I was in Georgia. I was locked up in Georgia. Everything that happened to me in Georgia. So, so I spent a lot of time researching stuff. And right here, you'll see Title 18 is what? Debtor and creditor. All right. So when you click on this, everything in these admiralty courts are debtor and creditor relationships. You're going to see it all the time. And they got this thing called attachment proceedings. All right. Then you have your general provisions. Now, attachment is like a warrant for an arrest is an attachment. But you'll see here, you'll see bond requirements. All right. All right. Which is called a caution. You're required in any type of creditor and debtor relationship, you have to put in a bond. You're going to find this in every state. I don't care what state that you got. Y'all got the same law in your state. No writ of attachment. And a writ of attachment is a warrant for an arrest. Shall issue unless accompanied by a bond with good security. Isn't that what they were just showing you in right there in the clerk's praxis? They didn't call it security. They called it a caution. All right? They called it a caution. All right? A fides usury, accompanied with good security. Condition to pay the defendant all costs and damages that he may sustain. So if you're a defendant, they got to bond themselves, because if you win and they lose, who got to get paid? You get paid. Now you begin to understand why 98% of the cases y'all don't win. Because they got to put in a bond. It's called a replevin bond. All right? In the nature of. They got to pay you. All right? Cost and damages that he may sustain in consequence of the issuance of the writ of attachment. Who in here is confused on what a writ of attachment is? Is there anybody here who's confused on what a writ of attachment is? Anyone?
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. Attachment. Attachment. The act or process of taking, apprehending, or seizing persons or property by virtue of a writ, summons, or other judicial order, and bringing the same into custody of the law, used either for the purpose of bringing a person before the court or acquiring jurisdiction over the property seized, to compel an appearance, to furnish security for debts, all right, or cost. When we talk about cost, to furnish security for debt or what? Ain't that what they said in OCGA 1711-1, that you got to pay all what? Cost? Or to arrest a fund in the hands of a third person who may become liable to pay it over. Also, the writ or other process for the accomplishment of the purposes above enumerated, this being the more common use of the word. A remedy ancillary to an action by which plaintiff is enabled to acquire a lien upon property or effects of the defendant. Isn't that what they just told you in 1711-1? When you lose a case, they put a lien on all your property? They put an attachment on it. Isn't that what they say? Let me go back and read this again. Because see, y'all don't look at stuff. I'm going to show this to you again. You got to start seeing what they doing. Open your eyes and see. All right? Right here in 17. What is Title 17? Title 17 Title 17 is criminal procedure. Criminal procedure. Okay, when you're in criminal procedure, what you're going to see right here, you're going to see right here, 11, assessment and payment of cost of criminal proceedings. And right here, you're going to find that what do? General provisions, imposition of costs on the defendant generally. And you're going to see right here, what do? They put a lien. They put a lien on you. So if they put a lien on you, when they find you guilty, the cost of the prosecution, except the fees of a witness, shall not be demanded of the defendant until after trial and conviction. You're going to put a lien on you. So right here, what are they doing to you? They putting a what? A what? Isn't that right? They're just not calling it that. So if they're putting an attachment on you, that necessarily means that it falls under creditor and debtor, because the only place a lien and attachments apply is somebody's putting a lien on you, then you are a debtor. Okay? This is why you do a secure party process and you put in a priority lien on your property. This is what the birth certificate and all that process is about. So now we talk about attachment proceedings. See, you never look in Title 18 or your debtor and creditor law in your state, because you never understood how the criminal case is a debtor and creditor relationship. So your debtor and creditor laws govern your criminal cases. So there's a procedure for that. So once you see what the attachment proceedings are, you'll understand that they got to put in a bond. That's why you always see under these general provisions that they always have to put in bond requirements. They have to put in bonds. Right of the surety. You have to study all of this and you'll begin to see. And let me tell you something. When you study all this and then go read clerk's practice, all this in here is the same thing as clerk's practice. It's all admiralty. They just don't call it that. They call it debtor and creditor because admiralty is debtor creditor. You can go in any admiralty book and read this, and all this stuff right here is going to be admiralty. Same stuff. Anybody have any questions?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
I have another question. Now, I hope it's not simple, but I'm trying to comprehend what is considered when you're sending to a court, what is public and what is private. Like when you say send it privately or certain things.
You write private. You write private on the outside of the envelope, and it,
okay. Well, in that situation where you have done that and you have sent it private, but you still see it that you sent it private, said all that, but they still place it in the record, in the court record.
Oh yeah, they dishonored you. You know, when you send something, they'll try to say, you got to understand that a lot of judges are not. A lot of them don't know this stuff because they say that you're not supposed to have any type of ex parte communication with the judge. Any type of ex parte communication with the judge. So if they want to take your bond. I've had them do that before. Because what they'll try to do is they'll try to clown you to make you seem stupid for what you're doing. And this is why you got to take it all the way with them. Trust me, when you get to a point where they see that you ain't a person to be played with, they won't do all that kind of stuff. They don't do that stuff to me. I don't get that kind of stuff done to me. You better not put nothing in the public with me. I'll clown you. I'll say something like, didn't I put private on there? What you putting private correspondence in the public record for? You don't know what you're doing? Or something, but it's like, when you get to the point they see that you know what you're doing, you won't have that happen to you. But that happens to a lot of people. Don't be, it's happened to me before. It's not nothing, like an isolated incident that'll happen where they try to come and take something you do privately and put it in the public record. They trying to test you and see if you know what you're doing. But look at this right here. It says persons who make affidavit and execute a bond where debt due to partnership or several persons. You got all this stuff. I want to show you in here. They got a copy of the bond because you asked me for a copy of the bond. So I wanted to show you what the bond looks like. They actually got it in here. If I can remember where it is. Mids, bond requirements, service of private persons made.
Hey, this is Understand. I got a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I've been in about 3-4 cases. They don't never bond the case, the prosecutor.
Exactly. It's always a presumption. And that's why you get a certified copy of the docket sheet and then put in your bond. That's how you own the case because they don't put in a bond. How they bond the case is that the case gets bonded because you put in a plea. So when you put in a plea, they don't have to bond the case. That's why I say you got to watch out for when they do those when you hire an attorney, he wants to do a waive arraignment. That's a not guilty plea. So, that's what's happening.
I never put in a plea in none of my cases, man.
They're going to try to put one in for you, though. Here's the bond right here.
Yeah.
Bond. All right. See right here? This is what a bond looks like. This is state account. This is Georgia. They got an affidavit for attachment. And then they got the bond. Bond. State of Georgia, county of. Look, it's not even that long. State of Georgia, we principal and security jointly and severally acknowledge ourselves bound unto the foregoing defendant in the sum of such and such money, subject to the following conditions. The said principal is seeking attachment against the said defendant, which is now about to be sued out in the court of the county, blah, blah, blah. Now, if the said plaintiff shall pay all damages that the defendant may sustain, and also all costs that may be incurred by him in consequence of suing out such attachment, in the event that the said plaintiff shall fail to recover in said case, then this bond shall be void. Now, right here, you'll see, right here, now notice that what's different in them doing this and you doing that. Because that's exactly what they're going to put in. They're going to put it on a pleading format and file it in the case. That is the bond that they are supposed to file into the case that they don't, right here. Because they don't want you to know it's a creditor and debtor issue. Here's the bond that they're required to file if they're going to get an attachment against somebody's property. Do they ever do it? No. Now, where did they tell you that they don't ever do it? In creditors and their bonds, it explains that to you. And that's why it says it. Right here in your pleading, it says it. There appearing no bond of record to initiate this matter. That's the first line of your bond. Because they supposed to put in a bond. And they didn't do it. Because right here in their code, there's the bond. We got to put in a bond. This ain't us. We ain't making this shit up, y'all. Okay? It's not being made up. It's called a replevin bond. Okay, now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to end this tonight. We're going to come back and we're going to finish because I know it's late. It's 12 o'clock out there on the East Coast. And we're going to do a part 2. I ain't finished. We're going to do a part 2. We're going to do a part 2. But I'm going to take this time now to ask y'all, you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so my situation is partner and mine, we came across this this house, and the grass is all grown up crazy on it and everything. Went to the front door, the door was open, so we got, it was one no thing to gain entry. Went down to the courthouse, checked on the records for the house, and it ain't no current owner on it. So we went ahead and pretty much just drew up a warranty deed on it, and also got the land patent for the house. Drew up the warranty deed, did an acceptance on the patent, and did a UCC filing with it, and so that's kind of where we at right now. And we changed the locks on the house and everything.
Only thing is, the deed thing got me kind of questioning things. You saying, now how can you find, I wouldn't have drew up no deed. The thing is okay, they got laws that govern adverse possession, okay? You need to read those laws, first of all, and see what they are, all right, for your particular state. That's number one. And number two, you need to do your due diligence and try to find the previous owner of the property and see if they'll just quit claim the property to you. That is, if the police come to you, the first thing they're going to ask you for is the deed. And if you start pulling out deeds that you didn't convey to yourself, you're going to get in trouble because they're going to try to make it look like you're doing some type of fraud, some type of sovereign citizen type, crazy type stuff or something like that. So I would be remiss in my duty to you to allow you to go ahead and forward with that. You can find, what you need to do is you need to go down to the real estate records, all right, and you need to find who the previous owner is. Once you get that person's name, you either skip trace them, or first place I always go is information. You'll be surprised how many people you can find in information. And the next place I go is on the internet. I try Facebook and all type of places to find that previous owner. And then you go to that person and you ask them to quit claim it. You will be surprised how many people will do it. Because a lot of people, when they leave that house, they just through. They don't want nothing to do with it. She said, well, hey, look, just give me the deed on the house. This is to protect you. Once you get that deed, you can do anything you want to do. Listen, they sent like 15 police at me. I stood in the front yard with the deed, and they all had to leave. And I knew they was going to leave. I got the deed. I said, man, I got the deed. They ran it, checked it. They went down, checked it against the records and everything. I'm like, because they were trying to make it seem like I was doing some sovereign citizen stuff. I said, man, I got the deed. Here's the deed. They called all kind of backup. Everything. Stayed out there about an hour. Packed up, said, thank you, sir, and jetted. Said it's a civil matter. And the bank, that's when the bank was real pissed up. So you get that deed. Now, there's a thing in real estate investing that we always deal with. There's get the deed. Like if you do a subject to deal, like you might have somebody like who's behind on their payments, and you'll come to them and say, look, I'll catch up your payments for you. But you say, but in order for me to do that, you got to quit claim the deed over to me. And then you may do like you might do 2 deeds for them. You're like, look, we're going to do 2 deeds. I'm going to do a deed where you quick claim it to me, and I'm going to do another deed where click claim it back to you. I'm going to hold both of the deeds, but as soon as you pay me or do whatever type of deal, you satisfy my obligation to me, I'm going to quick claim it back over to you or something like that. That's called a subject to deal or something like that. So, it's all, when you do real estate investing, you'll learn a lot about acquiring that deed. That's where I had my background from. That's where I never bought. A lot of y'all have problems because y'all know how to invest in real estate. And so y'all don't understand the different techniques in getting deeds from the previous owner. So that's what you want to do. You want to take that route first. And until you have exhausted, I got arrested not too long ago fucking with a $2 million house. And I had the owner on the line and I just couldn't get with her. And I went ahead and decided to go over there and start cleaning up the property. And the neighbor was an attorney and called the police on me. I mean, it's like, so I knew, I said, look, don't mess with that property till you get the deed. That's just my rule. They dropped all the charges against me and everything. But the thing is that you want that deed. You want that deed. You want that deed. Get the deed. The deed keeps headaches away. You won't get no headaches when you get that deed. None.
What if it turns out that the bank has the deed?
If the bank has the deed, I mean, you really in a, what you have to do is you have to go into the real estate records and see if there's a foreclosure deed that has been filed on the property. If it has, I probably wouldn't mess with it because you asking for a headache and some problems. The houses that I'll take down is when there ain't no foreclosure deed been filed on it. If there's no foreclosure deed filed on it and the owner ain't said nothing to you, it's all civil. You can take it. The bank don't have no claim on it. None. But if they didn't file a foreclosure deed into the record, I wouldn't mess with it. That's just my advice to you. Unless you want to get into some thing where they saying that we foreclosed on this house and then they trying to foreclose on you, go through all that headache. You might want to do. You'd be surprised how many there is a vacant house almost on every street in America. It's not hard to find them. You need to learn how to do your due diligence. Also, to find the owner, you don't necessarily have to go into the real estate records. You can check the tax assessor's records. That's where you go first. If you want to find the owner, go to the tax assessor's office. And most of them you can just do online and find out. Go to the tax assessor record, put in the address of it, find out who the owner is. And contact him.
Okay.
And say something to the effect, hey, look, man, I see a property over here. I see it's abandoned. I just want to know you still have any interest in that property. I would like to acquire it, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking to see if you're interested. Quit claiming it over to me. It seems a little dilapidated or whatever, but, I know you abandoned the property and, we just want to do something with it. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to come out and see you with a quit claim deed, and take over the interest of this property. And you'll be surprised how many people say, yeah.
All right.
Just trying to get you to do it the right way so you don't end up in jail or something like that with a headache. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is understanding. Hey, what about if it's like up for sale in a month? Court sale, foreclosure sale in a month.
I mean, you can still take it. I mean, then you got to deal with that foreclosure. You can, if you know how to, delay foreclosures and everything and put in some different actions, you good to go. I've done that a couple of times too. Like I said, if there's no foreclosure deed filed on it and you got access to the premises, you can take it. You can take it. I mean, some of them are good. I like the ones where they're empty and they just got a letter from the bank and it's just in the mailbox. And they say, will you call us about your house? And then it's, oh, okay. They don't even know these people done left the house yet. So, that was the situation I had with the $2 million house. It's like a $2 million house and everything. They just left the house. They left the house. Those two had a pool in the backyard, tennis courts, all kind of stuff. The white folks didn't want me over there, though. They was like, hell no, nigga. We know what you're doing. You're not taking
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Why don't you just go if you find a house like that, go put a lien on it for yourself.
Well, you do put it, especially after you do some work on it, put a lien on it, and you definitely want to put a mechanics lien. That's why you do now I got this guy, he a real expert at it. He take down houses all the time. He draw up a lease agreement too, and when the police come, he showed them a lease agreement They don't know because they can't contact the owner. So they don't know. And then he puts a lien on it, for all the work. Which you should put a lien on it. If you've done any type of work on the house, you should put a lien on it. So I agree with that. Drew Freeman 317. What's up, man? I see you in the chat, man. How you doing? All right, cool. All right, now. We got anybody else out there? Got a question on anything? We're going to continue this. We're going to have a second. Huh?
I said I always have a couple of questions.
All right, go ahead. I'll take two more. And then we're gonna pick up again. We got one tomorrow, and then we'll have I'm probably gonna do one tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. So, and then we got one Saturday. Gwen is doing the trust webinar this Saturday. So we have the trust webinar. Y'all can register for that at radiohighfrequency.com. We got the trust webinar. We got that. But go ahead. What's your question?
First question, real quick and simple. Those bonds that you showed, do they need to be on bond or security paper?
The reason that you put something on bond or security paper, because if they have some sort of maturity date that's 30 years out, wouldn't you want to put it on some paper that's going to last for 30 years? All right. Well, if you got a court filing, no. So if you're filing this, like this type of bond right here, no, you can put this on regular paper. This is a pleading. So this is just a promise. This is just letting them know what you're intending to do. This bond is no different. Let me tell you something. I see these in court cases sometimes. Sometimes they do put in bonds. You'll see them every now and then. And this is their bond. It's the same thing. I could take this and just put it right here. And hell, what difference does it make? You're doing the same thing. County of Georgia, they put it on pleading format just like that. Same thing. You got a bond just like that. What's the difference in they bond that they putting in and your bond that you putting in? It's the same thing. See, a lot of this stuff y'all gotta understand. When I studied this creditors and their bonds, I just didn't read this document. I went and read this right here, this clerk's praxis, and then I went and got an American jurisprudence out of the law library and compared all of them. And then I went into the statutes and under this creditor and debtor law, and you're going to see that they all line up, they all jive. That's how you're going to start figuring out what you're supposed to do. Like, for instance, the person who gets the bond, really the person who's supposed to get these bonds, if you go back to the old law, these like these things right here, the person that's supposed to get this is the sheriff, because it's really supposed to go to the individual who has custody of the property. Like they're in Georgia, the sheriff is the one that allows the bonding companies to bond. The sheriff goes through and they have to get a contract with the sheriff, because the sheriff got to be able to accept your bond. That's how you get out of jail. A bond is what gets you out of jail. But the sheriff got to make sure your bond is good. It's what they call good surety or good security. So the person, when you read these old documents, you're going to see on the federal level, the U.S. Marshal is supposed to get the bond. And on the state level, it's the sheriff. It's supposed to be the custodian of the property is supposed to get the bond. And sometimes they can go through the clerk's office. The clerk's office can do that too. They can forward it to them. But that's what I want y'all to understand is like, okay, who's supposed to get the bond? Sometimes, what I do is I send them to the judge and the sheriff. I don't send them to the prosecutor. As soon as you send them to the prosecutor, they want to start trying to legend that you're doing all type of crazy shit. They're looking for something to try to, sue you on. So, screw them. I don't send it. I used to send it to all three, but I don't send it to them. No, they trying to come up with something to scare you. And if you're not used to doing this and scare easily, then you don't need to be doing this. But in some shape, form, or fashion, you should bond the case. Bond the case. And when you do this, release a lien on property, or the other one, the 1991, you're identifying where the property is located at. Where all this is doing. Where is the property located? You can use the birth certificate number. You can use the inmate number. You can use case numbers, social security numbers. You can use a plethora of things, but you need to be able to identify the property accurately so they can tell where it's located. You can even use the address of the inmate if he's in prison. You can use that. You can use the prison address right there. But can you identify the property? Where it is located? Any other questions? I know there was some background noise just killing it, killing everything. Somebody said, if you never owned property before, everybody has property. Why do you think they got that thing in Georgia talking about they're going to put a lien on your property? Everybody got property. Your freedom is your property. Your name is your property. You got property. Your body is your property. You got to understand. Let me show y'all one other thing, then I'm going to go. This is why it's important for y'all to look up words. All right, you got where did I just found this at? Where did I go? How did I get right there? That's not where I was trying to go. Oh, I must have. Oh, okay, I went to the wrong thing. I'm in the wrong. Okay, yeah, right here. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Let me get to my dictionaries. Okay. Now, a lot of people will tell you, well, get an old dictionary. They say you need to do the fourth and then. Let me tell y'all something. Use all of the dictionaries. Collect dictionaries. Get your hands on any dictionary you can. And always get something unabridged. And get all of the law dictionaries. Don't get just one. If you're in this game, you should be trying to get all of them. I'm just going to keep it real. One of the reasons why you want to get all of them, this is the 9th right here I'm coming out of, is that definition of the word property. And let me show you what I'm talking about. When you look up this word property this is a 9th edition that we're going into right now. Oops. Let's see, where am I at? Okay. Okay, here you go. Property. All right, property. Right here. All right. The right to possess, use, and enjoy a determinate thing, either a tract of land or chattel, the right of ownership. Now, this is not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is this right here. I want to read the expert commentary. And let's see, it says, in its widest sense, property includes all of a person's legal rights of whatever description. A man's property is all that is his in law. This usage, however, is obsolete at the present day. Now, this is what caught my attention. This usage is obsolete at the present day? Why is that? Though it is common enough in the older books, in the second and narrower sense, property includes all a person's rights, but only his proprietary as opposed to his personal rights. The former constitute his estate or property, while the latter constitutes his status or personal condition. In this sense, a man's land, chattel, shares, and debts due to him are his property, but not his life or his liberty or reputation. In a third application, which is that adopted here, the term includes not even all proprietary rights, but only those which are both proprietary and in rem. And in admiralty, this is what they only do, in rem actions, which is against a thing. The law of property is the law of proprietary rights in rem. the law of proprietary rights in personam being distinguished from it as the law of obligations, according to this usage of freehold or leasehold estate in land. Now, I'm gonna go back. What I was really interested in is why is this usage of property obsolete today? Because don't nobody own any property today because all of it is in trust because the United States is bankrupt and y'all registering all your property now. So you want to, this is why I like getting some of the update dictionaries and everything and just reading them. And I read this expert commentary on all of them because it'll give you some insight. Like in, for instance, the word action. Everybody say, well, ain't no civil and criminal, ain't no such thing as the criminal. They'll say a criminal and civil action are two separate things. They'll tell you that. They'll say, because you ask an attorney, go ask an attorney, or criminal and civil action the same thing. Okay, just go ask them and see what they'll say. They're gonna say, well, no, it's it's not the same thing. And I say, okay. So when you go into a Black's Law Dictionary, it don't say that. And I found this out. What made me look this up is I saw I was in a law library, and I saw an attorney general opinion where they said you can't. People were saying, well, you can't lock anybody up for a debt, and the attorney general said you can lock them up for a penal action. And I said, a penal action, a penal action, or I said a penal code violation. That's what they said. And they were talking about penal action. I said, okay, what is a penal action? So I went and looked at it, and it said a criminal prosecution, but it's a civil proceeding in either which the state or a common informer sues to recover a penalty from a defendant who has violated a statute. And down here, you'll see the expert commentary where it will say that it says penal actions are still possible in a few cases, and their existence renders invalid several suggested distinctions between civil wrongs and crimes. So right here, you see in the expert commentary, right here, he's telling you that these attorneys are suggesting there's a distinction, but that's been rendered invalid by its simple existence. Just because penal actions exist, that's some bullshit what you're saying. And these are penal actions is what they are. They are actions for a collection of a debt. And when you go and look up who a common informer is, now we'll do that next time, in the state or common informer. The state is what's bringing the action against you. And they're trying to, and they do it through a prosecutor, and they're trying to, it's for violation of a statute. And actually, if you start check out the statute merchant, you'll begin to see how these statutory codes represent debt. Represents debt. So, with that being said, I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Good to see you again, True Freeman. Maybe we put you on the show again. I ain't got no beef with you either, man. I ain't got no beef with you either. All right, and with that being said, tomorrow, David McDowell is up to bat. You too, bro. You too. David McDowell is up to bat, and we gonna do a webinar. I don't know what he's gonna do. We probably gonna have some some good stuff. And I will be back either Thursday or Friday. We're gonna see if we can squeeze Jonah in or somebody in and get him to do a free webinar too this week. We're gonna do a lot of free webinars this week. So with that being said, I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. I will see y'all tomorrow in the morning. You got, Sister L is going to be on in the morning. Make sure y'all catch her. David McDowell is going to be on directly after her. I guess he's going to be announcing his free webinar we're going to be having. I guess it's going to be on some secure party stuff, y'all. So make sure y'all tune in live right here on High Frequency Radio. Peace, y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night. I will talk to y'all later. Peace. There will be a copy of this available. It is $25. It's $25. All right. Peace to the gods and goddesses. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
We thought we were hustling our voices to raise, but they directed the flow like marionettes in the days. Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. It's a game of monopoly, stacking that green. Prison systems thrive while they sell us the dream.
It's bigger than the music, that's plain to see. Control the narrative, they feed into greed. So we gotta wake up, fight back with our voice. Reclaim our freedom, it's our only choice.
Sad but true, we give away our art. They take our culture, play us like darts.
Now let me tell you about a secret, a story untold. In the 90s, they gathered, intentions so bold.
Labels on the rise, but they own them prisons. Sowing division, no love, just decisions. Rap's the weapon, they feed us false lines. Gotta spit in bars while they cash in the dimes.
Who profits, who benefits from our disarray? Chasing after ghosts while they feast all day. Playing it with our lives, yeah, they setting the stage.
Gangsta rap's the flavor that they wanted us to sell. Luring the young ones, yeah, sending them to hell.
Peace and love. Peace and love. How's everybody feeling?
What's up, Don? Peace and love.
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Big Down, what's up, man?
I got a couple penthouses. You hear me? I be Airbnb-ing these bitches out. But a lot of people, I do shit. Yeah, I got side hustles, y'all. I got side hustles. But I'm giving one to a honey. You hear me? She said she coming in, she flying in. So I got the keys for you, baby. But what's up, y'all, man? So look, I didn't know they're gonna be lighting fireworks off and shit. So we will be interrupted. They was just playing Michael Jackson Beat It.
Yo, it's lit over here in the Bronx. They be having those for days.
I'm in a private location, but it's lit out this motherfucker too. But I just got back from the West Coast. That shit it kind of drained me though, for real. I was on the West Coast, y'all. I was in downtown LA. I was in Riverside, and I was in Las Vegas. Maybe I'll pull up. That's what it's all about. Getting that paper.
Soon you're gonna be down here in New York.
I'm supposed to be back there in May, but I didn't pull back.
Medication for you. Hi.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up though.
That's what I'm talking about. Send the invoice.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up.
I've been trying to get you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Pull up. I got a trustee, man. We'll pull up.
I'm talking about board member.
Have a good night, okay?
We'll pull up.
You're welcome. Good night.
Member, I'll pull up.
Yep. Don, stop, Don. Look at the DM, Don.
Hey, drop that paper, I'll pull the fuck up.
Don, stop it, Don.
I'll pull up.
Send that invoice right now. What's up? I get you tomorrow down here.
Tell me what's good, man. We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. I shouldn't even be dropping this game, but a lot of y'all not gonna get it. A lot of y'all might. I don't know. The shit's easy though. Treasury direct account. But look, when you use your social, you're already using that motherfucker. That's what a lot of people don't understand. What I do with my Fidelity card? Y'all got Fidelity accounts?
I do.
I got the Fidelity. You be using it?
No. Yeah.
I'm showing y'all numbers and shit. I'm high, y'all. Hey, Hey, y'all ain't got all the info anyways. It's all good. It's all good. If
My
it was
card ain't
scary,
gold
then
like
y'all
yours
fucked
though.
up. What's up?
I said my card ain't gold like
I
yours.
gotta go
Mine's
get work
green.
done. I don't
That's
want to
for
be
the
working
trust.
late.
The trust is gold.
Yeah, mine is a trust too.
Oh, what they gave you, a green one?
Yeah.
Oh, you going to jail. That's what that means. Go ahead and log off, man.
You got me over here knocking on wood and shit, man. Stop playing.
Hey, you better rebuke the affidavit. That's all I'm saying. You better rebuke that shit. By the way, this soda has 30 calories. My chunky ass is doing the healthy shit. You heard me? This shit got 30 calories. I'll be going to Whole Foods and Sprouts now. When y'all gonna open something up? You hear me? But look, so if y'all go in the classroom, I did add hold on, let me get there. I'm gonna go straight from the book though. Cause that's the old school way. Well, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I done seen a lot of frivolous claims. I done seen a lot of motherfuckers. That's when they be hitting me up. I don't know whose advice they took. Because the Treasury will fucking send you some shit and say, hey, keep playing with us. But it's easy to set up just a regular TDA account. You just go to the website. Straight up. You open up a new account. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start right here, just right now. I'm gonna start right here. Y'all can see it, but a lot of y'all don't understand bonds and securities. So what I suggest y'all fucking buy some. But if you're trying to claim something and send it in your account, you need the CUSA numbers. That's when you got to trace that shit. That's when you get a securitization audit. I don't know if any of y'all got any yet though. And you want to do that by the paper way. You don't want to do that shit online. But there's keys to setting this shit up, and that's what we're gonna go over. But one thing I want y'all to over understand is a trust account. When I set mine up with Fidelity or any trust account, it could be Chase, Wells Fargo, because you have to have an account to set this up. And then I like having shit attached to like companies. I always like to use businesses. So I just want to throw out there because these are personal accounts, but I like to use businesses because I'm going to show y'all the definition of something. Why I always push holding companies. A holding company is a company whose primary business is a controlling interest in the securities. So you ain't even got, we just controlling the interest of security. That's how I look at the United States as a holding company. You follow me so far? How many people already got a TDA account? Y'all ain't never just came here and tried to open one up?
I got one.
All right. So this shit was easy, right?
Yeah, that part was easy.
All right.
But anything after that was all over the place.
No, you gotta learn how to buy securities. So you gotta have an account that's established to move securities. So that's why I showing you a holding company. Makes sense? We there? Let me get back to the school. Let's get back to the book. Because first you want your status updated. There's a lot of shit. Get back to the school. No, I should get this book. It's out there.
Hello, Miss Elaine. Okay, open your mouth for your morphine, okay?
Let me mute everybody. Sound like she getting this knowledge in at the dinner table. So look, this is declaration of status is important because this is going to update you in the political system. And everything that I push, as far as, which I don't get paid by, but my status select, that paperwork works. Like you can send this off. All right. You need to do all this before you start setting up your Treasury Direct account. This is public versus private. This is the private side. Yeah, everything's right here. I got this copy and paste it, but this stuff is in the school too. So this is my status correction. This was the flag I created. We're getting rid of the planes. We're getting rid of the boxes. We overstand all that shit. That's the Red Cross. The symbolism behind all that shit. But basically, at the end of the day, this is opting me out the system, giving me my own power of attorney and facts. All right, my status, my declaration of status, power of attorney and fact. And then you want to be foreign to the system as well with the WABEN. So, this is gonna update your nationality, whatever you may be. I don't use Indian with that. That's just I guess an example. I don't use the word Indian at all. I don't use the word Native at all either. But mine was white, Choctaw, whatever it may be. It's putting you as a private citizen and a non-taxpayer. All right, back at a natural person status. And this is you're speaking right on behalf of the trust, all right, the Cesti Que Trust. We'll let them know we're friends. We come in peace to aid in reducing the public debt. These are keywords right here. Remember, so this is the first book he bought. Well, I hope you didn't get no frivolous violence. Let me make sure I got the AI all right. But no, I had people come up to me first, was like, with the reason why I study this. Because this stuff is easy, really. He said, not yet. You got to get updated with everybody, but especially the IRS system and the Treasury. That's because that's who you're playing the game with. All right, AI as well. But aid in reducing public debt and removing the wounded from the field of battle. Let's go. We come in peace. We're not U.S. citizens. We're not residents. We're free inhabitants. These are all status corrections. All right? I'm not a citizen of the United States. I waive any and all aid and protection. Those claiming, it says right here, let's read this. Articles of Confederation identify themselves as perpetual, and therefore this status is perpetual. Diplomatic status. I'm of the following statuses which constitute internationally protected persons pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 112 who are immune, not exempt from federal income taxation pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 892. Those claiming such statuses must file IRS or other knowledgeable government agents from W8EXP to claim immunity from taxation. I waive any and all aid and protection of man, woman, made statutory natural laws and become a stateless person relative only to the national government pursuant to Newman Green versus Alfonso Lauren, 490 U.S. 826, 1989. I'm not as defined by the Internal Revenue Code. Substitute A, trade or business franchise excise tax, also called income tax. Trade or business is defined in 26 U.S.C. 7701. These functions of a public office in the government, that's keys right there, Those not engaged are a foreign estate pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 7701 see and rebuke following within 30 days if disagree or be held in default of estoppel. And as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. You got to know how to enforce these claims. Well, I would attach my birth certificate to this and put it on the county record, the county recorder's office, all right? But put it on, and once it gets filed, you send this off to the Treasury, the IRS. And here we go. These are the keys right here. Full protection of safe harbor and sinking funds provisions for all accounts, proceeds, products, fixtures, and services such as sell, exchange, buy, invest, or reinvest any assets or property, whether by possession or ownership, which may have income production or non-income production assets and property. Open, maintain, or close bank accounts with express provisions for demand deposits, checks, custodial accounts, term deposits, saving accounts, certificates of deposit, brokerage accounts, and other similar accounts with depository and repository and financial institutions. I can keep going, but I don't want to read all this. But I want you to see, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's in the trust. It's all foreign. It gives you right over your private securities. But you got to know which ones to grab. Simple as that. This is claiming your birth certificate right here within the status correction in good faith and credit clause. This is giving you the right over the credits. I don't want to just skip over it, you know, be like it's not important. But the full faith and credit clause, Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution provides that the various states must recognize legislative acts, public record, and judicial decisions of other states within the United States. It states that full faith and credit shall be given each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. The statute that implements the clause, 28 U.S.C. 1738, further specifies that a state's preclusion rules should continue matters originally litigated in that state. The full faith and credit clause ensures that judicial decisions rendered by the court in one state are recognized and honored in every other state. So I attest that not only am I familiar with the facts stated in the certificate of live birth attached here too, but I am the registered owner of said birth certificate of title and the party named in said certificate of live birth, having attained the age of majority in the 18th anniversary of my birth, stating that the party named in the said birth certificate is the same party as one of the owners named in said certificates of title, and that thereof after the register of titles shall treat said registered owner as having attained the age of majority at a date 18 years after the date birth shown by said certificate. And you want to attach your birth certificate to this non-taxpayer affidavit. And now you're resigning of the agent and the agency. A registered agent may resign his agency appointed by signing and delivering the Secretary of State for a filing of statement of resignation. The statement may include a statement that the registered office is also discontinued because you, as a U.S. citizen, you took a public office. When you got the birth certificate, the ID, the Social Security card, you took a public office. You're a public servant now. You're a public employee. So this is helping you resign from that office. This is status correction. This is going to be a foreign trust, all right? This is going to be the certificate of ownership, certificate of authority. This is creating an unincorporated association for that name. These are everything that needs to be on file when dealing with the TDA and the Treasury. When you're dealing with your private securities. When you know what you're going for. Now, affidavit of pledge collateral security in the interest of the United States government. Assignment of revisionary interests with your name, all capitalized letters. Your instrument number is going to be your filing number of your birth certificate. All right, and the filing number of the birth certificate. This is how you go after securities and bonds. You have to have the following number your birth certificate. Now, pledge guaranteed by collateral, which is you're guaranteed by collateral with the birth certificate under 18 USC 8. Obligation of other security of the United States defined have fully assigned the reversionary interest to the United States government by the way of the District Director of the Internal Revenue in the interest of the United States government. I'm aware that the government obligation refers to a public debt obligation of the United States government in accordance with 31 CFR 225.2 and an obligation whose principal and interest is unconditionally guaranteed by the United States government. 31 USC 3123, payment of obligations interest of the public debt, and 12 USC 411, issuing to reserve banks nature of obligation redemption. Interest occurring upon government obligations pledged to the United States by way of District Director of Internal Revenue in accordance with this part will be remitted to your name. It should be a business. Please review 31 USC 3123 and IRS Manual 5611. Collateral agreements. And so I do want to throw this out here as well. You want your name to be a business before doing all this as well. I don't really like making my name the trust. I like making my name a public trust, which is a LLC. That is a public trust. An LLC, let me see if I can Google this. It's a form of a public trust and limits your liability. The public trust doctrine of property and society. When you think of the public, it's public trust. Anything in the public is a form of public trust. All a trust is a private contract. So these are the agreements because you have to have these established. Now, as you see, you're attaching your birth certificate to this status right here. And it's going to be under Schedule A of this trust declaration, which is going to make your name a business. You're doing business as this name. This is assumed DBA. So this is making your name in the public or on the private, like you're letting them know in the private, hey, this is a DBA because you have the right to do business as in America. Because people keep saying, how do I get away from the Social Security number? How do I get away from the government name, Don Kilam? Quit using it. Quit using it. It's that simple. In America, you have the right to use whatever name you desire. So far, I want y'all to understand I didn't go through everything. I'm skimming through this because this is a lot. But you have to understand where I'm taking you in the private first. Everything's done in the private. And then when you're claiming just certain securities, you have to understand these securities they get bundled together. So you do have a stake in the claim, but you're gonna have to learn how to get the CUSIP numbers. And everybody should know my guy Sean or whatever. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. I'm dealing with it. All right. And then this book will make sense because it gives you all the forms. All right. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through all the forms because it's really not rocket science. And then we got ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you whatever you need to know. Really. Told y'all that's the fireworks. That's the fireworks. That's sure. Oh no, yeah. That's your part. They showing them off, y'all. I mean, it's time to get that bag. Yes, John can help find Q-subs. Yep. In court cases, I sue them though. In court cases, when we do court cases, you trace the audits and they sign the affidavit for you saying they did all that for you, and then you sue them with that information. I hope that makes sense. Like, the securitization audit is an audit process conducted to uncover any discrepancies or violations in the securitized financial transaction. Securitization process. Securitization as a financial process involves the pooling of various financial assets, loans, or leases into bundled securities. So you only a portion of it is even due to you. All right. But you'll be able to see with the securitization audit what's due to you so you can claim that. All right. With the Treasury. And this is it right here. This is his website. I'll put this in the chat right now. You just tell him Don Kilam sent you, you can get a special deal. I promise. I wouldn't shit you if you was my favorite turd. Well, what I like is you get an affidavit, signed affidavit. You see this? They sign the affidavits for you. So you can use it right in court. There you go. You see this right here? You see the CUSIP number? That's what you need to get the securities. So look. Let's see what Google says. A unique identification number assigned to stocks and registered bonds in the United States and Canada. A CUSIP number is a series of letters and numbers used to identify certain securities, facilitate trading, and settlements. Hold on. Y'all know y'all hear the fireworks. Boy, that means I'm lit. CUSIP numbers are used to create a concrete distinction between financial securities that are traded on public markets, including equity, debt, derivatives, and others. These numbers help facilitate trade and settlements by providing a constant identifier to help distinguish the securities within a trade. So this is how you can claim what's due to you by getting the audits. Without this information, without proving that it's due to you, and it's traced to your social security number, it's traced to your account or whatever it may be, you have no proof. So this is how I'm coming. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Because y'all acting like, what's going on, Don? I'm trying to claim securities and bonds, and I created them myself. What about this shit that's created in the public market? This is a trustee word right here. That's between public and private. Public market is an exchange where public company securities are traded. They let loose. It's not even 4th of July yet. So far, class. I'm gonna unmute y'all. Maurice got some fire emojis. Let me know if this is making sense, though. Let me know that's making sense.
Yeah, perfect sense.
Oh, yeah, that's making sense.
How many of y'all got your status corrected?
I do.
I'm in the process.
I got the papers notarized and everything. I'm waiting for your call. We got a lot of things to do. I'm ready. Like
I appreciate your patience. He's been waiting for a minute too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying to get me, dog. Trying to get me. But nah, status correction is important. They find out for their minute too. Hey, don't nobody else send me nothing low. He be sending me donations all the time. They be trying. Let me mute y'all because that was an echo. But yeah, make sure y'all get y'all status together. Let me know in the chat. Put it in the chat. I'm working on it, or I got it together. Status, it's called political status. If you want to know the basics about it, I wrote a book, man. I wrote a book for everything, okay? It's called From Citizen to Sovereign. From Citizen to Sovereign. This is it right here. If you got it, go ahead and leave a review. Make sure y'all get the United States of Pimpin' too. He said working on correcting my shit right now. Hey, Elijah McDowell is funny as a motherfucker. He says working on correcting my shit right now. Well, let's not call it shit, okay? Land and soil boys representing in this motherfucker. Let's go, my boy Joe. To finish his stats correction. Hey, he funny as a motherfucker. But this is the basics. Misters of status, Mrs. of status, doctors of status, kings of status, being black is a status. You do not want to be black without your own definition, okay? You do not, I'm going to say it again, you do not want to be black without your own definition. Look, Jenny right here. Do something like, how do I transfer my securities? And see if it pops up. Look, this is contact your brokerage firm. So, about this, you don't have to contact the brokerage firm. You need to be your own brokerage firm. Okay, simple as that. And that's what I'm showing you. Let's continue through the book. Let me find it. Man, they let loose on the fireworks. So I didn't know. I felt in the festive mood. I felt like I needed to do this class. But for certain people. All right. Now, I want you to understand you need to always have your powers of attorney. This is a power of attorney. A power of attorney. Now, in the public, you're going to be under the bankrupt system. The United States is under bankruptcy. I'm just going to prove it to you. Who owns the United States national debt? I'm gonna put this in the chat so y'all can see it yourselves. In case y'all want to go there. One. Who owns the U.S. national debt? The Social Security Trust Fund. Simple as that. And how it works. It's going to be through securities. Debt held by the public, $24.5 trillion. U.S. Treasury securities holder by type. So Social Security Trust Fund holds the securities. And all it is insurance. This Social Security Trust includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Trust Funds Insurance, held $2.8 trillion in treasuries as of June 2024. You got the public debt right there. In the private, there is no debt. So I'm just throwing it out there because you have to learn how to control it. The private sector controls the public sector. The public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls. Public housing, public defender. I'm going to keep reminding everybody. I know if you've been following me, you've seen this. But the public sector is the part of the economy that is controlled by the government. And the private sector is what controls the public sector. The part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. The private sector is the part of the economy run by individuals and companies for profit and is not state controlled. Therefore, it encompasses all for-profit businesses not owned or operated by the government. Government-run companies and corporations are part of what is known as the public sector, while charities and other nonprofit organizations are part of the voluntary sector. The private sector consists of all privately owned for-profit businesses and economy. The private sector, the private families, is what creates the government. Private families. Let me know that everybody's following along in the class, all right? I need some class participation. I need you to know it makes sense, Don Kilam. Private families is what creates the government. Is your family part of the public sector or the private sector? It starts with private trust. Exactly what I'm showing you guys. It's what's on the record. I got a few of y'all make sense. Okay. I'm gonna keep it coming. I need to know that it makes sense, everybody. Private families create the government. How do I know that you're a private family? I'm gonna show y'all one thing. Elijah says, we can do all this shit these rich motherfuckers been doing. You are the rich motherfucker. They're getting paid off you because there is no money. It's backed by your labor. Let me see. Let me see if ChatGPT is showing. Is there a private Masonic record? History records. Yes, there are private Masonic history records. Many Masonic lodges and organizations maintain their own archives, which can include record of memberships, meeting minutes, and other historical documents. Additionally, some Grand Lodges keep comprehensive historical records related to the jurisdiction. Did y'all see what I just did? That's a private family. This is why they're outside the scopes of the public sector. This is why they can access this trust because their status is corrected. It's not the Christian Bible, a history book, a family record book, a genealogy book of royalty. I'm gonna let y'all ponder on that. Hopefully they stop soon. Woo. We got the bomb for you though all day. Tune in, tap in, tap in, tap in with your boy. Tap in with your boy. Private life. Smoking on that Amish chronic. So I am not bankrupt and do not consent to the commandeering of my property at no time, nor the surrendering, nor the suspending of any of my rights, property or otherwise. I am not an enemy but a friend of the United States of America and rebuke any presumption to the contrary. The regulation of transactions of foreign exchange of gold and silver, property transfers, vested interests, enforcement, and penalties. 18 U.S.C. 8. Obligation or other security of the United States defined. The term obligation or other security of the United States include all bonds, certificates of indebtedness, national banks currency, Federal Reserve notes, Federal Reserve bank notes, coupons, United States notes, Treasury notes, gold certificates, silver certificates, fractional notes, certificates of deposit, bills, checks, or drafts for money drawn by or upon authorized officer of the United States stamps and other representative value of whatever denomination issued under any act of Congress and canceled United States stamps. Simple as that. A certificate of the birth certificate can be considered a certificate of deposit or a certificate of indebtedness. It has the stamps, it has the symbols. The pledge collateral. You are no longer the pledge collateral. It will be the birth certificate. It's no longer you. This is opting you out of that. Power of attorney. That was one already, in fact, but here's another one. Basic affidavit of copyright, copyright the name trust, the certificate of authority. All that was in the first status that I showed you, but here you go again. Make sure it's your estate. Certificate of identity, and then you're gonna have another one with the treasury right here. Everything's filled in for you within this book. U.S. bankruptcy. This is how you have to fill it out. Once you establish it, you set it up. You wanna mail this in. All this gets mailed in. And when you take it to your bank to get something called a medallion stamp, I just want y'all to see. Can I get a medallion from my bank? Yes, you can simply obtain a medallion stamp from your bank, but it may depend on the specific policies and services. Sometimes it's 30 days. Sometimes it's 90 days. Talk to your bank. Scheduled appointment. Bring the documents that you need. They're not supposed to read it. They just stamp it. Simple as that. It's different than a notary. You use the medallion stamp to transfer securities. You have to have the medallion stamp. Private family uses trust, a private trust. It's that simple. Someone asked me, "There's a private family." Would you ask a private family? What makes you a private family? What makes the Amish a private family? Y'all gotta sit here and think about the shit y'all say and ask. You know what I'm saying? Sit here, fucking think about it before you ask the stupid shit. You understand? Don't ask me no stupid shit. I don't give a fuck. You paid $50 now. I'll kick you out my motherfucking class, dummy. You know what I'm saying? You can take that shit back and shove it up your ass. If I ain't got to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Because $50 to not deal with a dumbass, yes, I'll kick you out. I don't give a fuck, nigga. $50 ain't worth it. I hang around Benji's, baby. You was born private. You come public because you fucking dealing in the public, filling out every motherfucking thing, giving everybody your motherfucking information. Think about what the fuck makes you a fucking public. How do the government know who the fuck you are? Because you tell them. Because you volunteer the information to every fucking body. Hey, let's fill out this information right here. Let's use the social. That's what makes you public. And obviously, none of you niggas been on the run. You been on the run. Are you going to stay private or are you going to go public? Them boys looking for you. Are you going to go public or are you going to go private? You're going to do everything in your motherfucking possible to not get caught up, right? That's how you thinking. I don't have to use this. I don't have to use the government ID. I got a private ID. I got a foreign ID. Anything foreign to the system. Anything foreign to their system. You got to think about it. America was created to get away from taxes, right or wrong. Y'all agree? Ain't that the story that was given to y'all?
Nah, what was the story?
That America was created to break away from Britain, to not pay taxes.
True.
So if you're paying taxes, you're not American.
Never thought of it like that. Like
It's that simple. You're a U.S. citizen.
You're
not American. There's a difference. America was created for private families. Who created the United States Constitution? Was it not families? I'm just making sure y'all with me here. All right. Stay on mute there. Families created the government. Families broke free from Britain to not pay taxes. So you have to say, what did they create? Let's just go. Let's just start. Let's just start here. Let's just start here. Because if you don't think that the fucking, let's see in ChatGPT, what is the net worth of the Amish? Let's see if this will pop up. It says a normal Amish family has $250,000 to 350 bands. Let's look up the net worth of the Mormons. You can Google this shit too. I'm just seeing what they saying. So I'm gonna go to Google, all right, so y'all can see this shit. What's the net worth of the Mormon Church? Can somebody read that to me? Can y'all give me the net worth? So y'all understand? Yeah, I want to make sure we reading this correctly.
265 billion.
Thank you. 265 billion. You think they're not cashing in on securities from the church aspect? So I need y'all to understand the church is the government. So we'll just see how the Mormon church is established. How are they a private family? They have a whole president. Are y'all following me? Does this make sense?
It makes sense.
What makes you a government? Because you got a president? That makes you a business. Everything is running as a holding company, so to speak, as a private trust, public and private. So in order to become a member, they definitely went through a form of status correction and became a member of this church or however they do it. Just like the government. And they're not the only one. What we got? We got the Mormons do this, the Jehovah's Witnesses. Look, right there, 52 billion. Damn near. It says estimated between 50 billion and 265 billion. Regardless, its assets are right here. 1.5 billion. 1.45 billion in assets. We're gonna see Jehovah's Witness board members. You see, governing body. It's a government. So, how are you identifying? And I can show everybody how to do the church, opt out from doing it, even having being attached to the social. Shit's easy. That's done through the Social Security office. If you're going to do it from the church aspect, you want to have that done with your status correction. All it is I can show y'all really quick. I can show y'all. Y'all have y'all ordained minister. Y'all become an ordained minister. You can do it online for free. Universal Life Church. Become an ordained minister and get ordained today. They don't pay me, but they probably should. All right. Universal Life Church, ulc.org. And you want to use this form right here. Form 4361. Application for exemption from self-employment tax were used by ministers, members of religious orders, and Christian Science practitioners. And then $14.58. You fill this out right here. SSA 1458. All that goes together. And they really want you to have the be part of a group that's established before 1950. So quick little rundown. I got it already filled out. Holla at your boy. It should be in the school. Get your EINs or your holding company. That's the holding company I was telling you about. Irrevocable trust EIN. So get a holding company, irrevocable trust. That's your spiritual name. Breaks it all down. Y'all got the book. The estate EIN. You want all these different companies. Individual banker EIN, which can be your holding company as well. Form 56F for fiduciary relationship or financial institution. You're going to appoint it to your state, and then your individual banker EIN. It says, becoming a private banker is a privilege in America. There's a medallion signature guarantee stamp. You're going to have all this established before you can start moving securities from the private into the public. These are the forms, though. OMB number 1505-0170, release of block funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control, where you send these forms when you're a foreigner. When you do bring securities into the public, you do have to notify these people as well that you're bringing them into the public. Just thought I'd throw it out there. But these are the forms right here. I want to throw this out here real quick so y'all can see it. When you understand which securities you're going after, you get it right in here, get the CUSIP numbers, and you get the amounts. Y'all see what it's saying. Book me for a consultation. But they're attached. They're attached. Like, if you did the W-4 sandwich, that like Beverly or whatever, you'll learn that these are all attached. I'm always doing it from the trust aspect, operating as a sole proprietorship. I've seen people close this down. I've seen people close down their the trust accounts with the Treasury, with a sole proprietorship attached to a living trust, and shut it down that way. All this stuff should be self-explanatory, but I'm using EINs from here on out when you have the account number. When you set up your treasury account number, your Fidelity account, I'm telling you, all this shit is easy. Open an account. You can do a brokerage account to move the securities, or you can do a trust account. All right. And it's simple. I don't care if you've been denied at banks or whatever. They don't check stuff like that. All right. So you got to have these type of accounts in order to move securities. Does that make sense, everybody? Because everybody be trying to go to Commerce Bank, motherfucking US Bank. Let me find Investopedia. So a brokerage account is an investment account held at a licensed brokerage firm. An investor deposits funds into a brokerage account, and the broker executes orders for investments such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and exchange-traded funds, EFTs, on the behalf of the investor. So when you set this shit up, you're going to get you found the CUSIP numbers, you found where the securities are. They're going to send it to this account right here that you create. Make sure it's a brokerage account. Okay? Does everybody follow along with that? You cannot transfer your securities to the credit sites for payout to a public account. So that's probably a lot of people's problem right there. Always the authorized representative and grantor of the trust in the state. Everything is that self-explanatory. I don't even want to go through this. It's all filled in for you. Like, just never say it's you. This is not your account. You're the trustee. You're the authorized rep. You get the CUSIP numbers. You see it. It'll have an amount attached to it. You'll know what to put in when you get the securitization on it. Boom. That's the importance of this. That's the importance of these right here. If you got a mortgage, especially, that's what they specialize in. And it's going to have an amount. It's going to have you're going to get the CUSIP number, and then you're going to have an amount attached to it. Like, boom, you see the losses right here, but it's going to have an amount. These are all in trust as well. You want to move just like them. Everything's in trust. And you're really the holder and due curse of this. When it comes to this, you're the private investor, and you don't even know it because you don't know how to claim it. You gave up all your rights when you fill out the promissory note and security agreements. When you run the audit, let's put you back in control, and you can prove everything that you need to with the securitization. Hope that makes sense for everybody. But as you can see, CUSIPs, amounts, and yes, everything is going to a legacy account. It's considered a legacy account. Your treasury, when you set it up, they're going to give you account number, account name, legacy account. Switch everything over. You can transfer. When you get the securities in this account, you can just transfer it and you liquidate it when you send it to this Fidelity account. And then you'll give it a cash value. Then you can send it to like a Wells Fargo or a Chase. You know, you got there's steps and levels to the shit. Treasury to the brokerage to make it liquid. Simple as that. And you can sell it when you get it to the Fidelity. Oh, it's that simple, man. I'm about to open up for questions. I want y'all to go through. I'm still going through. I'm gonna go through the forms so y'all can see the forms. Y'all can see it for everybody that's lazy. Don't want to go through it. But there's your own power of attorney for securities and savings bonds transactions. You don't have to fill all this shit out again. It's already filled out for you. This is the application for the release of blocked funds. The Office of Foreign Asset Control. This is what's going to release the bond securities. Up to 25 million. This would be a court case. Mortgages. It's just the application to release the block funds is already filled out for you. Then boom. Disposition of Treasury securities, second round. Agreement, request for disposition, Treasury direct redemption, bank change. If you need to change the bank account, durable power of attorney for security and saving bonds. All over again. Fill this shit out. See, it might change your life. After you run the securitization audit, that's the main thing. Just run the securitization audit through my boy Sean. I gave you all the website. You want to make sure you have a trust account when establishing this. You can set up a trust account through Fidelity as well. That shit works too. You don't get to pick the trust though. That's the one thing I don't like. This is a redemption program through the Treasury Direct bank change request if you want to change the bank account. And you can use your brokerage account right here. You can open up crypto accounts. You can open up everything through Fidelity. Oh, sometimes they just need a verified address. That's it. You can't use a private mailing address. It has to be a real authentic address with Fidelity. Everybody has access to this book. If you're in the school, you got access to this class, you got access to the book. It's all filled out for you. You don't have to be scared no more. Once you got the CUSIP numbers on everything that you need, request to reissue United States saving bonds to a personal trust. So if you got bonds, send it to the trust. Direct deposit sign-up forms for everything that you need as far as the securities go. These are forms just for your TDA account securities. Just showing you a description of some securities that you could utilize when filling this out. There's your redemption payments. Any redemptions that you get, there's your direct deposit sign form. Fill it out. Once you got your TDA account, send all this shit in. Paper form. Get the medallion stamps from your bank. You see this right here? Medallion stamps. Official stamp or seal. Acceptable certification. Financial institution official seal or stamp such as corporate seal, signature guarantee stamp, or medallion stamp. Any securities, when you have all your securities, these are the forms that you utilize to transfer them over for everything. The transactions involving Treasury securities. Legacy Treasury Direct Security Transfer Request. Anything dealing with your account. You can, once you have it established, they'll tell you you can get a printout of everything that's been done to your legacy account. And pretty much that's it. There's the law. I hope this should make sense to everybody, but I'm open for questions now. He said, yeah, that was easy. Keith says, Sean, is the truth. Dealing with the TDA, I was told you can pay discharge bills as well. How true is that? You claim the security. He says, when everything you shared tonight cause a problem for someone who works at the federal government, no, it shouldn't cause a problem. There's a difference between the public and the private. I want y'all to know, y'all got to quit trying to offset bills and discharge bills. It pays to pay your bills. You get it back. It's called a deductible. When you're operating from the family business, we don't run away from those things. She says, Truist wouldn't stamp my fidelity form, said it's the wrong form, but in reality, they're not supposed to read it. They're not supposed to read it. Go to Chase, go to Bank of America. I would go to a different Truist. I would talk to the bank manager. Yes. When you make your name a business, everything that you file, you get back. That's what I'm showing everybody in the school, that everybody that's dealing with me. I'm literally showing them how to get tax credits back. And since y'all paid for this, look, how much so how much can we get back in the last 5 years? Well, it ain't gonna tell me. So look, we're gonna Google it. So look, this is 5 years. You can go up to 500,000 per year for the last 5 years. So that's add that shit up. That's 2.5 million. You can get the 2.5 million back. That's what I'm helping people get to offset payroll costs. You get it as a tax credit, which when you get a tax credit, they give you a treasury check. That's all the tax credit is. So well, I'm letting y'all understand. I'm just trying to make it. Y'all sitting here, y'all trying to get out of fucking bills. Y'all trying to fucking, I don't want to pay this. The fuck not. I want to pay. I don't want to be in debt with my business every time. Because not on top of that, how much can I get back per year? Net operating loss. Oh, if there's two people on the business, I can get $500,000 per year. One person, I can get 250,000 per year back. And y'all sitting here trying to get out of what? What bill you trying to get out? What's your mortgage? How much you paying? I guarantee it's not 250,000 a year you're paying on your mortgage, because I can get that back every year. I can get money back on my car every year. I can get back. Listen, and when you're seeing this, what is this? I'm gonna let you see what that is. So, because this is what everybody is doing. We're already doing that, but you didn't know it was a business. This is what Don Kalam does. Because Don Kalam understands that it's a business. Don Kalam understands that reading books and education, research, all of this is a business. And I can get up to $500,000 per year just off that being my business. Because you're doing that already. On top of my education tax credits. The education tax credit is a tax benefit that reduces the amount of income tax owed by individuals who are incurred. If you don't owe nothing, it comes back as a credit. Do it for LLCs. You can do this for cars. I already did a class on tax credits, but I want y'all to see these are all tax credits. And there's much, much more. If you're living your life as a business, like I'm telling everybody, make their name a business. Not only can you claim these securities at the Treasury, I'm showing you how to get your bag from the IRS. This is what I'm helping people with right now. When I'm doing the straw man credits, this is what I'm helping people get back right now. Millions of dollars. It goes back up to 5 years, millions of dollars. $500 per year for the last 5 years. So I'm telling y'all, you're using your name. Yes, I'm still taking clients. It's 3,500. 3,500. We get you trademarked, all of that. We're doing the tax credits. I'm actually doing them this week and next week. And I'm doing my trust for everybody as well, the Spendthrift Trust, which are both. If you're a board member or trustee, you can do the Spendthrift Trust. Board members 5 bands, or board members 10 bands, trustees 5,000, but I get you the PDF trust for 2,500. Tax credits 3,500. But I'm just showing y'all what we're doing, what we're getting back. All right. And I'm saying I'm charging 10% on the back end too, and everybody is giving me the cuts. And I appreciate that. Somebody just sent me 17,000 just today. So that means I got $170,000 back. But I'm telling you, it goes up into the millions. As long as you can prove what we're putting down, we're gonna put it down for you. All right, but you gotta be able to prove what we're putting down. We're not just filling in blanks. All right. I hope that makes sense. And I can show y'all my bank statements like 96 bands on one account, 96,000. We went through. So that's all from tax credits. So and I'm telling you, your whole life is a write-off. Whether it's food, friends benefits, I don't want to take away from the tax credits. I mean, from the treasury account, because everything ties in together. When you're thinking about the treasury account, this is what I want y'all to study. Because everybody that's trying to access the treasury is they're trying to access bonds and securities. And they're gonna have to get the CUSIP numbers before they can do that. It's just that simple. But study asset-backed securities. And securitization is illegal. But everything that's getting securitized based on your Social Security number, okay, it's going to be mortgages, auto loans, credit cards. So all these have accounts as well. And you can access the account information through a GAAP audit. But they're not going to necessarily give you the CUSIP numbers, but you may be able to do it because it is your rights, because your social is attached to it. You're the private investor. These are accounts. Everybody has an account, GAAP, all right? And then asset-backed securities. So credit cards, student loans, anything that's on your credit report, you created money, it was securitized, and you're the private investor and don't even know it. And when you get the audits, when you're setting up as a secure party creditor, you're getting your status corrected, you get the audits, you're saying, hey, these are mine. This is my shit. I can claim this shit now. I'm the agent majority, sui juris, run me my shit, and boom, throw that shit in your brokerage account. Throw it in the treasury account. You have to claim it first though with the CUSIPs. It's that simple. So I throw that out there. I don't want to get away from that. All right. And then whatever it's worth, it's going to be a percentage. It's not going to be worth the full amount of the full, because they're bundled together. Securities and the bonds are bundled together. Now, this is totally different. I ain't mean to get y'all sidetracked, but when you run your name as a business, we run taxes and we get the tax credits off the name being a business. So if you pay bills all year, you're getting that back. It's called a deductible. Family has to take care of you. And if the family went in debt, we get that shit back as a net operating loss. Now look, we write these off as well. These are tax credits as well. Fringe benefits, stipends. We get meal plans, we get life insurance, we get clothes, we get it pays for our education. It pays for our meals. It pays for our lodging. It pays for our wardrobe. So that is fringe benefits. The next thing that we write off is called stipends. These come back to us as tax credits because the family business took care of the family. We create a welfare program for our private members. not the public. It's still private charity. Now, a stipend is a form of compensation that's paid to certain individuals for services rendered. How stipends work? Interns, apprentices, fellows, clergy, in common recipients of stipends rather than being paid for their services, they are given stipends as financial support. Room and board, that's a stipend. Here's the company car, fringe benefit and a stipend. Much like grants, these stipends may be furnished by third parties who wish to see a particular study or form of research advance further without physical distractions that may otherwise hamper the researcher. Now we can get this paid. We can get this back as a tax credit. Y'all see how this works? Just let me know I did my job, everybody.
You did an awesome job.
I appreciate that. But look, update your status first. You can go open it up first, however you want to do it. But as soon as you open it up, make sure you get the paperwork sent in. Simple as that. Update your status. Make sure you're on the land jurisdiction. Make sure you have you're the holder in due course of your securities. All right, Keith. He said he just did a mortgage audit. But you see who is trading hands. So with the mortgage audits, I just want y'all to understand when y'all need to get one first before y'all start talking about it though. But you'll see that it traded hands through everybody. And they never registered anything. Like they hey, they're like, here, you own it now. And I was told the paperwork and everything, the title, never leaves the title company, never leaves escrow. Everything else is digital and illegal. But it's always trust companies, though, or LLCs. It's never a person. I'm gonna put it like that. But somebody had to input the information in the computer. So that's how you get people liable, but nobody's ever gonna come forward. And that's how you win every time. But sue. I want you to get the audits, go ahead and sue them. Sue the companies that are involved and the chief financial officers and everybody that's dealing with it. That's how you get your money back. Dealing with Sean's information, he has got people over $500,000 back. He had two big wins with his information. I'm talking about one was almost $1 million, I believe, like 700,000. And I'm utilizing it for court cases right now as we speak. I've utilized him for over 7 court cases. His information, his audits. He does do court cases, and you can get that back. You file the GSA bonds. I'm gonna do a class on that soon. But let me know if y'all have any questions. I ain't gonna make y'all feel crazy or nothing. I just be talking shit, all right?
Yo, that second I talk, I'm gonna be bugging out right now. Yo, Don, I'm trying to do the status correction, right? But it says that I'm your brother.
What's up?
How I put the QSET number in there?
Oh, you're gonna have to get that from Sean if you don't know how to get it yourself. But you don't need no QSET for status correction. You just need
No.
QSET when you're moving securities.
No, I was playing about that. I got my holding company already.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
just waiting for
yeah,
you,
I do want to
Don.
throw that out there. When I am moving securities, I like to do that with the holding company. Holding company will always be the beneficial interest owner. That's who owns the beneficial interest, either the trust or a holding company. A
Yeah, I
trust,
got.
and so as I showed y'all, the mortgage companies always use a LL. If you can ask Keith, if he got his audit, I'm pretty sure every company was either LLC or a trust company.
Yeah, all of them were trusts.
Yes, there you go. I'm not talking about discharging because we're not discharging shit. File the taxes on that motherfucker. That's the fuck I'm telling y'all. Y'all keep trying to discharge, you're gonna get your life fucked up. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fuck your life up and you're never gonna get a mortgage again. They're gonna come foreclose your shit. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna talk to you. So, not once did I tell y'all to fucking discharge anything. I said pay your motherfucking bill. Her name Kelsey. I want to call her the B word, to be honest with you, but she paid $50, so Lord help her. You know what I'm saying? But on my mama, which is dead, she's dead and gone. I've been studying helping you motherfuckers. I never told you to discharge shit. Holler at your boy, book a consultation. It pays to fucking pay your bills. You get that, then some. I know damn well ain't nobody paying $250,000 a year on a mortgage. Your rent might be $1,000, $2,000 a month. We times that by 10, what's that? 20,000, 24,000 a year. If your name's a business and you write this off as a loss, I'm gonna say it again, because Kelsey didn't fucking hear me. You can get 250,000 back a year. Pay the shit, slow one, so you can get this bag. Are you slow? I just want to make sure you're not slow. Because don't fucking come to me talking about discharging shit. When I'm showing you pay your bills, you get the fucking money back. Not only do you get what the fuck you pay back, you getting everything off as a loss. Y'all follow me? Did that make sense for everybody else?
100%.
You can write a depreciation value off. That's a whole different lecture. Anytime you're doing business, if you're trying to get out of bills, you need to just make your name a business, make your holding company a business, make fucking businesses, and write off losses. Then I'm gonna have to show y'all again. Make sure y'all seen this. I already show stipends and fringe benefits. I already show y'all how y'all can get these back as tax credits, correct? These are all, you write these off as a business. You say the business can't even afford them. Say the business still owes you. Shit. These are losses. First of all, we're going to go here. We'll go right here. Roderick, can you tell me how much that says you can get back a year?
$500,000.
And you can get this for 5 years. You can, as long as you got the written up agreements, hey, you every time you're researching something, you need to be writing it down and logging this shit. I charge $2,000 to $5,000 an hour to the church and the holding companies. If y'all know who Dick Gregory is, this is how he got paid. You make the business go into the red. I can't even afford to pay my government name LLC. So now I owe this motherfucker because this is used for payroll. So as soon as you get this tax credit back, you pay it to your name. Hey, that's what I owe you, bro. Makes sense?
Makes sense.
All right, next. I'm gonna go here again. Just type in NOL 250,000. You can write off to $250,000. Business expenses, all of that. You can get this shit. It comes back as a tax credit. You gotta learn how to deduct things. Same way with business losses. You can write off. Well, that's not how I do it, but I'm just showing y'all this is what it is. Make your name a business. It pays to make your name a business. When you make your name a business, let me keep going, because everybody wants to talk about mortgages. When you start learning the tax credits, you'll learn this, because I teach everybody how to do this. This is the basic shit. When you start learning the mortgage-backed securities, because if you're paying a mortgage, you're the private investor. of that security. Only you and you only, because you're the only one paying. So you get to claim that interest. You get to claim that security and the interest that comes back. There's one form right there, Form 1066. I'm not trying to make this about mortgages and discharging, but God damn, y'all are crazy. Y'all need to learn how to correct your status first and start learning how to get on the private side. Because we don't have to discharge nothing in the fucking private. There's no debt in the private. Debt is a public motherfucking thing. It's made up. Shit, you need to file the correct forms. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this, because if it's a debt you're trying to get out of, if you're that simple. If your status is corrected correctly, if you're operating correctly in the private as an organization, well, I hope that makes sense. I ain't mean to get hype on y'all.
It make a lot of sense.
Joe said, I just got my audit back from Sean. Status correction done, name of business and holding in trust, trademarks done, filling out these forms in a book. I wanted to get that done before our next consult. Appreciate you. This class was fire. Thank you, Don. I'm glad it's making sense for everybody, man. For those who's not trying to just get out of debt. The fuck? Nigga, you in. As soon as you get money, that's debt. You in debt now. Because you just hit a debit at your bank account. Credits and debits. The more money you got, the more debt you got. I keep debt notes too. These people still believe in it. Let me know if y'all got any more questions though. I hope this makes sense, man. Quit trying to discharge shit though. I don't teach that shit no more. I ain't taught that for years. It should feel good to pay shit because you're gonna get it right back. Especially if you're operating from a 508c1a, which is a ministry trust, or the nonprofit aspect, or a charity trust, charitable trust, a trust. Period. The family trust is gonna take care of the family. You work for the family. You work for the family businesses. All the business is family business. All the money gets recycled. All the securities get recycled through each other. Everybody's investing in each other when it comes to the family. You work for the family, the grantor is the family, the trustee is the family, the beneficiary is the family. And if the family is not taking care of its obligations, because of discharging something is getting out of the obligation, then the trust is not operating in full faith and credit. You're not acting honorably as a trustee when you're trying to get out of obligations. You're here to settle obligations. You're here to balance debts and act honorably. It's that simple. And this is the mindset you have to have. I feel like I gave a great explanation of how everything is supposed to be broken down. But the simplest way is go on TDA, open you up an account. But you want to, like I said, you want to do a trust account, a brokerage account. You can do a trust account. It can be a regular trust account, Wells Fargo, Truist, Chase, wherever it may be. You can do a holding company account. It ain't got to be a trust account. It could be a holding company. And then open up the account at Fidelity. Open up a brokerage account. Open up a trust account. Open up some crypto accounts. Because once you're able to liquidate these things, you can send it to crypto. You can send it to the trust. Then you can send it to your holding company. However you want to maneuver. Make sure you don't put cash in any of these accounts to keep it a legal account. Keep it a lawful account. Anytime you put a Federal Reserve note in these accounts, it's no longer a lawful account. I just want to throw that out there as well. But I make sure to put this in the school. Reach out to me directly. If y'all got y'all want to have a consult over this, I do a consult for the TDA account for $500 for a half hour for anybody that's in this class. All right, anybody that took this class, I see y'all's names. I'll have this class available as soon as it's ready. All right. Much peace and love. Hope everybody gets this information. Y'all got the book. It's it's already filled out for you. Make sure you get the CUSIP numbers. That's the main thing. CUSIP numbers and brokerage accounts. That's the main thing I see people not doing. Having trust accounts and brokerage accounts. Trust can hold securities as well. Under Schedule A. If you have a holding company, when you get the CUSIPs in the Schedule A, or when you get the CUSIPs, you can also create something called a Schedule A for the holding companies. You can create an asset ledger or call it an asset ledger. It's going to be part of your assets. It's going to be part of an asset ledger when you're doing these things. And it's that simple. Simple as that. Learn some more if you don't understand. Let me show y'all. Look up Series 6 on YouTube, Series 6 and Series 7 to learn more about So this is how you learn about moving the securities and the bonds and securities. So it's qualified for solicitation, purchase, or sale of all security products. Series 7 and Series 6 is a securities license and time the holder to register as a company's representative. So you can represent a security company at Series 6, Series 7, you can hold the securities and solicit to sell public securities. But peace and love, everybody. I appreciate everybody that hopped on the call. I wasn't trying to be no asshole. That's just who I am, y'all. But listen, look, quit trying to get out of debt. They're going to put you on a list. You don't want to be on that list no more. Learn how to increase your cash flow and learn how to write these net operating losses off and learn how to get these tax credits. That's what I'm teaching my students right now. And I'm telling you, I've gotten just this year millions and millions of dollars back in tax credits because my people have chosen to make their name a business. Make their name a business. Make your name a business. Make your name a business. Then your whole life is a deductible. It's no longer a vacation. It's a business trip. It's no longer a meal. The business is paying for your meals. The business is paying for your wardrobe. The business is paying for your jewelry. The business is paying for your whole life. Everything I do is deductible or a write-off, and then I get tax credits. Everything is education. Your phone is an education. You get programming on it. You learn from it. You need it for the business. The stipends, fringe benefits. They cover your lodging, your housing, everything. If you're the president of a company, that's what happens. It's own nothing, control everything. Does Donald Trump pay for his jets? Does the president pay for the Air Force One? Do they pay for their food? No. So when you're the president of your own company, your own government, you can do this too. And that's what it's about. Much peace and love.
Nationality is the order of the day. Be a private individual. Don't be a number in a system. Be a force in your community. Don't let anyone define who you are. Declare your nationality and own it. Everyone here has the power to reclaim your identity. Remember, your name is your legacy. Knowledge is your real power. Learn about your heritage and stand tall. We are more than just athletes. We are proud Moors. Declare your nationality today. Being a private individual means no one can take what's yours. Protect yourselves. This belt is a symbol of victory, but my true power lies in knowing my nationality.
Welcome to the GSA webinar dealing with the federal GSA bonds to get people out of federal jail. No one has ever taught these bonds. Now, this is part of a two-part. To do these bonds 100% correct, y'all have to get the original GSA bond webinar, but this is part 2 of it. In part 1, I did not show you how to do the federal ones, but I noticed that 90% of the time when people are using the GSA bonds, they got federal cases. Now, at the time I did the GSA bonds, part 1, you know, I did it for people like me because I used those bonds to get out of child support. So, you know, I thought that's what most people was going to be using it for. But, you know, they want to get loved ones out of jail and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? Instead of keep on teaching people how to do this individually, let me show everyone how to do it, get it on tape, and then boom, y'all do what y'all do, baby. You know what I mean? So with that, like I said, this is part 2 of the original GSA bond webinar. Now, with no further ado, let's get started. Now, there ain't gonna be no damn templates. You gotta listen to this and listen. I said listen. Even if you don't see the GSA bond clearly, if you listen to what I'm reading, telling you what to put in there, you'll know how to do it, even if you can't see it, even if it's blurry, because I'm gonna tell you they be messing with our videos, and something that's absolute clear won't be clear. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. So listen to the way I'm telling you how to fill it out. Okay, here we go. Now right here is the affidavit of individual surety, and how you fill it out is you're gonna put the state of California. This is my example. This is actually someone's real GSA bonds that has actually worked. But what I've done is took out important information and added my shit in and mixed it up. So, you know, his social is BC, none of that is real, but everything else is real. All right, so California, county as Stanless, and the name right there says first, middle, last, type or print. We typed it. Joseph John Scott. That's not his real name. That's actually my name. I just kept his first name and then put my middle name and second name, last name, right? Home address. This address right here in number 2 is actually the address of the county where the straw man was created. Okay? That's the address of the straw man, right? The home address. What is he? Number 3, surety, lifetime, right? Number 4, name and address of employer. What they're asking is, who's using your straw man? Who got the case against you? What bank got the case against you? That would be the employer, all right? So in this case, it's the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California, 25 Tuller Street, room 1501, Fresno, California, 93721. That's the address of the actual court building, all right? Number 5, name and address of individual surety broker used. So it's always the Depository Trust Company or the DTC, and the address is 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. Now you can look up their telephone number, or you can put your phone number and then the business phone number, the number to the DTC there if you want. I leave it blank. Now, number 7, most important thing y'all got to do is read. This is what we tell you at Hindsight University. Always read. The following is a true representation of assets I have pledged to the United States in support of the attached bond. A, Real estate, include the legal description, street address, other identifying description, the market value, attach supporting certified documents, including recorded lien, evidence of title, and the current tax assessment of property. For market value approach, also provide the current appraisal. So that's what you do if you was doing your house. You're trying to discharge your house. You got to get all that information and put it in number 7. But since we're using it for a court case, this is what you put there. See certified copy of indictment, and it got the case number on it. So you had to go get a copy of your indictment. See optional form 90, optional form 91, and standard form 273, 274, 275. Now also, it was supposed to have the other bonds, the 1414, the 1415, the 1416, and the 1418, right? And you'll see we're doing those bonds as well. No one teaches those bonds, but I do. All right, then it says, see certified copy of certificate of live birth attached, and see all other attachments. So we didn't have room to put all them 1414s in there, so just put see all other attachments, okay? Now it says B, assets other than real estate, describe the assets, the details, the escrow account, and attach certified evidence thereof. We didn't do that, we just skipped that part. Number 8, identify all mortgages, liens, judgments, or any other encumbrances involving subject assets, including real estate taxes due and payable. So we're telling them everything that it has to deal with. Now, if you notice, it's almost identical to what you put in number 7. So it says, see certified copy of indictment case number, see optional form 90 and 91. See certified copy of certificate of live birth attached and all other attachments. Number 9, it says identify all bonds, including bid guarantees, for which the subject assets have been pledged within 3 years prior to the date of execution. And once again, you got the same information. See certified copy of indictment, case number, see optional form 90 and 91. See certified copies of certificate of live birth attached and all other attachments. Now, you sign number 10. It says documentation of pledged assets must be attached. So you sign it, and then you tell them what you're giving them to make these happen. And it says number 11, bond and contract to which this affidavit relates, where appropriate. See optional form 9091. And case number, see social security number, and certificate of live birth, right? And boom, that's it. Now you go get it sworn and subscribed. This is for your notary. And right here, she's going to put all her stuff right there, right? Or he. Now, this is just the instructions on the back. And I do want y'all to read the stuff on the back. So I'm going to read it for you now. Instructions. Number 1, individual sureties on bonds executed in connection with government contracts must complete and submit this form with the bond. This is the law that says that. 48 CFR 28.203, comma, 53.228, subsection E. The surety must have the completed form notarized. Number 2, no corporation, partnership, or other unincorporated association or firm as such is acceptable as an individual surety. Likewise, members of a partnership are not acceptable as sureties on bonds that a partnership or association or co-partner member thereof is the principal obligor. However, stockholders of corporate principals are acceptable, provided there are qualifications are independent of their stock holdings or financial interest therein. And B, the facts is expressed in the affidavit of justification. An individual surety will not include any financial interest in assets connected with the principal on the bond that this affidavit supports. United States citizenship is required for the individual sureties for contracts, bonds, when the contract is awarded to the United States. However, when the contracting officer is located in an outlying area or a foreign country, the individual surety is only required to be a permanent resident or of the area or country in which the contracting officer is located. Number 4, all signatures of the affidavit submitted must be originals. Affidavits bearing reproduced signatures are not acceptable. An authorized person must sign the bond. Any person signing in a representative capacity, i.g., attorney in fact, must furnish evidence of authority if the representation is not a member of a firm or partnership or a joint venture or an officer of the corporation involved. So that's the 28. You always got to do a 28 in your series of bonds, okay? Now, the next one we're going to go to is the 91. So I'm going to the 90. All right, here go to 90. Release of lien on real property. So whereas Joseph John Scott of, now remember that's the straw man's name, that's the surety, Joseph John Scott of, and this is the address of, like I said, the courthouse where that birth certificate is sitting, the county courthouse where the straw man was born, by a bond for the performance of U.S. government contract. Now your U.S. government contract number is the SS number, Social Security, right? Became a surety for the complete and successful performance of said contract, which bond includes a lien upon certain real property further described hereafter. And whereas said surety established the said lien upon the following property. So see court case, See standard form 28, 273, 274, 275 attached. See optional form 91, personal property from escrow attached. See CA certified birth bond attached. And it goes on, whereas said surety established said lien upon the following property and recorded this pledge on case number So he's giving up all these things, all these bonds to get rid of this case. In the U.S. District Court, so the locality is whoever's trying to charge you whatever debt you have. In this case, the debt that he has is with the U.S. District Court because they charged him with a case of California. And whereas when you see the word they're talking about the spiritual name. They're talking about the creditor, the principal. So it's Scott Joseph John, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as warranted contracting officer, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising thereof. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of the said government contract satisfactions of claims pertaining thereto. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases the aforementioned lien, you date and sign, and you put your seal. I'm going to show you how to do the seal at the end. You can go to Office Depot or order it online and get yourself a seal for the straw man. Okay. Now, this is your GSA bond 90. Okay. The next one we got to do is 91. Okay. Here you go. Now, as we keep on going through the bonds, y'all going to notice a lot of these are going to be filled out the same way. the same way. Release of personal property from escrow. Whereas Joseph John Scott, this is the straw man of, this is the address. The address is the county courthouse of the straw man, where the straw man was created in that county, by a bond for the performance of the U.S. government contract number. Once again, it's the SS number, is the government contract number, became a surety for the complete and successful performance of said contract, whereas said surety has placed certain personal property in escrow in account number, and the account number is the case number, on deposit at the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. That is the one, whoever's charging you, whether it's a bank, and you know the court is a bank, right? So you put the banks that's trying to charge you the bill right there. Name of financial institution. Located at, and you put 25 Tullier Street, Fresno, California. That is the address of the courthouse. And whereas when it says you got to put the creditor. You got to put the creditor. So the creditor of the straw man is always the last name first. And I did this wrong. Let me fix it right now. I was up at 5 o'clock doing this. So I might have missed some things. You know, got to take his information out. Scott Joseph John, being duly authorized, represent. My mama would be calling me right now. I'm working. She gonna have to wait. She ain't gonna like that. Representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer has determined that retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. Now, he put the National Banking Act, Section 27, 28, and 53, 28 USC 20-244, Courts Instruction 12 USC 95A, full acquittance of discharge for all purpose of obligation. He put the court case in C standard form 28, 273, 274, 275 attached, and all other attachments. And whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto. Now, therefore, this agreement witness that the government hereby releases from the escrow the property listed above and directs the custodian of the aforementioned escrow account to deliver the listed property to the surety. If the listed property compromises the whole of the property placed in escrow in the aforementioned escrow account, the government further directs the custodian to close the account and return all property therein to surety, along with any interest occurring which remains after the deduction of any fees lawfully owed to the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. That's the name of the financial institute that's charging you money. You're going to date it and sign it and put your seal. All right? So that's optional form 91. And you got to do all these forms. Like if you're trying to get yourself out of a case, discharge a case, or get yourself out of jail. These bonds do get people out of jail. Now we're going into, these are the bonds that no one else knows how to fill out. But your boy, Jonah Bay. And they say that Jonah Bay shit don't work. Yo, what's crazy is I learned the GSA bonds from Tony King. Not even he showed me how to fill these out or do this. I learned it through my own studying, and I seen that all of these bonds, fill out the same way. All you have to do is know the words that they're using and know how to apply the words that they're using and what words means the same. I just wanted to make sure no one was in the chat asking questions. All right, let me go back to what I was doing. So this now is Standard Form 273. And like I said, there's a lot of people out there that try to teach y'all to do the GSA bonds. A lot of them are doing it wrong. The best guy that was out there that knew how to do these things, he got them to work every time, was the dude and his son that got gunned down by the police at Walmart a few years ago. I forget their name, but yeah, that's what started that whole sovereign citizen. After they killed him in the Walmart, they created that term, sovereign citizen, and said they were dangerous. But they actually hunted him down because he was doing so much with these bonds. He was the best at them. Now, this is the reassurance agreement for a bond statute performance bond. Now, what y'all got to understand, these bonds are called jail bonds. They actually do these bonds behind the scenes to get you locked up. In any case you get locked up, they did the 28, they did the 9, they did the 28, 24, and 25 to lock you up. So if they already put those bonds in, you have to do the higher bonds to pay for those bonds and put a new bid in to get yourself out of it. And these are what these bonds do. And a lot of times, people try to use those lower bonds and they don't work because you would have to get those in and you have to bid. And y'all know what a bid means. That means someone can outbid you. So if someone outbids you on those smaller bonds, you come back with these bigger bonds and you pay off that bid and boom, put in another reassurance bond that takes care of everything. All right. So here it is. Number one, direct writing company. See, that's just another name for principal. Principal. So you put Scott, Joseph, John. Here go the address underneath of where the straw man is sitting in that county courthouse where it was created. Date of direct writing company executes this agreement. 8/28 would be the date that the case started in 2017. Now you could put that, and you could also put the original, today's date, because you're putting in a new bid today. You know what I mean? But I normally put the actual date of when the whole case started, right? The conviction, right? Number two, and of course, 1B, state of incorporation, California, and there go the BC number. That's the incorporation number, the BC number. Number two, reassuring company. The reassuring company, that's just another name of saying the surety. Reassuring, surety. You don't notice that's the same word? Yeah, same root word, reassuring, surety. All right, so that's going to be Joseph John Scott. And who handles the trades on the stock market, those securities on the stock market form, is the Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 141. Then they're asking you for the amount of reassurance. You don't know how much this case is going to cost, so you're going to leave 2A and 2B empty. Now, date of reassuring company executes this agreement, you're going to put to today's date. Whatever day you're doing the actual bond, right? Then you're going to put California, BC number is the place of incorporation, the state of incorporation. So now we go down to number 3. We don't know the amount of the contract. We're going to leave that empty. Number 4, we don't know the penal sum bond. We're going to leave that empty. And contract date, 9/25/2015. That's the date that the actual case started. Right there. Okay. Now, date of bond, 11/25 1986. That is the date of when he was born. Got it? The date he was born. See, because they're asking you about this bond number right here. The description of the bond. This is the description of the contract. So over here, we're talking about the case. The case is the contract. There's the date of the case started, and here's the case number. Court case number, ... description of contract, 3D. See? So we finished all, and where? Contracting agency, 3E, U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. So then you move on to 4, and it goes to description of bond, and that's when you put the date, number 4A, you skip that. 4B, you put down the date you were born. 4C, you put the actual BC number. And 4D, they're asking you for the principal. That's Scott, comma, Joseph John. And this is the address of the county where it was born or created. And 4E, state of incorporation, California, with the BC number. All right. Now, in all actuality, you really don't have to put nothing in 4E because it says if corporate principal, you're not a corporate principal, you're an individual principal, right? But I put it like that anyway. Now, on the back, you're going to read these instructions. I'm not going to read them to you. You're going to read these. And then you're going to flip it over, and right there, direct writing company, you're going to put the name in 5B, and you're going to put Scott, comma, Joseph John. Name and title. You're going to put the name again, Scott, comma, Joseph John, and his title, you can put principal or authorized person. Oops. Right there. All right. And I know I spelled authorized wrong. Y'all know your boy don't know how to spell. Oops. And messed that up. But y'all seen what I put. Let me try it again. Good. Comma. There it is. Now, then we go in right there, hit the corporate seal right there where I'm moving my mouse. And then you go down to number 6, reassuring company. You got to put your signature, but remember, we're typing, so we can't put no signature. So we go down to 6B. And then you put the straw man. Reassuring company is the straw man. So you put Joseph John Scott. Then you're going to do it again. And his title is surety. / lifetime. And there it is. That is 273 done. I don't know why people love texting me and all that while I'm working and all that. And you know, and you know, don't got no consultation or nothing, and just texting me, calling me and shit like that. Y'all gotta cut that shit out. Y'all cannot talk to me unless you have a consultation. Y'all cannot contact me unless y'all got a consultation. I'm too busy for that. I'm about to turn off my phone. You know, people always overstepping their bounds, man, and they don't understand while you're doing something. That's we're not regular people. We're always busy. That is very annoying, and it's disrespectful. You wouldn't call a regular person at their job while they're working for your personal bullshit. You just wouldn't do that. But why is it that when we're doing our job, y'all think y'all can do that? That shit crazy to me. Anyway, this is shit we go through every day, someone overstepping, and that's why we always bitching and moaning about it. Now, I don't even know where the fuck I was at. Which one am I on? I finished this, 273. So now let me go into 274. All right, there it is. Like I said earlier, where was you, TJ Mars? I need you to really pay a fucking attention. You know what I mean? I'm motherfucking pissed off right now too. I told y'all I will show you how to do the corporate seal at the end of this webinar. At the end. All right? I need you to really pay attention to what I'm breaking down. Jeez, man. I don't know where y'all's head be at, man. It's real. Think about when you dealing with your kids and you have to repeat yourself off of something you know you said to them just a second ago because they wasn't paying attention. You probably sitting there eating your breakfast, drinking, talking to someone, listening to some other shit instead of listening to what you just paid good money to learn. I'm not going to keep on repeating myself, man. You're going to have to end up buying this daggone webinar because I'm not going to repeat myself. Here we go. We on Standard Form 274. This fills out identically to 273. Direct Writing Company. That's just another name for saying the principal. So it's Scott, Joseph John. The address under here is the address of the county where the straw man was created. Date of writing company executes this agreement. This is 8/28/2017. That's when he was issuing this. This is when he did the actual thing. So right here, let me put it there for y'all again so y'all understand. Put the date that you're doing the daggone bonds on. So I'm gonna put it as today's date. Got it? Today's date. So that's how you know what goes there. 1B, state of incorporation is California. So you put California plus the BC number, right? Then we're on to number 2, reassuring company. The reassuring company, that's just another name for saying surety. The surety, I messed up right there, left his name in. All right, Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 10041. Then we move on to 2A, The amount of this reassurance, you don't know the amount, leave it blank. You go to 2B, date of reassurance company executes this agreement. You're going to put today's date right there. Then 2C, state of incorporation, put California and the BC number, the birth certificate number, right? Then we move on to number 3, description of contract. 3A, amount of contract, we don't know, leave that blank. 3B, contract date, that's the date that they charge you with the charge, 9/25/2015. Contract number, that's your case number, you put that in. Description of a description of contract, court case, and you put the court case number there. And then 3E, contracting agency, that's who's made the charges against you, or the bank that's trying to get money out of you, the U.S. District Court, Eastern District of California. There it is. Now we move to section 4, description of bond. 4A, penal sum of bond. We don't know, leave that blank. 4B, date of bond. This is the BC bond we're talking about. So you're going to put 11/25/1986, which is the birth date of the straw man, with the BC number, because that's the bond we're talking about, right? Then principal. So there you put Scott, comma, Joseph John, put the address of the county where the straw man was created. Then you can go down to 4E, state of incorporation. And you put California, BC, and the BC number. Then you're on the back of the bond. I want y'all to read these. Read everything before you sign it. Read it all. That's what we do in Hindsight University. Boom. So now, number 5, direct writing company. Once again, that's just another way of saying principal. So you're going to put the signature. You put that later, because you got to do that in ink. Then number 5A, name and title. You put Scott, comma, Joseph John, and you put authorized person. Right? Now, right here, you put it again, name and title, Scott, comma, Joseph, John, comma, person. All right. Now, you go on to reassuring company. That's just another name for the surety. So the name is Joseph John Scott, and it would be surety. Is his title. Right? Slash lifetime. Then number 2, you put the same thing. Joseph John Scott. Oops. Surety. Lifetime. There it is. Filled out the same as 273. That's that form now. Now we do 275. Here it is. Now this fills out identical to the last two we did. Right? So direct writing company, that's another way of saying principal. Scott, comma, Joseph John, the address is the county where it was created. The date, 1A, date direct writing company executes this agreement. You're going to put today, date. All right. Then you move over to 2, and it says reassuring company. That's another name was asking who the surety is. Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. Then you go to 2A, amount of this reassurance. You don't know, so you leave it blank. Date, reassurance company executes this agreement. You're going to put today's date, whatever date you're doing it. Filling it out, sending it off. Now 2C, state of incorporation, California, BC number. Boom, there it is. Now we move to number 3. 3A, description of bond, type of purposes that's associated with the contract number, date, amount, etc., including the name of the government agency involved. See, so you put the birth bond number, and he was supposed to put the court right here, and the actual court case number. Okay. Now we move on to 3B, penal sum bond. We don't know the amount. Leave that blank. Date of bond, you already know. You got to put the date of bond is the BC. So you got to put the date that the straw man was created, which was 11/25/1986. And here go the BC number, which is the bond number. Principal, Scott, comma, Joseph John. The address is the address of the county where it was created. 3F, the state of incorporation, California, with the BC number. This should be coming real easy for you. They all fill out the same way, right? Now, why do I keep on putting in who this person is? Because it says name and title. So this guy forgot to put the title. So you put Scott, comma, Joseph John. That's the authorized person. Right? Now, same thing you put. Now you really don't have to do 4B2 because it's asking for assertion, someone who's witnessing it. But I still put that there. You know, that's just how I got down. Like I said, you're going to put the seal here. Don't worry about it. I'll go over that later. Now, number 5, reassuring company. That's the fancy name of asking you who's the surety. And the surety is Joseph John Scott. Remember, you got to come back and sign right here at 5A. Now, here, they ask you the title. And I put surety lifetime. All right, then I put the same thing over here. Boom. Now this is done. 275. They're all the same, right? Pretty easy. Boom. That's it for that. Now those bonds, yo, you know I don't spell right. You know you spell authorized correct, yo. Don't do it the way I'm doing it. If I was doing it, I would have looked it up in the dictionary to make sure I did it right. You know, Jonah, yo, I can do a lot of things. I cannot spell. I cannot spell well. You know, that's why I got my mentors, friends, and wife around me so they can help me spell. Everyone got something that they bad at. And I'm not ashamed to tell y'all what I'm bad at. You know, can't be good at everything. All right, now we're moving on to 1414. But as I was saying, a lot of times the 273 series bonds will get you out, get you out of the problem. But if you're dealing with like a serious federal case, then you want to do these joints. These are called the Miller Act bonds, right? These the big dogs, and they're called the 1414 series. Now, let me say this, in case y'all don't know it. These are also the bonds that you put in to discharge your house. Now, what you got to remember is the discharge is not guaranteed. But remember, all your houses are federal loans. Federal loans. So I would do these joints, and I would do them and put the bank down as the one who hired you, and I would send it to the FDA. I would send it, not Federal Housing Development, FDA, and all that, to the county, all that, and I would at least try to discharge my house. In fact, I'm about to do this house that I live in now because I'm fucking tired of paying this shit, man. You know what I mean? I got better shit to do with it. This fucking mortgage payment's a little steep too. So holla at you, boy. Yo, I'm gonna take a break real quick. I gotta drain the main vein before we go into the 1414 series. So if you would, Akeem, if you want to talk to them or let them talk amongst themselves while I do this quick little pee break, it's all good.
All right, I'm gonna just play some music until you get back.
All right.
All right.
I don't hear no music, and I'm back already.
Yeah, it took me a minute to get it up. So if you're back, and get started.
All right. All right. Consent of surety. This is 1414, right? And first thing is the contract number. Now, you know what? Contract number is, you have to put the court case number right there. Court case number. Hold on, let me find that. See, the problem is, it won't let me cut and paste, man. It won't let me cut and paste, but I just told y'all what goes there, so don't trip. Court case number there. All right. Modification number. You're using a BC bond. Me, myself, he put that there. I prefer to leave that empty. Reason being is, they may have their own internal modification number. And the date, you're going to put today's date. Name of principal. All you have to do is put Scott, comma, Joseph John. The creditor side of your straw man. Sign it. Then you go down to B, and it asks you the address of the principal. So you're going to put the county address of where the straw man was created, right? And it tells you to type the name in D. And then E, they ask you the title, principal. I'm going to put principal slash all right. Now, D, date this consent was executed, today's date, right? Number 5, you're not dealing with a corporate principal, so you're going to ignore that. Don't worry about the affixed seal. I'm going to show y'all that later. Now, to number 6. A, corporate individual surety's name, you're going to put Joseph John Scott. Person executing the consent, Scott Joseph John. Scott, so what is it? Type title, principal, slash, all right. E, we did principal, authorized person. F, today's date, right? Then don't worry about the seal. We're going to put that later. And that finishes the 1414. Now, this is right here. Let's say you're doing a house and you and your wife is on the house. She will put her information right here too. All right? Your information here in A, her information to be in B. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. When y'all using these and y'all using them for different things, you're gonna want to get a consultation so I can look over your paperwork and make sure you set it up right for your individual circumstance. And you also want to just make sure it's done right. You know what I mean? 2 heads is better than 1. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the next one, 1415. This fills out identically. That's the 1414. Y'all should be getting used to that. Like I said, modification number, I wouldn't put anything there. Why? Because contract number is the case number, court case number. All right. I can't get it. Okay, there it is. Court case number. Then, number 4, the surety, co-surety consents to the foregoing contract modification and agrees that their bond or bonds shall apply and extend to the contract as modified or amended. The principal and the surety further agree that on or after the execution of this consent, the penalty on the performance of the bond or bonds is increased by ... You're going to leave that blank, you don't know. And the penalty in payment bonds is increased by ... You don't know, you're going to leave it blank. However, the increase of the liability of each co-surety resulting from the consent shall not exceed the sums shown below. Right? So, boom. You go on to 5, name of surety, Joseph John Scott. It's only one because it's a court case. You're going to leave those amounts blank in 6 and 7 because you don't know them. Then you're going to move on down to CA, individual principal. And you're going to put his name and his address. So the name is Joseph. No, it's the principal. So it's going to be Scott, comma, Joseph, John, and the address, just like that. Right? Then you're going to move on to B, and you sign. Then you're going to move to C, name and title, principal / authorized person. Then you're going to go to D and put today's date and then affix your seal. We're going to talk about that later. Now we go down to 9. You don't use 9 because you're not a corporation. You're an individual. So then you go to 10. And they're asking you, 10A, corporate individual surety's name and address. So you're going to put the surety's name, Joseph John Scott, and the address is the DTC, 55 Water Street, New York, New York. And it's going to be by, and then you're going to put Scott, comma, Joseph John, name, and then you go to C, type name and title. So you put principal / authorized person. They ask you the date. You're going to put today's date. Fix the seal. That's later. That's 14/15 done. All right? I hope y'all see, once you know how to fill out just one of the forms in the series, all the rest fills out the same. It's pretty easy. But I still want you to be in the habit of reading the form anyway to make sure. All right, so we're going off to the next one, 14/16. Now remember, these are meant to be used with the other ones, 28, 90, 91, 24, 25, 25A. And you'll find that in the first part of the GSA bonds. But don't worry, what's going to happen is we're going to put the first GSA bond webinar together with this one, and we're going to make it a bundle package. So from now on, that's the only way y'all going to be able to buy it. And we're going to change that up today. All right, so here we go. The 14/16, payment bond other than construction contracts. Date bond executed. So 9/25/2015, that's when he first got the case. That's the date he put there. Now I ask you the principal, legal name and business address. So you put Scott, comma, Joseph John, which is the creditor side of the straw man, and you put the address where the straw man was created, which is your county address. The actual county courthouse is the address of the straw man. Then it says type of organization, check off individual. State of incorporation, California, with the BC number right there, right? Then you go down to surety. Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, because it's asking for the business address too with the zip code. So that's Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, 10041. Excuse me. Now they're asking you the penal sum of the bond. You don't know how much is on your goddamn case or what's on that birth certificate. So you leave that shit blank. Leave that shit blank. Then it goes down, they ask the contract date. That was the date you caught the charge. And then they ask you the contract number, and you put in the actual case number. All right? Read all of this. I'm not reading it, but you read it. Then you go down here, and they're asking you about the principal on the back page. Now, one thing I didn't say, this is what I'm going to say. This is the back page. This ain't number 2. This ain't page 2. It's the back. So when you do these bonds, you got to put them on bond paper, and you have to do it double-sided. Double-sided. All right? So this would be the front. This is going to be the back. That's the way you do it, okay? Now they're asking you about the principal on the back, and you're going to put the signature right there. You're going to put name and title. So it's Scott, comma, Joseph John. Principal. All right, there it is. Then you're going to put the same thing right there again. There you go. All right, now you go down to the next part, individual surety or sureties. The sureties, Joseph John Scott, and he's surety / life. Lifetime. Put the same thing, number 2. You really don't have to, because when you put it right here and sign right there and then put the seal, it's done. All right. So this is 1416. Now, 1418. Performance bond other than construction contracts. Date bond executed 9/25/2015. That's the date that he caught the charge, right? Principal, you got Scott, Joseph John, the address of the county courthouse where the straw man was created, type of organization, individual, state of incorporation, California, BC number right there, surety, Joseph John Scott, Depository Trust Company, 55 Water Street, New York, New York, 10041. You don't know the amounts, so you leave those empty. Contract date, that's today's date. That's the date he executed it for you, is today's date. And court case number. All right. Now, put the same thing down here, principal. Remember, this is the front and this is the back. Got to put it on bond paper, regular size bond paper, and you put the front and the back. I know, even though you're not going to be writing nothing on the back, you still put the front and the back. Now, right here, it says principal, Scott, comma, Joseph John. It said name and title. So, there, put principal, and there it is. All right, now you go over to individual surety. Name is Joseph John, and is, hold on. Right here is not asking for title, so you don't even put no title. You sign and put the seal, and that's it. It is done. That is the whole series for the federal GSA bonds right there. Let me open it up. See what's going on with y'all. Now, we ready for questions if y'all have any.
I got some questions.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. First of all, good webinar. And
thank you, brother.
I had a million questions at first, but not talking and letting you finish. Actually, you answered a lot of them, so that was a good lesson.
That's how it normally is. If you just let someone present it, it's probably gonna get answered before you do it. Now, there's one thing I gotta show y'all. Hold on, let me show y'all this seal, because niggas done lost their mind over that seal, son. Okay. Just give me a second. One second. This is how you get your seal done. And it's real simple. How the seal goes is just like this. Scott, comma, Jonah, John, DBA, Jonah, John. Now these words is going around in a circle around the seal. Now in the middle of the seal, you just put your birth date. 3-20-1971. All right? And that would be in the very center. That is your seal. So you go take that to Office Depot. That's where I got mine from, but I hear they don't do it no more, but they might. I don't know. It depends on where you live. That's what's in your seal, right? That simple thing right there. Now, also, right here where you got to put the seal, you got to go to Office Depot and get that gold seal. It's like a star, it looks like a sun. You put it on there, and then you take your seal and seal right over top of that gold seal. That is the proper way of doing it. All right. Now that I showed y'all the seal, what's your question, bro?
All right. My first one was when you were putting the like you said, U.S. District Court and the location. On the very first one that you did, I think it was Form 90, might have been one before. That one had a room number, and all the rest of them did not. Is that significant or insignificant?
It's not. Like I said, it's the same address, but in that one was more specific because it had room to actually send it to a certain court. You know what I mean? The court, because inside the courthouse they have different room numbers, which they call suites. Yeah. So it'll get there anyway without you putting the suite number on, long as it got the proper information. But if you wanted to get there with no problems whatsoever, you put the suite number.
Got you. All right. My next one is on the birth date. Now, one thing I wanted to catch, you said birthday of the straw. Now we know usually, okay, say I'm born January 1st, but they create my birth certificate January 20th.
Certificate, the birth date that's on the birth certificate that says birthday.
Okay, cool. Overthinking it. All right, cool.
Yeah. I remember when I was breaking that down years ago.
Yep. Peace. But I like the way you broke down the names though and all that and repeating it, because when you were saying the straw,
well, that's the most important part.
Yeah,
that's the most important part, because the Scott, Jonah John is the actual creditor. The debtor is Jonah John Scott. And how do you know this to be true? Look at when they send you a credit card application. It says Scott, Jonah John. But then when you go get the credit card, then all the bills come in as Jonah John Scott.
Yep. So I caught how you was doing that. So the straw man / debtor is always your all caps Jonah John Scott. And
don't think about all caps. It's all caps. Whether you're using the creditor side or the debtor side, it's all caps. It's all straw man. See, that's a patriot bullshit when they keep on telling y'all upper and lower.
Semantics.
Let me ask you a question. When I say your name, how do you know if it's uppercase or lowercase? You don't.
Got you.
It's the same. But if I'm addressing you by your last name first, that's a different name than your first, middle, last.
Got you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's the truth.
Yep.
That's the truth of how it's done. Even on your UCC forms, it makes you do it that way. And no one peeps it.
I got you. I seen that. So because that cleared up a lot for me the way you did that with the straw man's always the name going forward. The creditor is always your last name, comma, first, middle, and then your spiritual, who's not in commerce, is always your Bay, El, Ali, what have you.
Exactly.
So you broke that. That was totally clear. Peace to that one. I noticed you did that in all caps too. Is that not relevant at all? All those forms?
Will be in all caps. Everything. Remember, I read one part to y'all, and the part I read was the 28, and it said it had to be what? A United States citizen. Your straw man is everything in the United States is all caps.
Okay. All right. My last one is on the contract date. Now, usually you have the day. Okay, say I got pulled over January 1st. Is it that day or the day I go to court is the contract date?
Okay. Now, if I would, ain't no fucking way I'm doing GSA bonds for no fucking ticket.
Right. I just mean hypothetically, like, is it the day you catch
I wouldn't answer that for no ticket, because don't do it for no ticket.
Right.
You don't have time to do it for a ticket. It's too much fucking money to do for a ticket. And there's too many problems to do it for a ticket. And ticket, traffic court ain't no real court, man. Don't do it for a ticket.
Right, but
Only way you could do it for a ticket is if you got a DUI, but check it. If you got a DUI, they turn that into a case. They hand that over to the state.
So it's whatever day you're at court, the court day.
No, I didn't answer your question because I said I'm not going to answer that shit for no ticket.
Okay. All right.
Yo, Jonah, I got a question on the foreclosure, or on the house, discharging the house, not foreclosure, but discharging your house.
This is foreclosure. Oh, you're saying you're trying to do it before the foreclosure started.
Yeah, well, both cases. You said if the two names is on the contract, if both people have to send their birth certificate in?
Yes.
So both of them got to do it exactly the same way?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
on the same form. They both on the same form.
Gotcha. Yep. All right.
I yield on my questions, though. You can go to the next.
Everybody, you know what? I want to get someone in particular.
I have a question.
Who is that? Melissa Piccone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get.
Okay, thanks. Well, I have a couple of questions. So when we're signing his name, is that supposed to be signed up or lower? I mean, I know you keep saying all caps, all caps. So when I sign his name, am I actually just printing it?
When you're signing it, you can sign it whichever way you want to sign it because it has the word by it.
Okay, so it's irrelevant if it's up or lower, if it's all caps,
It's really fucking irrelevant. I'm telling y'all, as long as y'all following the rules, all that patriot shit don't even apply. It doesn't even help us. We tried all that shit. It ain't never got us off. Never. Let's just do it the way they want it done. Simple.
Okay, and so then for that contract date, are we talking about the date he got arrested, the date he signed a plea?
Yes.
What is
the
his
date
arrest?
he got arrested is when the contract started.
Okay. And then do I really need a certified copy of his?
I'm not answering it for no traffic ticket because fuck that shit. It'll cost you more to send these GSA bonds out than to pay the fucking ticket. I'm not answering it.
Okay, and then for that signed copy of the indictment, if it's a sealed indictment, how am I getting a certified copy of the indictment, how am I getting that?
You would actually, first of all, you could get it through discovery, number one.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
First of all, you can get it through discovery. That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, they gave him charging papers when they arrested him. He has to have them.
Or if
but they're not certified copies.
Convicted.
Don't worry. If they gave it to him, it is actually the indictment. It is actually it. Because if I remember correctly, it's a yellow form or a pink form. It's actually was one 3-part thing that they tore apart and gave you one.
Okay. I will try to get that. And that would qualify as a certified copy?
Normally that shit is sitting in jail with him. Or it's with his the stuff that he had on and stuff when he
Well, the indictment, no, because he didn't have to self-surrender for 6 months. So I have all the paperwork that we have, and I don't have a copy of that, but I can see if I can get something.
Yes, please.
When someone is doing GSA bonds for someone else, and they have power of attorney, I noticed on one of those forms you signed in a place for that. You say who you are. Okay.
Yes. And that's part of the reasons why she definitely wants to go get the seal and all that. The seal can replace the signature.
Yeah, I have that. It's coming today, actually. I ordered it already.
Where'd you get yours from?
Rubberstamp.com.
Y'all hear that? Rubberstamps. Did you get the metal seal or a rubber one?
I got a professional, whatever it was. It was a professional seal.
Good. It sounds like you got the metal one. You're supposed to be getting the metal one.
Yeah.
One with the embossing on it.
Yeah, the embossing one. That's
accurate. Yes, it is an embossing. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, when you said the name, I'm like, damn, did they just give her the rubber stamp one with the red ink or the black ink?
No. It's an embosser. It's an embosser.
Good, good. So say that website one more time for the people.
Yep, I see they're asking for it. Rubberstamp.com.
Rubberstamps.com, y'all. Rubberstamps.com.
And then the other thing I put that you didn't mention, Jonah, was under in the circle, I put the EST date. So I put established and the birth date.
Yes, right. Okay. That's correct. Established with your birth date. Yes.
Okay, I have one final question. We're referring to birth certificate and certificate of live birth, and I know those are actually two separate documents. Which one do we actually need?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They mix them together. A birth certificate is the same as a certificate of live birth. They don't even do that in most states no more. Give you two different.
Okay. Is that all I need, Akeem?
Unless you got more questions, I just want to make sure you got all your questions.
I ain't answering no more questions.
I'm a good kid. I think I'm okay. Are you going to provide copies of what you did fill out? I did take notes and screenshots. I'm wondering if you.
Let me say. I said it at the beginning. If y'all need copies,
I was tardy. I just found out.
Listen.
Yes, sir.
You're different from everybody else.
I apologize. I'm done asking questions. Carry on, gentlemen.
Y'all need a copy. Y'all gonna have to get a copy of the DVD, and then you got the copy of it. I'm not making a template. Why? I want you to listen and fill it out. When I give templates, people fuck it up more because they don't study it. They just fill it out. Half the time, they take the template and don't even take my information out.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, Jonah.
That's the lady.
Slighted. I'm not letting y'all fuck up, man. Y'all gonna have to study. I'm not giving no template. Y'all gotta have to listen to the DVD and boom, do it as you listen, and it'll turn out better for you anyway.
I don't know why you feel slighted, Raheem. If you want to feel better, you might want to pay the fee this lady paid to even get us to help her. So I don't know if you want to.
He said LOL, man. He was just playing, y'all. He's just playing.
I just want to clear it up just in case anybody else is thinking that.
Listen, man. Let me say this, and I say this on every webinar. Black Panther is gonna be out and come out on the 15th of this month, right after that bullshit Valentine's Day, right? That we're forced to celebrate every damn year, which I don't, and she be looking at me like I'm crazy because she wants to brag to her friends what she got. They ain't getting shit from me. I don't celebrate that shit. Anyway, when you go there, you're gonna watch the movie, you're gonna enjoy the movie. They're not gonna give you a goddamn DVD of that bitch when you're walking out. So don't expect us to do that. This is my movie theater. You got to watch the movie. If you want to watch it again, buy the DVD.
Hey, I think somebody's asking the same question you already answered.
I'm not answering it.
What about for a friend in jail? We just basically answered that through Melissa.
Right.
Yeah, but this guy's asking about how to get documents. Your mother, the person's mother, actually has all the rights and can gather all of those documents from the state.
Anything. Mama can get anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if Daddy can, but Mama can.
What if Mama ain't alive? What happens then?
Yo.
I mean, go online and answer the questions right, and you can get one in the mail.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She gave it. There you go.
It is. It is.
Just saying. Go to, what is it, vitalstats.com and answer the qualifying questions right, and you can get one in the mail.
Somebody asked, can they use GSA bonds for more than one case? Of course you can.
Yes,
I don't know if that's
but you can't put all different cases on one GSA bond. You can't do that.
Okay. You can't do that. You got to do separate. Okay, got it. All right. I think you covered all the questions.
$100 bill. Can I take $100 bills and buy 5 different things for $100?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. You're gonna have to have $100 bill for each $100 item.
Yeah, right. All right. I think that's all the questions.
I think
Where are
TJ wanted to know
these
where they're
sent?
sent to.
Not covered. Okay.
What?
See, now this is the thing. I told you this is part B, which means you got to go get part A, which is the regular GSA bonds. And I go thoroughly through who you send it to. But I'm going to answer it real quick. You send it to everyone involved. That means if the motherfucker in jail, the warden gets one, the judge in the court that he went through gets it, the clerk gets it, GSA gets it, GSA services, the boss, look that address up to see where to send it, they get it, and each one of these are original. You don't send no one no damn copies. And you need a copy for
So they got to do a separate GSA bond.
What I did was I did all my GSA bonds in color. I only did one set. I did 5 different ones in color. Then I put the seal and embossed it, and they were all original.
When you said did it in color, you copied them in color.
I copied them in color, so they was all originals.
Okay, gotcha.
Now, also, what you have to do is everyone gets a copy of your birth certificate, certified birth certificate, but GSA gets the original. GSA services, the boss there gets the original birth certificate. You got to give that up. That's why you got to give them a certified birth certificate, not your authenticated birth certificate. No one gets that authenticated birth certificate.
Now, when they're making copies of that birth certificate, they making color copies, front and back?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they know the difference because when you make the copy on a birth certificate, it comes out as void.
Yeah. All right. If that's all the questions, that'll be it for this webinar.
See, this is the dumb shit. This is the dumb shit. This what I'm talking about, how people don't listen. Rather, can I use one bond for 2 cases? I answered that shit. Damn, y'all don't listen. I don't know how y'all spend money and not listen to the most basic shit you need to know. I said I gave you an example of what you couldn't do too. Nigga, can you use $1 to buy $5 worth of shit? No. So each case, you got to use a different set of GSA bonds, a whole new set. Man, I'm going, man. I'm going. Peace.
All right, y'all. Peace. Thanks for joining the webinar. All right. Let me stop recording.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
Hello again, everybody. This is TJ. We're going to start with a quick video. Well, actually, this is going to go into some detail, but I want to make sure that we get through it quickly, and I want you to watch this more than once so you get all the details. There's going to be a lot of detail in this video. Over the years, we've looked at different methodologies, researched other people's techniques, tried our own, had our members give us feedback on various things. And one thing we found is that there's a key thing that people need to understand to deal with their legal cases. You think your matter is about a child support case or a DUI or a mortgage or a criminal matter or something like that. The reality is it's all commerce and it's all business. And it's all about trusts. So today we're going to talk about expressing the trust, how that's essential. Once you understand that, and then we're going to show you a newer document we've come across, which we think could easily replace most of the status documents and things that are out there. This will be in your member area to obtain if you're a premium member of urlaw.org, or at least come in and be a free member and try us out, but then you'll probably want to become a premium member at urlaw.org. So I'm going to go through a lot of terminology, but I want you to get the concept of why everything is a trust when it comes to courts. And then how you can use that knowledge to settle the accounts rather than fight these cases. Okay? So here we go. Why equity and expressing the trust is essential to winning. Well, we have to look at some definitions as we go. So an infant is a decedent of estate until you declare otherwise. You see, the courts presume you're coming in as an infant because you brought an attorney, you need somebody else to represent you, you're not capable of managing your own affairs, plus you're not making your claim for the proper position in the court. You're coming in the entirely wrong position. And you'll see when you read this contract, those of you who are members will get to see the whole version. We're going to just glance over it a little bit here, but you're going to see how powerful this is. And it's indisputable once we present this to them. It forms a trust which makes them liable. I love running under my own contract rather than trying to fight theirs. So, according to the IRS manual 21.7.13.3.2.2, an infant is a decedent of an estate or grantor. Oh wait, you thought that was a baby. Owner or truster of a trust, guardianship, receivership, or custodianship that has yet to receive a Social Security number. Now let me ask you folks, is it your estate that has a Social Security number or do you have one? But regardless, the infant is the estate. That's what this is more or less saying. And you know, if you don't believe that, just read on, and the more you study, you'll see that's how things are structured. You are the infant, you're being treated as the infant, and yet you're not making your proper claim to things. And we also know that there's this valuable Social Security account accumulating there for us. It's more than you can possibly imagine. But we can't just go in there and cash it in, and that's not our goal. We're just there to use it to settle our matters as we go through life. That's a basic concept that people are missing. That's all it is. In 1933, we went bankrupt. They took away all the money. But they had to give us remedy by holding everything in reserve effectively, putting these estates together. Yet we don't know how to operate it. And once you learn how to operate, you gain a great deal of commodity and commercial power. So, once the infant receives a Social Security number, the infant begins the journey as a federal government property. You bet you didn't know that. A federal employee / taxpayer. Some call it the straw man. You may have heard that term. With the father and the mother as fiduciaries to protect the state property via the newly created Cesti Que Vie trust estate for the infant. That birth certificate that was created an estate. And it's being held in trust. And it's identified by a stock certificate called the Certificate of Live Birth. Look at it. It's a stock certificate, folks. And that estate is subject to tax reporting and taxes and taxed on income based on the self-confession that it's income to the individual, and by getting you to self-report on a 1040 or 1040 form, which is a contract or affidavit, sworn to and correct and complete under the penalty of perjury. Folks, this is how you get tied into the system. But don't worry, it's just a contract. We just need to create a new trust to correct the position. Once the child attains age 18, she assumes the title of co-trustee and co-beneficiary. Now remember, a trustee in any relationship is liable. You go through life being liable, don't you? But you also forget to claim that you're a beneficiary. You need to learn how to do that, and you're about to learn that. So take good notes. So you got to claim that position as the father of the father, as described below. The father must claim the title of third-party intervener for the holder of the person occupying the office of the general executor of the infant's estate, or face consequences of abandonment in the administration of the estate. What that means is you got to step up and say, I understand what's going on here, I know how to run this, and I'm going to execute this thing myself. Okay? All you have to do is claim to be a beneficial owner to do that. That's all this really equates to. The courts and judges know this and rightfully step in as administrator under an undisclosed constructive trust for the minor child, who is basically you. Okay, you might have one who is your child, but then you're still a child even after age 18, which you're going to see here in a minute. Legally, if the father or mother are incompetent in the administration of the child's estate, or you as an adult act as a child, which we do all the time, minor, that's another term, versus being of the age of majority, and a very important term to learn. That means you've learned how to step up and take your proper position, and by not stepping up and declaring the trust. Getting an attorney and entering a plea places you as being incompetent and thus a ward of the court, not a beneficiary, and certainly someone who is acting like a minor. These terms matter, ladies and gentlemen. So you abandoned your rightful position as a primary beneficial interest title holder. See, if you don't title to a car, I got something. If I don't have that, I got nothing. And the court grabs it from you as unclaimed, just like the abandonment of property at sea. Property is abandoned at sea. After a period of time, people can come in and claim it. That's what they get us to do when we walk into court. So it's called a court, folks. That's what's actually the transaction that's going on there. And you cross the docket, you're carrying the vessel of documents with numbers on them, and you dock it in the dock. That's what's going on. So this is what is really going on in court until you claim your title and then manage it accordingly. Okay, so via the parent's state-issued marriage license, the state-issued birth certificate for a new child, they have gifted and pledged and abandoned and orphaned that minor child and left them adrift on the sea of commerce. And the child's future, labor, and his estate belongs to the United States because they're taking care of him until he steps up and takes control. And until you do this, you can't go into court and do this until you've exercised this process, okay? Otherwise, you're just going to be treated as an orphaned minor child who is a ward of the state, okay? So the child, which is you, still acting as a minor, who has not yet claimed her securities, becomes part of the collective res. The res is the property or the thing that's put into a trust to give it value. And that res is for the full faith and credit of the United States, which is a trust. And the joint and several labor, underwriter, undertaker surety for all the deaths. You're liable for everything. And they treat you like that, don't they? And even the acts of the United States. Its officers, officials, offices, agents, contractors, franchises, and corporations. So, if you don't know how to control this, their position is really being a beneficial interest title holder. Your position is being a beneficial title holder, being perceived as an abandonment, somebody who abandoned a title, you lose. So by voluntarily becoming surety to be bled out, I call it, for a case, simply by giving the name or responding to any legal matter in that all capital letter name, without properly claiming and expressing the trust and relationship. So when you fail to just stop what's going on and reply properly, you get hooked up in that. We'll show you several ways to do that. We've done that through the Word Power program. That's response by creating a trust and so on. And of course the new arbitration methods that are being rolled out there, that's another way to do it. So if you look at 31 CFR 363.3, it defines what a minor is, and I bet you didn't know this. You've probably only thought about the first sentence. A minor means an individual under the age of 18. But in the legal world, the term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18. Also, this could happen after you're 18, in other words, but has not yet taken control of the securities contained in his or her minor account. Now, this has to do with your Social Security minor account. It's called a minor account not because you're under 18, it's because you haven't taken control of it. Okay? And now let's talk about the elements of a trust. A trust must have a trustee. That's somebody who manages it, controls it, on the behalf of another. That's what a trust is. Anytime you give a duty over to somebody, they're your babysitter, they become a trustee. You hand them responsibility to take care of the matters of another. Well, when you have a trust, you have to have a trustee. You have to have a beneficiary and somebody who granted the trust. So that might be you, the parents, granting the child over to the babysitter. That's a trust relationship. It's going on all the time. It goes on when you order food, and it goes on when you go into court. The same thing happens. And so the res is the property. And when you give up the name, they'll make a claim to your birth estate. And that's what they're trying to seize. And they put a bond on it. Okay? All this stuff is financial terms in court. So it has res, it has a trustee, and it has a beneficiary. So let's talk about what this term says. The term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18 but has not yet taken control of securities, that would be beneficial interests certificates, and contained in her minor account. That would be whatever res is in the account. And a minor account means an account that a custodian controls. That's a trustee, right? A custodian on behalf of a minor. A trust, anytime you give control over somebody on behalf of another, that's a trust relationship. So you as a minor are giving control over to somebody. This is referred to as a resulting trust. The definition of a resulting trust is a resulting trust, from the Latin resilere, meaning, I hope I pronounced that right, to jump back, is the creation of an implied trust by operation of law. In other words, just how you're acting implies the trust. That's all a trust is. People think it has to be the big official thing. So where property is transferred to someone who pays nothing for it, and then is implied to have held the property for the benefit of another person. So when you walk into court, you give up the name without making a proper claim as to who you are as beneficiary. You're giving up all your property to them to bond, seize, and control, and they will do so and make themselves beneficiary because you failed to do so. That's all. It's the normal way it's done. But when you make your claim, they cannot disprove that you are the rightful beneficial party. That's a fact. It's impossible to change. It's just like gravity. You can't change it. So, this is going on every day in your life until you take control as one who is at the age of majority. Okay, age of majority means you're stepped up. You know what you're doing. You're putting the proper documentation and you're making the proper claim of your position when you go in there, as opposed to playing the role that they want you to play of defendant / strawman. I don't like that term strawman because it's kind of been abused, but it is the basic idea. So we can do this by expressing the trust before court, that is in writing, and then in court. We're about to show you a document where you can do that. 2, when we reply using our word power syntax response, which we've taught in our other classes, in the word power course, we create a new contract or trust, but we do it in a forensic, perfect contract method where we basically take apart their contract and then we put a dollar stamp on there, which by the way we can do on any of our documents, as consideration for the new contract. Now they're hearing our contract as opposed to our being under their contract. Okay? And then when we reply to the new common law arbitration contract method, we also form a trust. And again, that's a new technique which we have a special page for on the website for premium members. You'll have access to that at urlaw.org. You can go in there and you can learn about this common law arbitration process that we've come across, and it's been kind of spread around, but we're trying to teach it from our own point of view. I mean, people like the way I teach that information, so it's there. And but what he is to form another contract, another trust. Same with word power, syntax, and all that. And then when we express the trust before court, we're creating yet another trust. We do trusts all the time, folks, but you've got to put yourself in the proper position or you'll lose control. And the courts know this. So everything is about a trust, implied or expressed. Contracts are the supreme thing in law. So let's get into this other document next, and then we'll look at how to express the trust in writing, and then do it as a thing you do in court as well. All right, so first of all, let's say that you've presented the document you're about to see, And I'm going to let you read the document yourself, but I'm going to cover some parts of it. But before you'd go in, this is what you have to be prepared to say to support your document. Never put a document in that you cannot back up and talk about openly and clearly in court. So you've got to understand this document very well before you actually walk in and start talking about it. A while back we talked about subrogation, and I think a lot of people kind of got it a little bit backwards, so I kind of revised the script a little bit, because you have to explain what you're doing in a way that's not only logical to you, but logical to the other people you're explaining it to, right? So you can enter this document we're about to show you ahead of time, days ahead of time, a few days at least ahead of time, or as early as possible, whenever it works for you, but the earlier the better. And then you're going to go in and you're going to back it up with how you come into court. So you're coming into court, you walk across the bar, you say, in order to proceed, I require the court to recognize I am here in special appearance as the beneficial equitable title holder on matters involving the named trust in this matter. I also require this, by the name trust is the name that's on their document. It's their court case name. Okay. I also require this court to take notice of my bill of complaint in equity, and notice that I appear only in the capacity of one who is at the age of majority. We're letting them know we're not coming in as the minor entity estate. As such, I therefore direct you to fulfill your fiduciary duty to settle all accounts as trustee per the bill of complaint in equity I submitted, and recognize my right of subrogation in this matter. You recognize your right to come in and claim the position and switch roles. Now, if they try to stop you, you just say, well, I do not consent to proceed. Let me repeat myself. And you used to go right back to the beginning and say this 3 times if you have to. They will try to get you off track. They'll ignore you. They'll laugh. They'll do everything they can to not address this issue because this is a hot potato. All right? So, now if you know the document, you're going to feel more confident about what you said above here. You might revise this slightly, but I would go in with this scripted, really memorized, but have it scripted in case you get lost. Keep coming back to it. It's very important. You do not consent to proceed until they recognize your position as a special appearance as beneficial equitable title holder. Okay? So say it that way. So this would be almost a replacement for the previous subrogation video, because this goes to more directly to the issue and explains what you're saying, as well as gives you the ability to express it in a trust. Remember, a trust happens by virtue of just the roles you're playing in a given situation in life. And when you go to court, there's a relationship. There's the court is the public trustee. You're a beneficiary, but you don't identify yourself as such, so you take liability instead. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be the infant minor. That's the name. That's the all caps name. Is still there, the infant minor. But in this case, you're coming in as plaintiff now. This becomes a counter complaint versus the people of whoever, or the United States, or whoever it is that was originally coming against you in a case. Okay? And so, expressing the trust. This bill of a complaint in equity presented to void proceedings and jurisdiction. Isn't that what you want them to do? There you go. Introduction and background, and with a memorandum of law. That is a separate document. It's just going to be attached to this document when you download it. Comes now John Henry Doe. That would be your natural full uppercase, lowercase name, and natural living being of majority status, conducting the style condition of the principal and beneficial equitable title holder. That's more or less what you set up above, and not an infant minor, hereinafter complainant. As such, I am exercising as well as retaining and reserving all rights, natural, private, commercial, incorporeal, or otherwise, and does tender this claim and makes the claim that the tender was special deposited on the accounts receivables books of the court. You've just given us something of value, via the respondent's commercial filings and other deposits into the court's registry, who, by their own admission of the complaint showing or causing to show the existence of a qualified endorsement. So, there it is. This is how you're coming in. These are your terms and conditions under which you're going to proceed. The respondent has come to this matter related to a trust in the capacity that is unsustainable, and thus is perceived as standing in its unadulterated, non-immune capacity and is liable for all damages incurred, assessments as well as penalties. On its face, it appears the respondents, by the way, this is the court or the United States or the attorney, whoever came against you, the attorney, intent and purpose was to take up the election to treat the within reference complaint as a draft rather than a promise to pay. When they present you an indictment or a suit or something like that, it's actually a draft. It's a bill. In fact, in federal court, it's a true bill. Okay? A complaint is a promise to pay, and a draft is an order to pay. The person holding the instrument can treat it as either. Okay, so that's what they gave you. You're about to give them one in exchange. The court converted the complaint to a draft in a form of currency conversion. There might be cause for one to raise or complain that they lack understanding, for such information is foreign to them, and it is at this time that such an individual documents lack the document's lack of knowledge for overseeing such a matter as specifically it deals in with express trusts of an estate of an infant, which invokes exclusive jurisdiction and not concurrent jurisdiction. Now you're taking over exclusive jurisdiction because it's clearly stated what you're doing. The court acts as an administrative venue as a result of the Administrative Acts and the Presidential Proclamation 2038, 2039, and 2040. Those are the emergency acts, okay, for which the Presidents of the United States have exercised emergency powers jurisdiction continuously from 1933 to present, according to the Senate Report on National Emergencies associated with the National Emergencies Act. To ensure this information was not ambiguous, nor it's foreign to the government, for the Senate of the United States has verified the aforementioned facts. Equity is the implied expression of a trust. Minor means an individual under the age of 18 years old. The term minor also is used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18 but has not yet taken control of the securities contained in his or her minor account. If you're coming in and saying that you're doing that, you're now taking control. Okay? They don't get to tap into your Social Security account through this court case. You control it. And you're no longer a minor when you do that. There it is. They imply these trusts. This has all the elements of a trust. Minor accounts means an account that a custodian controls on behalf of a minor. This is referred to as a resulting trust. The definition of a resulting trust is a resulting trust is the creation of an implied trust by operation of law. In other words, how they're acting implies the trust, where property is transferred to someone who pays nothing for it, and then it is implied to have held the property for the benefit of another person. When they create the case and they put that document in, that summons or that suit or the indictment, that's a draft value that they've deposited. And you're supposed to come in and do something with it. And we always do it wrong. So, jurisdiction and venue, the jurisdiction proper, other jurisdiction wherein the Constitution, whereby judicial power section authorizes such out of necessity. The judicial power shall be vested in one Supreme Court. And of course, that's all the courts together. And then these courts, as equity is everything and law is without equity, they must still render equity. There's plenty of evidence to support this. Therefore, this court has the power to decree inequity upon this express trust matter in camera chambers, that means privately without the public, and may enforce, that's why we call this a private action, and may enforce the Bill of Rights put forth in this bill, as expressed in the Constitution. Don't they pass bills? Don't they send you a true bill? We need to give them a bill in return to counterbalance their bill. We must remember, and shall be discussed briefly in a moment, but that an attorney who represents an individual who has not yet attained the age of majority, remember that doesn't have to be 18, that could also be an adult, is said to represent a ward of the court. An attorney holds an administrative position as an officer of the court, and as such the attorney becomes for the ward of an appointed guardian ad litem. Now, in proof that the trust exists and is for all necessities and purposes a resulting trust, in that upon attaining majority, the securities, assets, properties of the infant becomes the rightful property of the beneficiary who has attained the age of majority. We're coming in and saying we are the beneficiary, or essentially the beneficial title holder, okay? You really can't say you own something, but you hold title to something, and they can't disprove it. Just by holding a birth certificate in your hand is all the proof you need. Seeing that this is the resulting trust by operational law and as a result of the principles of equity, and that it involves a minor and an infant and or properties of an infant, the property jurisdiction is that of equity. We can only talk about estates now, if that's what's going on, and that's what is going on. Who has and maintains a right to such inherent jurisdiction. See, this went from being some sort of weird criminal thing to an equity matter, just by your declaration. Rule of law, whereby this cause being a complaint in exclusive equity jurisdiction, because it directly involves property, estate, securities of an infant minor, cites the rule of law as follows upon the Bill of Rights. So this gets into more and more. What this document does is it supports everything that you're claiming, with law, citings, everything you need, and why the court has to take jurisdiction, because it's always been dealing with wards of the court. You're just letting them know what your new relationship is. Okay, courts of equity have general and inherent jurisdiction over the property of infants. Okay, you'll find this all comes right out of court rulings and the rules. Okay, jurisdiction can only be exercised when the court has acquired jurisdiction as to the particular infant minor subject matter. Okay, well, you're going to let them know what your relationship is and how you're going to proceed. You're not just running there and saying, you don't have jurisdiction because I said so. No, it's, I am here in this capacity and I'm here to settle this matter and direct you to do so. That's all. You're not there to fight. You're not there to plead. You're not there to argue. And it's the duty of the court to safeguard the infant's property rights with great care. And to be honest with you, they don't do it. They'll act as your parent, but then they don't see to it that you're benefited. They take from you and throw you in jail, right? Or take from you. Okay, so anyway, this goes into much more detail about jurisdiction and equity. So I want you to read this over very carefully. And the court cannot act in violation of an administrative, constitutional, or statutory limits on its power. And by the way, if you have a contract outside of this, like you do the word power response contract with consideration, or you do the arbitration contract with consideration, the court doesn't even have jurisdiction over that. They have to let it go with that jurisdiction that you put it into. Okay, but the bottom line is, if they're going to proceed, they have to hold your assets now in trust. And once they become trustee, and they do only by simply mere operation, and you're stating that you're not the trustee, you are the beneficiary, they have that duty. They already have responsibility over the public trust. Okay? If we didn't make this up, it's always been this way. Okay? Now, let's see. There's talks about other assets that they've maybe created, like, for example, taking fingerprints, forcing a plea, coercion, threats, anything that's gone on in the case is really forgery and really trying to put you into involuntary servitude. This document gets into that. And, of course, the Constitution prohibits that. Again, see, the reason we fall into this other stuff is because we volunteer for it and don't realize that we are. So the courts are conducting commercial business of the courts and must give or disclose to upon the party demanding the bookkeeping entries, both receivables and payables, with an affidavit and demand is hereby made for immediate production, or all evidence is hearsay, is evidence into the court. The infant minor, having attained the age of majority, hereby challenges the bookkeeping and demands full accounting on other accounts receivables and accounts payables on all dividends, profits, rents, escrows, etc., resulting from the deposit of the trust estate of the ward beneficiary onto the court's accounts receivables and other intangibles. Now that, it doesn't matter whether it's a criminal case or a mortgage. This deposit happens by virtue of the documents that are put on that docket. Okay? And they're administering that estate. You're just claiming your proper position, and you're telling them you understand now how this kind of works, and no, you're not going to let them, you don't need them to administer it for you. You'll take care of that. Or you require them to do it in their fiduciary capacity. And believe me, one of the biggest laws you can break in this country is antitrust. And that's what this is all about. So you're like moving for relief. You want damages in equity. See, as equity must cause equity to be done, though the heavens fall, complainant is entitled to relief in the form of damages for the following reasons. Respondent has taken the private property of the complainant under extreme duress and threat of violence against complainant's life, property, liberties without just compensation. They want to take your house, that's pretty violent. They want to put you in jail, that's pretty violent. Without the expressed or written consent of the complainant. You see, they get you to consent, though, don't they? Through signatures, through hiring an attorney, and those sort of things. Respondent had a duty to respond to all complaints and questions because of the legal special relationship of the parties, and by not responding to the respondent is in breach of trust. See, a trustee cannot just ignore the beneficiaries. Because the infant estate and duty of care associated therewith and thereto is an express trust. Okay? So there's some verified memorandum principles of law, points of authorities on express special relationship trusts. And by the way, if they try to turn you down, you're going to demand that they show you the authorities and express law that they're applying. That's also in here. Okay. So now I'm saying it's been placed on the record that I share the same similar name as the defendant, right? Isn't it kind of similar? In their case number. However, for clarification, I am not now acting in the capacity. So this is basically what you do if you've already started a case or at the beginning of the case. Either one, you've got to make the statement. However, for clarification, I'm not now acting in the capacity as the named defendant. I am the beneficiary and equitable title holder. And they can't rebut this, by the way, folks. They can't. So none of this information is foreign to the court. This matter must proceed in equity. You're splitting the jurisdiction. Failure and refusal to proceed at equity under the exclusive jurisdiction will constitute contempt of justice. Boy, if you bring this forth and they try to move forward, do you have an appeal? So this gets into a little bit more about the elements of a trust. I can kind of let you read this, but there has to be a settlor, a grantor, a trust, or somebody who created it and who generated it, who started it, okay? And of course, they created trusts by the New Deal. And then there's millions and millions of trusts within the trusts under these different acts that you see on screen. And there are special relationship agreements that you have with that trust organization, don't you? Through the amendments, the 13th Amendment, so forth. And rights must be identified. That's the second element. Third, there must be a beneficiary identified. Well, they're the beneficiary on their papers when they give it to you, until you identify yourself really as the principal beneficiary in conflict with their position, because your name is on there and they're using your name for profit. That's why you're claiming to be coming as a certificate holder. Just hold up the birth certificate. It's good enough. And you're claiming your property that's held in trust. They are supposed to be managing a trust for you. And they have all the assets there to settle that draft, that document, that financial document they created to come in after you. There must be shares. Of course, those are different kinds. There's different forms of those shares. A birth certificate is one. The trust must be workable. You know, they can work it, they can manage it. They must have an ending date. Can't last forever. Of course, when you die, it ends, right? So again, elements of the trust. We will go back to this again. Minor means an individual under the age of 18. The term minor is also used to refer to an individual who has attained the age of 18, but has not yet taken control of securities. See, that's an adult that doesn't know how to do this yet. But now you do. And a minor means an account that a custodian on behalf of minor, that is linked to the custodian's primary account. There's a custodian, and they're holding on behalf of a minor, and they can't abuse the trust. So they have to administer it upon your request. Now you've identified who you are. The settlor is the federal government directly and through the state and local governments. They use the lowercase names and so forth. Through the various acts of Congress and through the Age of Majorities Act. By the way, you didn't think the Age of Majority is a real term? Go look it up, Age of Majority Act. The identity of equitable beneficial title holder is a minor, both unattained and attained. Okay? So in other words, they want to call you a minor? Fine. You're still making your claim. You are at least 18. And but you want to be treated as a person of majority who can tell them what to do. But even the minor who's of age 18 can tell the trustee what to do. They can't erase the fact that you are an equitable beneficial title holder because you hold the birth certificate and you generally day-to-day manage that. Now you're telling them as trustees to do their job. So Your rights are identified by the right to attain the age of majority, to gain control of the securities held in your minor account, and be free from minor disabilities. Minors' disabilities, okay? The trust is workable. Say, once you name this, they are required to start protecting the trust. They're supposed to be doing it anyway, but now that you identify yourself, now they have to follow your orders. Because you're like the stockholder in a corporation. You ultimately are the decision maker. Okay? But they have to do it for you. So, this paragraph relates to the process by which, if you look at the Minnesota Rule 220, you'll find essentially this language. And it's in Minnesota where a lot of the birth estates are actually housed. So the Register of Titles is authorized to receive for registration of memorials upon any outstanding certificate of an official birth certificate pertaining to a registered owner named, and said certificate of title showing the date of birth of said registered owner. Isn't that what your birth certificate does? Provided there is attached to it a certificate of an affidavit of an infant who states that he is familiar with the facts recited, stating that the party named and the said birth certificate is the same party as the one of the owners named in the said certificate of title, and that thereafter the registrar of titles shall treat registered owner as having obtained the age of majority as of the date of 18 years after birth shown on the said certificate. So, what it's saying is once you wake up and you know how to act accordingly, and you begin operating your life this way, and you simply make a claim. They just simply can write words just like you see on screen, and as an affidavit, attach the copy of the birth certificate. You now have that claim. Now, I can do that in court. I can do it wherever I have to. But if you want to do a separate document, that's fine too. But you're identifying yourself as having done this, and this whole document does that. The aforementioned is a general court rule, meaning that it applies in principle to all birth certificates attaining related matters. This gets into a power of attorney. We'll get into that separately, but basically there's a way that you can also do a power of attorney that they default on, and therefore appointing you with some powers to direct things even further. We'll get into that later. This matter does not involve statutory or constitutional provisions respecting a minor or an infant. This matter is exclusively and specifically involves an estate trust and the property of an infant minor under equitable law. We're not dealing with a statutory law. We're dealing with equitable, simple estate law. Okay? And once you bring this into this equity, which means basically estate law, things change. It's a whole different world. Okay, and there's a little bit more about the rules. And if they want to turn you down, the complainant states that this court in good conscience and in good reason shall aid the complainant in his prayer or show cause. That's an order you can give the court via facts and conclusions of equitable law why he or she is not entitled to just compensation and or other equitable relief, that means money, to which he is entitled as an equitable beneficial title holder. See, that's how you state it to him. Show facts and conclusions of law. It's just a simple motion. Okay? And we'll show you in a separate document, how you might bring this all into a separate court. But really, this by itself should put a stop to what's going on. Add to it the common law arbitration or the syntaxing evidence that you can put together, and this becomes even more powerful. But it's by itself is a standalone process. Okay? If you understand the language of this, understand these words, equitable relief, infant, minor, age of majority, this will make a lot of sense to you. And you can find on the internet the judicial interpretation of jurisdiction under Pomeroy, equity jurisprudence, if you want to learn more about that. We're not covering that today. A court of equity grants the relief of compensatory damages in connection with some other specific relief and other very particular circumstances. It decrees the payments of damages alone. Several kinds of equitable suits are wholly pecuniary in their relief, and those for contribution and exoneration. Again, see judicial interpretation of jurisdiction. So this gets into the maxims of equity a little bit. What's property? What's ownership? Again, I'll let you read through that. But bottom line is you just simply sign this. You file it with the clerk, directed to the judge directly privately. That's really the best way to put this kind of thing in. And this is instead of getting into the case and arguing, you're really kind of creating a counter complaint, and you're forcing the court to go into equity. Okay? And you're not signing by your general name that you always use. You're signing as complainant and equitable beneficial title holder. Now, folks, you think, well, why can I do this? Well, if you read the laws that we've given you, some of the examples in this, you'll see that it's more than doable. And there's a memorandum of law which you want to attach to this when you file it. I'm not going to read that tonight, but it is included as an exhibit here. Okay, so you can go get the document off the premium member area. I think right now it's in the startup folder. It may go into a different folder having to do with bonds and trusts later. Just go look for the one that's called Express the Trust, and you'll get this document. But this goes into the memorandum of law supporting trust law and why they have to follow it. Okay, the reason they have to follow it is because it's inherent in everything, folks. It isn't an option. They set up a trust. You set up a trust when you order lunch. When you buy gas, you set up a trust. And when you go to court, you create a trust relationship there as well. And they are trying to take from that trust. And you can stop them by identifying yourself properly and moving accordingly. You just don't say, I want my right of subrogation, and cross my fingers. That's never been what that meant. So now you have a way to explain it, understand it, have some background, have a working understanding of it. Just know the basics, that there's a trust. There has to be a trustee and a grantor and a settler, a beneficiary, these basic titles. Once you understand that you are that beneficiary and always have been, and a beneficial title holder to this trust, to the birth estate trust, to the Social Security trust, and to whatever court matter they're using your name for, you're a beneficiary of it. Well, they can't ignore you then. They won't want to go there. But that's how you basically want to handle this, okay? It'll be sticky, but you have to stick to it, okay? There's no silver bullets, but it is powerful. And I think even in conjunction with, like I said, possibly doing a syntax reply into the case, the way we normally do it, that creates a trust. You're also a beneficiary of that trust. If you do a common law arbitration, well, again, now they are forced to recognize the articles and the laws of Congress, which they were formed under, that arbitration is supreme if there's a contract that requires arbitration. And we give them a contract that requires arbitration, and that contract forms a trust, which we are clearly the beneficiary of and the grantor of. And it puts them in the position, again, of trustee. So all these things we're doing puts them back in that position of trustee as the liable party and taking it off us. Do this as a business transaction, folks. It's not about fighting in court. So once you understand these basics, you'll get this. Don't get overwhelmed. Read this a few times. It makes perfect sense. Do not ask me a bunch of questions about this, that, and the other thing in it. I'm not the author of it necessarily. I'm just a teacher of it. Okay? But I get it. I totally get it. And it's really not that complicated when you really sit down and think about it. We'll get more into the other issues of arbitration and those other strategies and enforcement later. But if you got to go into court, get this script in your head, and of course delete all this. You want to put a stamp here. Don't leave the word stamp on here. Duh. Their case number. Don't leave that on there. These are just reference notes for you. But and delete this whole script. Maybe put it somewhere else where you can memorize it. But put their cause number, which is essentially their case number. Okay. And file this thing into the case and send a copy over to the prosecutor or the attorney that's suing you if it's a suit, or if it's a bank in foreclosure, send it to them. Send it to their attorney that's been sending you stuff. Okay, all right. Get this in the case. That's the key. Stand on it. In your next appearance, you say, "Well, I'm not here to do all that other gobbledygook, but I'm here before I can proceed." And require the court to recognize I'm here by special appearance as the beneficial equitable title holder on matters involving the named trust. And that would be your name, right? And the case. I also require this court to take notice of my bill and complaint of equity, this document here. And you hold it a copy up if you have to. They'll try to ignore it. Always have an extra copy. And notice that I appear only in the capacity of one who is at the age of majority. As such, I therefore direct you to fulfill your fiduciary duty to settle all counts as trustee per the bill of complaint and equity, per this directive. You've already given them. I submitted, and recognize my right of subrogation in this matter. That's just simply saying I have a right to come in here and take my position. Okay? I don't think it's that hard. Fill it out, put it in, memorize as much of it as you can, know it well, understand the argument. They're going to get you off. They're going to try to confuse you. Say, I do not consent to proceed until we get back to this main issue first. That's my capacity that I'm here in, sir. And it's not being disrespectful. And with all due respect, you don't argue with them. You're there to settle it. So do it, folks. I think you can. That's it for this video. We'll catch you next time.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches. Okay, you're free to go. Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction. Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title IV D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent. You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority. This court lacks. Case dismissed. I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's books and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Peace and love, peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling? If you're new to me, make sure to text private life to 702-200-4900. $702-200-4900. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace and love, everybody. We're going over some great information today. Great grant. Because I'm not just bringing I'm not just creating content just to create content. I'm coming back by popular demand and going over things that the people want. So I need you to understand, if you need to go over something one-on-one in the private, you need to book a consultation. You can book consultations by texting Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. I'm getting the text messages as we speak right now, and someone will get to you as soon as humanly possible. Someone will respond to those messages, okay? We'll send you a link and we'll show you how you can book a consultation. You'll be able to join our online school. You'll be able to join our online school at skool.com/Don Kalam. That's school.com/Don Kalam. skool.com/DONKILAM. And now, if you're already part of a member of the school, you will get access to this video with screen share that I'm going over right now. It will be posted in the private school. So today, we're going over securitization and Social Security trust. And by all means, we have to go over these things because this is backed by popular demand. I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. I do this for educational, informational purposes only, but I do got law degrees now. I do have law degrees, multiples. I am a doctor. Just thought I'd throw that out there. It's your boy, Dr. Don Kalam, in the motherfucking building. Now, the Social Security trust, everybody is like, it was mind-blowing. I was just sitting down with one of my students, long-time student. I don't know. He's listening to some other internet guru, okay? You only need to be listening to one guru at a time. Who is changing your life? Who is making bands? You know what I mean? Bands will make her dance. You understand? Bands will make her dance. So who is adding prosperity to your life? Who is putting those Federal Reserve notes in your life? So that's the information I'm going to follow. Quit listening to broke people. Quit listening to broke people. Get that weight up. Get that credit up. Get that weight up. That's play money. Get that 20 bands right there. Get it up. 20 bands. And I can throw these at you all day. Get in where you fit in. You understand? I feel like even I'm making 15,000, 20,000 a day easy in my sleep. And I need y'all to understand this. You're still poor. You're still poor. Having 20 million is a new millionaire. You understand? 25 million. That's the new millionaire. Cost of living is going up and it's only going to get worse. And I'm telling y'all right now, that's why y'all got to understand what is going down. So say we make 15,000 a day, every day for a year. That's only $5.5 million. That's not a lot of money. You're still poor. Right now, in today's standard, it used to be 10 million or less you was poor. Now it's more like 15 to 20 million. You have to be worth at least 10 million to 10 to 15 million to even go liquid. Appreciate people doing the gifts on the TikTok. But you have to even be able to go liquid $1 million, you have to be in the 10 to 15 million dollar range. I'm not sitting here, I don't want this to scare you. I don't want you to be like, man, I'll never make it. Listen, I was homeless in these streets. Everything is a game. Life is a game. What was your ancestors doing, player? Hey, pimping, you not pimping? They pimping you. That's why I made the book, United States of Pimping. They is pimping you. They're getting paid off for you. And if you can grasp what I'm giving you tonight, Lord have mercy. The Lord will change your life. Tell your higher power, whoever you believe in. Source goes by many names. That's my beliefs. Whoever you believe in, tell Source, bring Source down with you right now. I need Source to come down with you right now. I need your higher power with you right now to understand what's going down. Okay? You need to overstand and understand what is going down with your essence. I say your essence because your essence is the value, not you, motherfucker, because you ain't out here doing shit with your essence. They pimping your essence. Them white folks is pimping your essence. Niggas too. Excuse my language, TikTok, because I know y'all ban me and shit. But look, listen, white folks, black folks, Indians, Chinese, Japanese, all alike. They made you white or they made you black. You no longer have a nationality, and now they pimping you in the system. You understand? The Social Security trust isn't the asset. The Social Security is a trust, but it isn't the asset. Your labor is the asset. You're claiming your labor. Time is money, pimp pimp. Come on, man. Time is money. Time is money. That's why you need to holler at your boy and drop some bands. Because your mama didn't teach you the right shit. Your daddy didn't teach you the right shit. But here's Dr. Lama in the public teaching your ass something. Some news you can lose because you can't lose with the shit I use. You understand me? Go to the school right now. You can drop at least $50. It's $50 a month. You can sign up for the first month. You can at least give me $50 now because I'm about to drop this game. School.com/Don Kalam. SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. DONKILAM. And if you're feeling real giving, sign up for the year. It's $500 for the whole year. Book a consultation. If you sign up for the whole year, I'll give you a discount on the consultation. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. They say money not real, but your mom is still slobbing on that knob for it. You understand? Y'all can say this ain't real. You can say this ain't real all you want. But I bet your baby mama jumps on the D train. Huh? I bet your baby mama jump on the D train for this motherfucker. I bet your baby mama jump ship because you ain't buying her nothing. You out there chasing the birth certificate. Ain't creating nothing. They created the birth certificate. That's not your art. Think about it as art. If you're trying to claim something that you didn't create, that's copyright infringement. Write that down again. Them's not your signs. Them's not your symbols. You don't control what you create. Can I get a 100? Can I get a fire emoji? If you agree with this. You understand? The Social Security Trust is not the asset. It's labor that you're here to claim. You're here to claim labor. This is why you need to learn the game. Now, it is true the government is in debt. So everything is operating as these instruments, debt instruments, negotiable instruments, contract law. The Social Security Trust Fund owns the significant portion of the United States national debt. In addition to agencies like the Social Security Trust Fund, various other entities, including foreign governments, domestic investors, and the Federal Reserve hold substantial amounts of this debt. So the Federal Reserve do hold some substantial amounts of the debt. Understanding the distribution of the debt ownership can provide insight into economic stability, interest rates, and the fiscal policy, all of which influence your personal finances. So yes, there's a public debt. And this is tied directly to the Social Security account. It's a debt discharging mechanism, okay? When you break down the Social Security Act. And a lot of people are not doing this. And these are public documents. These are public policies. This is a public trust that's governing the Social Security. So you cannot put it under a Schedule A of a private trust. I just want to throw that out there. You cannot put government documents that you have no control over because you're not part of that administration. And I'm going to get there. Because if you understood trustee training, if you understand true trusteeship, you would understand what's going on. You would understand what a president is, which is the head of a corporation. You'll understand what a governor is, ones who are directors of a public trust. It's called the Board of Governors. I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. But let's touch on this right now. Understanding that the Cesti Que Vie Trust, the Cesti Que Vie Act of 1666 is what created this in England. It started way before that, but let's talk about the 1666. This is not something that Don Kilam is making up. We can just Google this. 16, let me see if it pops up. 1666, Cesti Que Vie Trust. It's right there. An act for redress of inconveniences by one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. This is legislation.gov/.uk. This is from the United Kingdom. United States was, what year was the United States Corporation established? You heard the key word that I said, United States Corporation. What they say, 1776? July 4th. So, just 100 years, 110 years before that, when they're still under England, you got the Cesti Que Vie Act. An act for redress of inconveniences by the one of proof of the deceases of persons beyond the seas. Now, this is not something I made up, okay? Because they say this is delusional, conspiracy theories, all of this. I'm coming straight to the facts right here. We're at the legislation of the United Kingdom on their website, an actual government website, talking about the estates. All right. You have to learn trust law to really truly understand what's going on. But I'm bringing it to you. I'm showing you what's going on. You're the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary. I'm saying it again. Beneficiary. 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 You're not a trustee. And even if you're acting as trustee in the public, because you're a public servant, you're a public, when you got your ID, you're using the social, you're using the birth certificate, that does put you in the public, okay? And that's making you co-mingle funds as the trustee and the beneficiary, but this is only for beneficiary use only. The government is the trustees of this trust. You can only accept the gifts of this trust or estate. You can only be the beneficiary. It's only for beneficial use only. What is a beneficiary? It's an individual designated to receive the belongings or assets of another person after that person's death. Beneficiaries often receive these benefits as an inheritance. So you're using you're using it for the public good. If you got utilities on, your children go to public education, you go to school, you're using benefits. You've been to jail. You're using benefits of the public trust because that's what feeds you. That's what pays for the housing. That's what pays for the electricity. If you got a car on credit, if you got a mortgage, you use this. You are benefiting from it, so you can't claim nothing from it. Hope that makes sense. I'm going to stop right now. Before I move forward, give me a 100. Give me a fire emoji. If you understand that the Social Security Trust is a beneficiary trust only, Cesti Que Vie use. It's called the Cesti Que Vie Trust. Go look up what Cesti Que Vie means. A lot of people are not even looking up and seeing what any of this means. I got the fire emojis. Yes. Drop me a few 100s. Understand, not understand. Thank you. All right. I got a heart fire. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's the 100s. I just like to see him. He dropped a bunch of them too. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm glad y'all are understanding this. I just think you're amazing. What'd you say? I'm glad I finally found you again. It's your boy, Katie. It's your boy. I'm trying to find you again too. It's your boy, Doc. It's your boy, Doc. It's for you, Katie. I had to blow Katie a kiss. Now, don't tell your man, all right? I got security. I'm not no fighter. I have my guard pop his ass. Now, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. It's peace and love. It's peace and love. So If you understand what probate is, that's a legal process that occurs when a person dies that involves a validation and administration of the will. That's what happens every time you go to court because you're not acting as in a private process. When you understand probate, estate planning, having a private trust, having a private will bypass probate every time. All right. Probate is a general administration of deceased person's will, the estate of the deceased person without a will. You have no rights because you got the birth certificate, the social security number, and the driver's license. Okay. Understand that the United States is a federal corporation under 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 15A. United States means a federal corporation. So when you understand this, you will understand who the president is. The president is the head of the United States corporation. All right. Now, they have a trust with your assets, right? Because you, as a United States citizen, under 15 U.S.C. 4724E1, again, 15 U.S.C. 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or of any state, including the District of Columbia or any Commonwealth, territory, or possession of the United States, or a foreign corporation, partnership, or other association more than 95% of which is owned by persons, described in subparagraphs A and B. So listen, term number 1, subsection A, is what I really want to focus on here, okay? United States business. The term United States business means a United States citizen. So when you're a United States citizen, you're a United States business. When you get the social security number, so when you get to the birth certificate, that's United States business. All right. Now you're a United States citizen, and that's United States business. Now, the social security number, you have to read the Social Security Act. Now you're pledging your labor. You're pledging your labor now. I'm going to say it again. You're pledging your labor. You will be taxed. You are not a trustee. Look up what the definition of trustee is. An individual, person, or member of a board given control or powers of administration of property and trust with the legal obligation to administer it solely for the purpose specified. So I'm going to tell you right now, when you have a title for a car, that's the same thing as a birth certificate, except the title's for the car and the birth certificate's for you. So the birth certificate is the title for you. You're the car. And I want y'all to understand this. You can drive this motherfucking car, but you don't own this motherfucking car no more. If you don't pay taxes, they can come take it. So they can come take you. You're United States property. You understand? Just like if you don't pay taxes, they come take that car, right? So the birth certificate and the title, don't they look very similar? Come on, man. Look me in my eyes so y'all know I'm not playing. Listen, I need you to ask your higher power to come down so you can get understanding. You've been watching too much motherfucking Pornhub. You need to go wash your hands real quick. That's what you need to do. Take 5 seconds real quick and go rinse your hands off. Put some hand sanitizer on them. You've been beating your meat all day. That's why you don't understand this. You need to be learning on your phone and still playing with yourself because you're just playing with yourself. You understand? Keep playing with yourself. You're going to be playing with yourself and your family. It's no time to be beating your meat. If you're broke, you shouldn't even be coming. You understand? My baby said money made me come. I get them high class. Ooh. Cost money. Y'all talking about Federal Reserve notes. Bands will make her dance. You hear me? Bands will make her dance. You can get the top-notch coochie all you want that know all the secrets. You understand? Go wash your motherfucking hands. Take a 30-day break. Take a 30-day break. Okay, some of y'all are just some freak nasties. Take a 3-day break and see how you feel. Recharge. Get out your lower chakra. Learn this shit. You understand? Learn this shit. The trust, the Social Security trust, is in the bankrupt system. The U.S. is incompetent and it's bankrupt. And you keep giving your labor to them. You keep volunteering information on their applications, which drawn from this public trust. And you keep saying the government owes you something. The government's giving you what is due to you because you didn't read the public codes and statutes. You're not reading the Social Security Trust. You're not reading the Social Security Act. You don't understand that this is a general welfare trust. You're not understanding the difference between public versus private. The public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Let me validate these claims for my class real quick with the screen share, because I'm going to give them the definitions every time. Because I want you to know these are not Don Kalam's definitions. I just put in the work and I put in the study. The public sector, when you hear public defender, public housing, public assistance, that means government, right? Don't they work for the government? So I need you to understand, anytime you hear the word public, including public trust, that's the government. He says, where do I learn more? I usually kick you out my mom when live when y'all ask me questions. Ask Google. Ask your mama. You should have learned from your mama. You should have learned from your daddy. But you're not part of an informed family. You're part of a public family. So don't expect motherfuckers to be giving you handouts, because that's what you're used to. That's what y'all used to, free lunch. That means you benefited from the social trust because you're used to free lunches. My family went and hunted. My family went and got theirs. My family went and ate. You understand? But if you want to learn more, go to school.com/Don Kalam. That's SKOOL.com/Don Kalam. And there you'll see DK's private business circle. That is the official spot for Don Kalam's private school. You understand? Or you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. All right, now back to class. Yes, back to class, because y'all don't understand the roles of trustees. A trustee is a person or firm, it can be a business, that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party, the beneficiary. The beneficiary. A person or firm that holds and administers property or assets for the benefit of a third party. A trustee can do everything a person can do besides vote. Trustees are protected in the private, not in the public. Now, for the Social Security Trust, the public officials are the trustees. You can only be the beneficiary because it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust. Everybody knows that it's a Cesti Que Vie Trust because that's what everybody comes to Don Kalam states. But not everybody comes in Don Kalam states that they don't understand the beneficiary use. The only person that can issue beneficiary certificates, beneficiary trust certificates, is a trustee. And that would be the government, public officials, all right? If you try to issue things, that's commingling. That is illegal. Anytime you touch this, it's a discharging mechanism. At the end of the day, this is used to raise debt equity. It's used to raise debt. Truthfully. It's used to create securities on behalf of the Social Security Administration and nothing else. Board of Trustees can issue securities and shares. I'm going to say this again. This is the law. How do you even know what a security is if it didn't have a law attached to it to explain what a security is? A security didn't just get created out of thin air. Y'all sit here trying to create securities, and when you're creating securities in the public, there's laws governing these things. And only boards of trustees can issue securities and shares. In the public, it has to go through things, a whole process. You need to sit down with security agents or some attorneys. As a beneficiary, you can never do this. In the public or the private. Sitting on both sides is commingling with the public trust. Simple as that. You've already claimed this as a beneficiary. You've already used it as beneficiary use. You're working a job. You're getting benefits. Don't you get benefits with your job? But a lot of people don't understand this.
See, in the private, we don't fucking pull no motherfucking no benefits. We contract. Trustees raise. Trustees grow the trust. It's the trustee's job to grow the trust. In the public, it's a debt instrument. Just throwing it out there. A debt discharging instrument. And it adds to the public debt. That's what they're doing with it. So, understand, with the Social Security number, you can only be the beneficiary with no control. You don't control how much you're taxed, and you don't control how much you'll be paid out upon retirement, so you're never the trustee. How do I know you're not the trustee? Because you're waiting on a handout. Beneficiaries wait on money, which is always taxed. You're going to work and wait on money, which is always taxed. What do trustees do? They raise money. A security. When you talk about security, a security is used to raise money to pay off debt. Trustees raise money for the trust. They grow the trust. Beneficiaries wait on money and they wait on handouts. We do not operate as beneficiaries. We operate as trustees, private trustees at that. Drop a 100 fire emoji right now if this stuff is making sense. If it's not, I need you to log off because I explain that simple as can be. You're still waiting on handouts. You think somebody owes you something. Nobody owes you nothing. The government owes me something. The government is private families. You don't want to be a private family. You owe it to yourself to become private and pay yourself out. You owe it to yourself to create your own government, which is a private tribe, a private church, a private family. A tribal government is an independent nation that operates separately from the state or federal government. All right, well, there's one definition. Is the Vatican a government? Vatican City, government. Politics of Vatican City. Is the Mormons a government? They definitely have board members. World government, Mormonism. The world government would be known as the kingdom of God on earth. It was taught that this kingdom would rule over the people of the earth. That's their government. Mormonism, world government. Does the Amish have a government? There is no central Amish governing authority. Each Amish community makes its own decisions, and what is acceptable in one community may be unacceptable in another. Are there private countries? Are there private, let's say, countries in America? Republic of Malaysia, micronations. That's what they're called. Micronations in America. Look these things up, man. And they still have to protect you. But y'all want to stay here and keep playing with this Social Security number because you think somebody owes you something. There's something for nothing mentality because you don't want to get off your ass and grind and go be a creator. You can only control what you create. Plenty micronations. Officially, the Republic of Malaysia is the North American micronation landlocked within the city of Dayton, Nevada. It's inside Nevada. There's private islands in America. There's parts of Hawaii you can't even go to, owned by private families. Well, Sunset Keys, private island. Sycamore Island, Jonathan Island, P Island, Sea Island, Coco Cay, Kingston Island, Pumpkin Key. Should I continue? Should I go on? The Republic Island, the House Island, private islands of the United States. Go Google these things. And the United States will protect you. You're trading with the enemy with this social. Y'all playing with yourself. Quit playing with yourself on Pornhub all day. What you think's gonna happen in the real world? Listen, what's done in the dark comes out the light. I know what you're doing in life. You're playing with yourself. Because I'm looking at you. I'm looking at your life. Look how far you can take them. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. Look how far your life is. That's how far you can take the next motherfucker. So don't ask me shit. You better drop a donation. That's what you better do. You get hop on the horn and book that consultation so motherfuckers can get your mind right. Quit playing with yourself. You mother. And before you even hit them, dial them numbers, matter of fact, just tell Siri to call me. Tell Siri to send a donation. Cause I don't even want your dirty ass hands, that energy even invoking in me. Straight up. You sitting there jacking off to her, I'll pay her. Come on, baby. I touch myself in person, baby. I need a freak show. What's good? Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900 and quit playing with yourself. You're playing with yourself out here. Waiting on the Social Security handouts. Private families create the government. You're not no goddamn private family. You got a public education mindset. In order to get to the private life, you have to invest. Get around the people that's living the life, or you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to reformat your brain, erase everything you thought you knew, and start from ground zero. Board of Governors. A board of governors is a group of people appointed to oversee the management of an institution. The U.S. Postal Offices, the World Banks, FINRA. FINRA, that's who governs accounts. The Financial Industrial Regulatory Authority, an independent non-government organization that writes and enforces the rules governing registered brokers and broker-dealer firms. Board of Governors. When you're dealing with securities, you're dealing with a board of governors. When you're dealing with trust, you're dealing with the board of trustees. And they're similar, very similar. A board of trustees is an appointed or elected group of individuals that has overall responsibility for the management of an organization. The board of trustees is typically the governing body of an organization and seeks to ensure the best interest of the stakeholders in all types of management decisions. So when you understand this as the board of trustees, the best interest of the stakeholders in the public trust is the government. They created it, legislation. So anytime you're dealing with the Social Security number, it's for the best interest of the stakeholders, not you. You're not management. Now, shareholders. A shareholder is a person, company, or institution that owns at least one share of a company's stock. Now, you are a shareholder in this trust, but you get no rights. Only rights you get are voting rights. And they even get to choose the people that you get to vote for. So think about it. That's how it works. Shareholders get voting rights. Let me show y'all that. Voting rights definition. Shareholder voting rights gives you the power to elect directors at annual or special meetings and make your views known to company management and directors. So think about it. You get to vote every 2 to 4 years. That's your share because you're a shareholder or a stockholder. The right of a shareholder to vote on certain corporate actions. That's a right of being a stockholder. Those are the type of rights that are given to you. All right. Now, as a stockholder, your rights are given to you because you took the birth certificate. So if you was under, like I showed y'all, the Amish, they have their own laws. If you was under the Mormons, they have their own laws. You're under tribal doctrines. You're under your own laws. You're under a certain church. You're under the Vatican. Yeah, drop a 100 if this makes sense, because I just dropped game. Spin around on y'all. Ain't nobody giving this game like Don Kilam. Text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Book that consultation today. Or go to the school, skool.com/Don Kilam. DK's private business circle. Yes, yes. Yes, we got the fire emojis. We got the 100s. I love y'all for real. But I'm tired of coming to the public. I'm tired of screaming at y'all because it just won't get through. Because y'all keep playing with yourself. Y'all keep playing with yourself. Nasty little boys. You're too grown for that shit now. Go get some money and go get that. Go get your 8 or 9 girls. You understand? You hear me? No diddy. No diddy or diddy. No diddy or diddy. Know some freaky things since I got money. I want all my board of governors naked, and I wanted all women. Yeah, a couple light-skinned ones, couple chocolate ones, couple chunky ones. What is securitization? Do y'all know? It's to raise money. They create securities to raise money. Securitization is the financial alchemy, so it is magic, of taking not easily or non-tradable assets, pulling them together and selling tradable shares in that pool to investors. So they're raising money for investors. They're taking debt and raising monies for investors. When you hear about the public is always debt. Does that make sense to everybody? So securitization pools are groups of debt into portfolios. Mortgages are securities, alternative securities. See, when you're using the Social Security Trust or you're claiming anything dealing with the Social Security Trust, you're placing everything to attach to that in the public. When you get a car, it's under Social Security Trust, you cannot hand that down to the next generation. The Social Security Trust dies with you. A private family trust is going to be handed off to generation after generation. A trust can hold contracts. A trust can hold assets and it can hold contracts. It can hold money. It can hold notes. But understand that as a trustee, you're managing assets, unless you're just an asset manager and that's your job. The United States manage your assets. Asset management is the practice of investing money on behalf of clients. Asset managers work to increase wealth over time. Asset managers create portfolios. Financial services such as BlackRock or Fidelity. Fidelity manage assets. Asset managers grow the wealth over time. That's asset management. Again, the public sector is part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The private sector is part of the national economy that is not under direct government control. So a tribal government is not under the United States if the government is created correctly. You know what I mean? Same way with private trusts, private families, private churches. They sell out when they get the 501c3s, the nonprofit organizations. Really, that's all I got for y'all today. Private family trust. That's what it's about. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. You understand? Quit playing with yourself. You need to learn how to create your private family, your private family trust, your private family memberships, your private family church, your private family tribe, whatever makes sense to you. Some of them call them the General Assembly. They create their private General Assemblies. And this is the game I had to bring to y'all because y'all keep coming with this nothing for something mentality, and y'all have to stop that. It's your boy Don Kilam. It's always faith over fear. Always faith over fear. Quit coming in this game with the something for nothing mentality. That's what's getting a lot of people in trouble. You gotta learn how to maneuver correctly, especially right now that they deport people. If you're saying you're not part of a certain class, but I'm gonna tell you, as long as you claim that you're American, you're straight. The slogan right now is Make America Great Again. So you need to learn how to at least claim yourself as an American national. Being an American, you're protected under a lot of different things. The code that I utilize right now, if I have to use a code in this system, is going to be when I claim foreign, because I am a foreign national. I have proper documentation. If you're part of the school, you'll see that I do have IDs and credentials in a different country. And it's awfully legal, and I can show you how to get it too. 8 U.S.C. 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States. A person born in the outlying possession of the United States on or after the date of formal acquisition. You know, I was born near the United States. You know, that's how you gotta do it. And then some people use 18 USC 1401. I use 1408 though. And that declares nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. So just showing you, hey, I can claim national. The term national means a person owing allegiance to a state. That's 8 USC 1101, A21. And I like this definition. I'm going to say it again. 8 USC 1101, A21. 8 USC 1101, A21. The term national means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. The reason why I like this definition is because this is what I teach every day. You're giving up your rights as soon as you say you're a U.S. citizen. National is one of their terms. It is in their codes and statutes, so it's not nothing we're making up. So if you're in Hawaii, you're Hawaiian. If you're from Texas, you're a Texan. If you're from Alaska, you're Alaskan. If you're from California, you're Californian. Californian. If you're from New York, you're a New Yorker. If you're from Missouri, you're Missourian. Illinoisian from Illinois. Illinoisian. Hope this makes sense. You can look this up. It's in my school. I break this down. Every state is considered its own country. You have to understand that America is a continent and the United States is a corporation. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. States are defined by sovereignty over territory and a group of people. They are what we commonly call countries. America is a continent, and the states are its countries. Like say we go to Africa. Kenya is a country. Sierra Leone is a country. And a lot of people are not putting this shit together in their mind. They just let it bypass them so their rights can get taken away. So they don't owe no permanent allegiance as a nationality. Your rights have been given up. They have been stripped away because you think you're a U.S. citizen. United States is a federal corporation. America is a continent. Your country is your state. Drop a 100, drop a fire emoji. Let me know that that clicked for everybody. And now that it's clicked, make sure you go to the school and support your boy for dropping all this motherfucking game. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Or click the link in my bio, school.com/Don Kilam. SKOOL.com/Don Kilam. If you need it sent to you, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Nobody's bringing the game like Don Kilam. Nobody's breaking it down. You see, I don't even need nothing. I can spit it from the dome because it's right here. It's right here. It's in you or it's not. You're either in the world or your other world. You understand? I'm outside of all that shit, man. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. Peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. You know, we got a few penthouses around the way, living that motherfucking private life. Showing y'all what the fuck it is. You hear me? All day, every day. That's how we motherfucking live it. Penthouse suites. Well, peace and love. Yes, peace and love. We got a little Airbnb business going. It's going great. But peace and love. We're going over GSA bonds today. I'm not a licensed attorney tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. And sometimes it can be quite entertaining. I'm doing this. I had a few students, and they're just not understanding everything that's going on. All right. Well, peace and love, peace and love. I'm gonna drop the game. If you want to get access to this, you can go to this online school, my online private school at skool.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. School.com/Don Kilam. Let me know where you tapped in, tuned in at. If you go to the classroom, I'm gonna show everybody that's actually gonna be in my classroom. You just go to the community and look at the tabs classroom, and it says masters and bonds, from GSA bonds to court affidavits. I have a book that will be released within the next week that will be uploaded to the templates as well, the ebook. But we do have the finished templates, and I have the individual templates for everybody as well. Individual templates, so you can go in there and deal with them yourself. But we're going over the templates today. So you just go to the classroom, go to the masters and bonds, court case affirmations. Court case affidavits. Let's say affirmations. Court case I don't even know what it's called because court case affidavits in GSA bonds. Court case affidavits in GSA bonds. This book will be released on Amazon as well. You can get it in the school for $125. All right. Comes with the templates and everything that we're going to be going over today. You see that? I've actually just sent these 4 cases off, okay? And I'm going over this for them so they can get a better understanding. Sometimes we have spelling errors and things like that. None of that matters. As long as you got the court case numbers on there, the names are similar, none of that matters. They will update and correct the record. All right. Well, I want to get started on just how we get here. We're gonna start from the beginning. It's a admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, contract jurisdiction. Are you lost at sea? Are you lost at sea? The Cesti Que Vie Act is served a purpose in subrogating the rights of men and women. In essence, it declared all individuals to be dead, categorized and labeled as lost at sea or beyond the sea. Everybody's dead, operating under admiralty and maritime law. Admiralty law, which governs maritime affairs, the concept of being declared lost at sea set the stage for a new legal concept with profound implications. So this was enacted in London in 1666, and even before then. But we're going to talk about London and how it affects us today. And what it's doing is assuming custody of everyone and their property. Yes, you are in custody. You are considered property. When you go to jail, it's called in custody. Property, your property. And everyone in the property establishing itself as the trustee, or as it were, the husband, holding the titles to both people and their possessions. Cesti Que Vie Trust. This arrangement persisted until a living individual could emerge to reclaim those titles, and if warranted, seek damages. The reclamation process is outlined under the UCC-1, the Personal Property Securities Act. So one crucial aspect of understanding this paradigm is involved the use of capital letters and names. When names are presented in capital letters, This indicates a legal entity, fiction, company, or corporation. There is no exception to this rule. Whether it's on your passports, your driver's license, marriage certificates, birth certificates. This is all a legal entity detached from the living individual. You got your natural person and you got your legal person. In legis, represented solely by a name inscribed on a piece of paper. This is why you need representation. You're representing the corporation is being represented. Your name is considered a sole proprietorship. I'm gonna get into that. But I want to talk about the Cesti Que Vie Act and the Cesti Que Vie Trust and how this segregates your rights, okay? We're going to get to this. There's 3 different trusts in the world. Strike that from the record. The Pope established 3 different trusts. The first trust of the world is called Unum Sanctum. That's the papal bull issued in 1302 by Pope Boniface VIII, by the Roman Catholic Church. It asserted its global authority, claimed to everybody in the world. All right. The Triple Crown of Baal, yes, Baal. The first crown of Crown Land. The third crown of the Ecclesiastical See. These are all trusts that was established under the Cesti Que Vie Act and Cesti Que Vie Trust. So this is 1302. This is before London did it. All right. It happened in it was going down at the Vatican. And London just followed suit. So now that we have a little better understanding, Cesti Que Vie Act, it started in Rome. And then they did the same thing in England, all right? People got to understand that under the Social Security Trust, and I'm going to prove that it's a trust, the Cesti Que Vie stands for 666. The beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy. You can only be the beneficiary of this Social Security Trust. You can only be the beneficiary. So when you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. When you think of beneficiary, think of taxes. Okay? Cesti Que Vie refers to an individual whose lifetime determines how long a trust or estate endures. Cesti Que Vie is a French term that in English translates to he who lives. It means that the duration of a gift, trust, estate, or insurance contract lasts as long as a particular person, such as the giver of the gift or beneficiary of the estate, lives. So you can only be the beneficiary of this trust. And this trust that we're talking about is the Social Security Trust. It's a real trust. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. So you can only be the beneficiary from this trust to offset debt when you're coming into the public. The trustees benefit, truthfully. You want to be a trustee, and the government is a trustee on this trust. Debt held by the public, $24.5 trillion. And this is why the debt is handed off to you. You can never be the trustee. The government is set up to be the trustee of the Social Security Trust. They get to deal with the U.S. Treasury securities. Until you learn how to create your own government. We're not going to get in that today. But the Social Security Trust Fund includes the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Insurance Trust Funds. It's all public debt. And under the bankruptcy, they have made your name a SPV, a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company. The parent company is going to be the United States. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. A parent company is a company that has a controlling interest in another company given its control of its operations. So the parent company can control the children. Children is property of a corporation. So the parent company controls your name because you haven't updated your political status to step away from this. And the benefits include jail time. To be a beneficiary of this trust includes jail time. This is why you keep going to jail, because you're the beneficiary of this Social Security trust. You keep saying you want to authenticate this birth certificate. You keep claiming you want to claim this Social Security number. That's not how the fuck we maneuver. Excuse the language. That's not how we maneuver. The beneficiary, listen, so let's just do it. If you know trust law, especially this is a public trust. Beneficiaries. I just want y'all to know the trustees have power in a private trust. So during the term of the trust, the trustee has the power to perform without court authorization every act with a prudent person dealing with the property of another will perform for the purposes of the trust. So that's powers of a trustee. In the public, with a public trust, beneficiaries have no power. The beneficiaries get taxed. Beneficiaries of a trust simply pay taxes on distributions they receive from the trust. However, they are not subject to taxes on distributions from the trust principal. You got to understand trustee training. I want you to know trustees hold the power in the trust. Trustees hold the power in the trust. So you think the government has ever established anything for the benefit of humanity? The Constitution is truly an express trust, but a lot of people don't want to talk about that. That's for the people. The statutes, the code of statutes, the Social Security trust, that's for the person. There's a difference between people and person. A natural person is not under a Cesti Que Vie trust. All right? So, a special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risks. It's also called a special purpose entity. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. That's the key word right there. A special purpose vehicle is sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity for this purpose. So, they have established your name as a sole proprietorship, as a special purpose vehicle, as the United States as its parent company. They have pledged you for collateral. They have pledged your labor for collateral. This is how they've done it. I'm breaking it down now. And when you agree to these things, when you fill out applications, when you continue to use this Social Security number, you agree to these things, all right? You're applying. You're applying the trust. Register. Anytime you register anything, Regis means king. You just gave it to the crown. Amalgamation is the combination of two or more companies into an entirely new company. Amalgamations are distinct from acquisitions in that none of the companies involved in the combination survive as legal entities. So anything we did in the past, we can dissolve and create something new for you. Amalgamation. Instead, a completely new entity with the combined assets and liabilities of the former companies is born. The term amalgamation, as falling out of popular use in the United States, has been replaced with such terms as merger and consolidation, with which it can be synonymous. Amalgamation is the word. It merges their assets and liabilities. Everything has been merged onto the social. When you use the Social Security number, you cannot hand this down to your future generations. The social dies with you. The social is a public trust created by Congress, Social Security Act, so it's there to benefit the government. Why would the government create anything to benefit you? It's for public welfare. When you become a citizen, a United States citizen, not a national, United States citizen, you become a United States business. The term United States business, under 15 U.S.C. 4724E1, the term United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States. The United States is a federal corporation. That's their law, not mine. Being a person is a corporation. They have turned you into a corporation. Anytime you say you're a person, this turns you into a corporation. Amalgamation. Special purpose vehicles. Drop a 100 or fire emoji if it's all making sense so far. When you've done the amalgamation, this is considered alter ego too. So I tell people make their names an LLC. I show people how to create the family businesses. Okay, got a lot of 100s, got a lot of fire emojis. I appreciate it. But if you're not operating correctly, you're not having it established correctly, having that asset protection, charging order protection states. I'm using keywords. There's 5 charging order protection states: Nevada, Delaware, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Alaska. Wyoming, Nevada, South Dakota, Delaware, Alaska. 5 charging order protection states. That's where my holding company is. All right. That would be the single member of my name as a business. So my name would be the operating company. And if you don't do this correctly, there's something called the alter ego doctrine. An alter ego is a legal doctrine whereby the court finds that a corporation lacks a separate identity from the individual corporate shareholder. So they're not separate identities. They're all one. You'll be charged as a sole proprietor. You come into the game as a sole proprietor. A sole proprietorship, also known as sole tradership, individual entrepreneurship, or proprietorship, is a type of enterprise owned and run by only one person in which there is no legal distinction between the owner and the business entity. You will be charged as such, a non-registered, unincorporated business. Understand, everything you do is being securitized. Securitization is illegal. Securitization is where they pull together the debt portfolios, your notes. They put them together and create securities. Instruments provide investors with income from interest and principal. They're pulling together assets to repackage them into interest-bearing securities. You can only do this from stocks and bonds. When you go to court, they give you a warrant. A stock warrant is an agreement between 2 parties that give one party the right to buy the other party's stock at a set price. Hey, 5 years in jail or such and such fine. You can have this stock. They give you the stock. You can issue a warrant for common stock or preferred stocks. You can issue a warrant for common stocks or preferred stocks. While common stock is generally used for founders and employees, preferred stock is typically reserved for investors. This is preferred stock we're talking about. Preferred stockholders are usually the first to get paid out at a liquidity event. Occurs and liquidation preferences come into play. Preferred stock. This is what's going on behind the scenes. In real estate, mortgage-backed securities are being created too. When you understand the true definition of bank, let me make sure y'all can hear this.
Bank. B-A-N-C.
Bank. The seat on which a judge sits in court. This is why every bank has a clerk. Every bank has a clerk. Every bank has a court clerk. Clerks are CPAs, certified public accountants. Know that. And they're dealing with the business, the sole prop, the assets, the United States citizens, which is the United States business. They can only deal with the public. They can only deal with the public. And unless you bring a private matter to the public, to these public servants. Public sector definition. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government.
Bank.
Hold on. Let me show you. It gets deeper. Banks are owned and controlled by the government. Public banks are owned and operated by the government, while credit unions are private entities. Trusts are private entities. Just showing y'all, public banks are owned and operated by governments. Got to have private banking here. You know? You dig?
Bank.
Let's get that.
Bank.
Huh?
Bank.
Huh?
Bank.
In bank. In bank, motherfucker. What is a holding company? The United States is a holding company. You got to understand equitable title. When we're doing, so like, put it like this: if you don't pay your taxes, the government can go get your car. If you don't pay the car note, they come get it. So you never owned it. That makes you the beneficiary of the product, and they're the trustee because they have true control. I hope that makes sense. The trustee can say, "Hey, get your black ass in jail. Get your white ass in jail because you are a U.S. citizen. You might be able to benefit from the body, but I hold the true equitable title and true beneficiary interest as well because you're not benefiting from this shit." So that's how that works. And I hope that makes sense. This is why they put a lien on the car. They put a lien on the car. Just when you got a birth certificate, that means the government has put a lien on you. You got a driver's license, you got a social security card, that means there is a lien on your body if you don't if you don't follow the rules. You don't follow the contracts, their codes and statutes, that bullshit. You understand? What you need to do is create your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Your own private
bank.
Okay. We're getting there. A holding company is considered a private
bank.
Okay? A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. Holding and controlling interest in the securities of other companies. A holding company usually does not produce goods or services itself. Its purpose is to own stock of other companies to create a corporate group. That's what the government does. It creates corporate groups. What is a state? What is a court? What is a city? These are corporate groups. What is a Congress? Corporate group. They're holding companies. All right? Private holding companies. And then your name could be considered a subsidiary. So you have to do the same thing that they're doing. You have to do the same exact thing that they're doing in order to make this shit make sense. Understand what the public trust is, all right? It's the public trust. The Social Security is the public trust. So Cesti Que Vie is the public trust. Such thing, all right? Understand what bonds are. Bonds is evidence of a debt. Bonds are used by companies, municipalities, states, and sovereign governments to finance projects and operations. Every company, every municipality, every state, every government is using bonds to finance projects and operations. They're not using taxes. You might think that taxes are paying for your schools. No, the fuck not. Why are schools in debt? All they're doing is getting grants and loans. So municipal bond are debt instruments that local, county, and state governments issue to raise funds for public projects, including the construction of highways, bridges, or schools. I just want to let that sink in. Municipal bonds act like loans, with bondholders becoming creditors. When you hold a bond, you are now a creditor. When you're out on bond, you are a creditor. When you give your bond, performance bond, when you go to court, you just became a creditor. When there's evidence of a debt, there's evidence of a credit. Understand. We're getting into the forms now. So one must always understand this. My homie put me on this equity. Shout out to equity. You must have a stock power form in place on any court case. This is a stock warrant here. A stock power form. Certificate means title of ownership. So a birth certificate is a title of ownership anyways. Let me get some fire emojis 100s if this is making sense.
Bank.
They get to the
bank.
It's making sense.
Bank. Bank.
It makes sense, then it don't make dollars.
Bank. 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 Bank.
Peace and love. Y'all see the views, though. Y'all see the views. It's your boy Don Kilam, man. Need a stock power form. It's your boy, Don Kalam. I love y'all, though. I do this for y'all, man. I do this for y'all. I truthfully do. So look, there's a lot that has to be done. Let me just, because we're not going to go over all the forms, okay? But I will tell you what is needed. So first and foremost, you do need your political status corrected. You need to be on the land jurisdiction. I have a non-taxpayer affidavit. Make your name an LLC. You need this. Have a family trust or a family holding company. Get you a you got questions? Get the fuck out my live. That's what I'm saying. I'm dropping a class for people right now. Get the fuck out my live. Do I look like your mom? Do I look like your dad? You can ask them motherfuckers for free. You can't ask me shit. Ask Google, motherfucker. I hate that I have to keep telling you public motherfuckers this. Motherfucker, raise your hand, motherfucker. Raise your hand. When you talk to raise your hand, don't just come to a motherfucker and ask a motherfucking question. The fuck is wrong with you public motherfuckers? Can't even drop no game in this motherfucker. Shut the fuck up and take notes, pussies. God damn. Public fucking peasants. That's what I call you. You fucking shoe fly don't bother me looking motherfuckers. You understand? The fuck is wrong with you? Ask your baby mama. Can she ask you? Can she answer the question? Ask your baby daddy. Can he answer the question? So what the fuck do you think I'm going to answer your question for? Ask Google, motherfucker. If Google can't answer your question, that means you need to fucking fuck you, pay me, shut the fuck up, take notes when you see a real nigga dropping facts. Ain't too many motherfuckers in the game that can even drop this game through you with these GSA bonds and show you how to get out. Literally, not only does this get you out of jail and prison, this will put money in the bank. Shorty, what you think? You're sitting there driving around on E, motherfucker. You want to sit here and want to ask me questions? Well, I'm going to ask you a question. Why is your gas tank on E, motherfucker? Why are you still making car payments? Why are you struggling to make your car note? Why are you struggling to live, motherfucker? That means you need to shut the fuck up, because, nigga, I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling. Nigga got QPs. I'm smoking good right now. Got cuties. Nigga, I'm well. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Are you seeing it? I'm doing well. All day, every day. All day, every day. Think we made 17 bands today? How much did you make today? Huh? How much did you make today? Your gas tank is on E. You're living at your mama's house. You're begging some white bitch for a PlayStation 5. Shut the fuck up. And some of you niggas sucking dick on the low. How about the closets? 2025. Put me in homos. Put me in homos in the private. You want to sit here and ask me questions. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Now back to where the fuck I was at. Get your political status corrected. That means you don't ask me shit. Ask your mom, ask your dad, raise your hand and ask them motherfuckers, all right? Ask your local congressman, because he's not going to tell you shit. Ask your president. You never even met the motherfucker. You understand? But you want to sit here and ask a motherfucker me. You want to ask me. Shit's a goddamn shame. So, status correction. We get into the good stuff now. About these motherfuckers. Text private life to 702-200-4900. I'm gonna let y'all, we're gonna take a moment of silence right now. Take a quick little break. Text private life to 702-200-4900. Text private life to 702-200-4900 to learn more. Someone will get back to you as soon as humanly possible. Every time I gotta go through this shit. Now make me want to jump off the balcony. Now look, get your political status corrected. I got my own form of status correction that I do. You want to get to a letter to the attorney telling them you want to be holding in due course of the case. Appoint them as co-counsel. We're going to file, the clerk must file all your court documents. I have a letter of rogatory. I have a notice of mistake. An affidavit of foreign status. An affidavit of foreign admiralty status and tax exempt form. The form W8BEN needs to be filled out. Demand for oath of offices and license to practice law. We have to bond the case to create an actual bond to bond the case. The demands for the bond letters, because once you bond the case yourself, you can demand to get the public bonds. Demand for delegation of authority order. Legal demand and affidavit for full accounting and financial disclosure. We want to see the full financials. We want to see all the financials in the county. I got a demand to dismiss. And then we go through the bid bonds. And we're sending everything certified mail to the chief judge of that jurisdiction, chief judge of the federal jurisdiction, General Service Administration in that jurisdiction in Washington, D.C., and we send this to the chief judge at the federal district level. Yeah. Yeah, I do this, son. I do this. Let's see where we at with it. And then that stock power form. So you are going to need the standard form 90. That's the release of lien on real property. Standard form 91. That's release of personal property from escrow. And then straight to standard form 28, affidavit of individual surety. And everything is filled. I have the templates already filled in. You just got to plug and play. Attach some places you need your court case number, your birth certificate file number, your social security number, and your birthday. Then we got a bid bond. The bid bond is standard form 24. Got it all filled in for you. All you got to do is plug and play. There's the letter of rogatory right there. W8BEN, plug and play. So with the W8BEN, it's going to make you a national. I want everybody to see this code right here. 8 USC. And you can attach your, I would attach like an affidavit of live birth, but you can attach you have to attach your affidavit to your status correction. I mean, you have to attach your birth certificate to your status correction. But 8 USC 1408, nationals but not citizens of the United States of birth. This makes you a national but not a citizen. There's the letter to the attorney of record, putting us a holder in due course of the case. All right, performance bond is standard form 25. These are all GSA bonds. 25A is the payment bond. Standard form 28, that's the individual affidavit of individual surety. Standard form 30, amendment of solicitation or modification of the contract. And this is putting you as the surety fugitive owner. We got standard form 273, reinsurance agreement for a bond statute performance bond. And as you can see, you put the arrest dates, the state, this is going to be the state where you make your name an LLC. The bonds, the money goes straight back to your LLC name. Whatever address you have on there. Then we got standard form 274, reinsurance agreement for bond statute payment bonds. Standard form 275, reinsurance agreement in favor of the United States. Then you want to do the consent of surety, standard form 1414. Standard form 1416 is going to be payment bond for other than construction contracts. And then 1418, performance bonds for other than construction contracts. These are all the bonds that you need to get out of prison. We got that there for you. Filled out already for you. The letter of rogatory relief is going to break down the whole fraud that's going on behind the scenes, how the notes are pulled together and then become securities. These said bonds are liens against the defendant. When these notes get securitized, these become bonds. These bonds become liens against the defendant. And it breaks down how it's going, where all U.S. federal courts are registered with the Department of Defense, which are registered with the Contractors Central Registration under the DOD, the Defense Logistics Information Service, which issues a cage code. The United States Attorney's Office then courts have a DUNS number, Duns and Bradstreet. Everything filed in court is securitized without the knowledge or consent of the people or all the parties involved. All criminal cases are not heard in the Article 3 Court, District of the United States. They're actually civil. However, the courts commit fraud by labeling the cases as criminal. The bank accounts is at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in New York City. Depository agreement is signed by the clerk of the courts. All securities are then deposited with the DTC in New York. An escrow agent acts as a go-between for the clerk's office in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The securities are listed through the 7th Circuit, Chicago, Illinois, before being sent to the DTCC, the clearinghouse that lists securities for trading. And these forms that I just executed and brought up is what's going to get you out of all of this. Release you from the escrow, releases the liens, and puts the bonds back in your favor. It puts it. That's why you got to make your name a business. Make your name a business. So I got a class coming up. I'm going to go into deeper detail of this. July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025. July 23rd, 2025, I will be having a meeting on this. So get into school, get in the classroom. I'm dropping the game. I'm going to have to change the code for this because I'm screen sharing. And I'm probably going to make this public. But yeah, it doesn't even matter. Everybody can jump into class. I'll let everybody jump into class. But if you want these templates, you're going to have to go into the classroom and buy them directly. That's all I got for y'all today, man. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
All of Don Kilam's books are indeed truthful books for we, the people of the Republic.
It's time to unlock the secrets of the Matrix and become a power piece in commerce with Don Kilam. He teaches you the truth about the tricks and traps of society, starting with the lies of separate races. As there is only one race, the human race. When you say you are black or white, this gives up rights dealing with your nationality, giving up your constitutional and state rights. Every state is a country, therefore your nationality. Example, if you live in Texas, you are a Texan. The same goes with Alaskans. They live in Alaska, and Hawaiians live in Hawaii. New Yorkers are from New York. Hope it makes sense. Learn how to get your rights back and how to declare a nationality, and always remember that prosperity is your true birthright. Click the link in our bio and join our private school with Don Kilam today.
Hey folks, this is Mark Emery with the Lighthouse Law Club. Coming to you today, I'm going to talk a little bit about status, standing, and agency, and why these are so important when you're dealing in any courtroom situation. If you can understand the meaning of these three key terms, how it can be used to your benefit, you can pretty much go into court and destroy just about any court case coming against you. All right? So we're going to learn these concepts and how to use them to win in court. Now, in the law club, we had a members-only web conference here a few weeks ago. We got into some of these subjects, and what I'm going to share with you here today is kind of an introduction to some of these ideas. It's not a complete treatise by any means or stretch of the imagination, but it's going to be a good introduction for you to really kind of see what's possible and give you some tools right now that you'll be able to use. And we hope that with this insight, you'll be able to see the value of pursuing this kind of knowledge and wisdom a little bit more in depth, which is what we get into in the law club. So let's get at it. Jump right in. Okay? What is status? Let me just read you Black's Law Dictionary. You can follow along with me. The status of a person is his legal position or condition. Thus, when we say that the status of a woman after a decree nisi for the dissolution of her marriage with her husband has been made, but before it has been made absolute, is that of a married woman, we mean that she has the same legal rights, liabilities, and disabilities as an ordinary married woman. The term is chiefly applied to persons under disability or persons who have some peculiar condition which prevents the general law from applying to them in the same way as it does to ordinary persons. Okay? That's one definition coming from Barney versus Tortolot case law. Okay, so we can see there are certain rights and duties with certain capacities and incapacities to take rights and incur duties, by which persons, as subjects of law, are variously determined to certain classes. So the rights, duties, capacities, or incapacities which determine a given person to any of these classes constitute a condition or status which the person is invested. All right, so your status determines what rights, duties, and obligations you are entitled to or responsible for. An agent for, let's say, a corporate legal entity operating under the bankruptcy is bound by the legal duties and obligations applicable to such parties. He can't come in and claim rights under the Republic as secured by the Constitution. This is why judges who recognize you as a legal vassal of the bankruptcy will threaten you with contempt if you bring up the Constitution in that court, because you are not a person entitled to those as per your status. You get it? So your status is one thing. How the court perceives your status is perhaps a different thing. They could be the same thing. But that's a key element as to how the law applies to you. Okay? So likewise, if you've properly secured your legal status as a national, as opposed to a federal citizen, federal corporate citizen under the bankruptcy, you should not be claiming any relief by way of the legislative statutes, because your status doesn't entitle you to that. You can't mix them, okay? So you have to know who you are and what rules apply to you, and then invoke those rules and be prepared to defend them, all right? And this only comes with knowledge and perhaps some practice, all right? Let's take a look at just a few examples of legal status, all right? You very well may be a citizen. Citizen of who or what? U.S. citizen? Are you a resident? Are you a state citizen? Are you an American national? You could be a non-resident foreign national, foreign resident, naturalized citizen, tourist, secured creditor, and you could be single or married. And the list goes on. Okay, so you can see there is a long list of different types of legal status, and depending on your legal status, that will determine how your rights and obligations will be treated under the law. All right, so status is critical. All right, so let's look at standing. Standing really has three requirements. In order to have standing, standing is what gives you the ability to present yourself to the court. If you do not have proper standing, if you're not for example, if you're not a party to a suit or an issue that's before the court, you have no standing to be before the court. Okay? So generally, if you're not a plaintiff, defendant, an attorney representing one of the parties, if you're not a called witness or recognized as a friend of the court, you have no standing. The court will not listen to you. Whatever you say has no bearing. You don't have standing. So there's 3 requirements for standing. One is injury in fact. So the plaintiff must have suffered or imminently will suffer injury, an invasion of a legally protected interest that is either A, concrete and particularized, or B, actual or imminent, which is neither conjectural nor hypothetical nor abstract, actual or imminent, real. Okay, the injury can be either economic, non-economic, or both. All right, so there must be some injury involved for a person to have standing to come before a court, either involved or pending, right? Imminent. Secondly, there must be causation. There must be a causal connection between the injury and the conduct complained of, so that the injury is fairly traceable to the challenged action of the defendant and not the result of the independent action of some third party who is not before the court. Okay? So that's pretty easy to see. And then redressability is the third requirement for standing. It must be likely, as opposed to merely speculative, that a favorable court decision will redress the injury. In other words, the court can resolve the matter properly. Okay, so this is what standing is all about. If you don't have any reason to be before the court, if you're not a party to the issue, if you don't have an injury, if there isn't causation that can be identified linking the defendant to the case, and the court cannot redress the injuries, then that case and the parties have no standing to be before the court. Okay? So that's important to understand. A right of a people to challenge the conduct of another person in court is essentially standing. Okay? In other words, the court will hear you, you can enter evidence, you can challenge the conduct of another person who has injured you. That's pretty much what that comes down to. Okay? So, what is agency? Let's talk about that. A relation created either by express or implied contract or by law, whereby one party, either the principal or constituent, one party delegates the transaction of some lawful business or the authority to do certain acts for him or in relation to his rights or property with more or less discretionary power to another person. This other person would be called the agent, the attorney, the proxy, or the delegate, who undertakes to manage the affair and render him an account thereof. Okay, so essentially, your agent is someone who you have granted power to do something for you using a fair amount of discretion. Just get the job done operating within these guidelines, and this is what that agent is authorized to do. Okay? We see that quite often with powers of attorney in corporate matters. Similar powers issued by a trustee, perhaps in a business trust, things like that. Okay? So the contract of agency may be defined to be a contract by which one of the contracting parties confides the management of some affair to be transacted on his account to the other party, who undertakes to do the business and render an account of it. Okay? 2, a contract by which one person with greater or less discretionary power undertakes to represent another in certain business relations. Okay? So a relation between 2 or more persons by which one party, usually called the agent or attorney, those terms are interchangeable, is authorized to do certain acts for or in relation to the rights or property of the other, who is denominated the principal constituent or employer. That's from Bouvier's. Okay? So, without agents, a legal person, a corporation, a trust, or any entity can do nothing Agents are everywhere. They are functionaries of all the corporate entities of the world, which, as we know, is the world of the dead. Any entity must have an agent to do anything. Any public official, functionary, agent, clerk, or administrator is an agent for its principal. All right, wherever there's an agent, there's a principal. The principal is the one who holds the ultimate power and delegates that power to the agent to act on its behalf. So, to do commerce, an entity must have a registered office and a registered agent. We're talking about legal entities, right? Set up a corporation or any kind of a corporate entity, you've got to have a registered office to receive a service of process and a registered agent for the same purpose. Set up, any corporation, and it's got to have these things, or it's not considered a viable legal entity. So you are the presumed agent for the dead entity with a name similar to yours. You are presumed to be acting in a representative capacity for the principal, which is the straw man, all caps name. And they're holding you responsible. So it's this agency relationship which makes you liable to pay the charges levied against the entity. The entity is dead. They need a live agent to interact with. And guess what? They've selected you. Mighty big of them, huh? So to avoid having the responsibility for these charges put upon you, the man or woman, you must either sever this relationship altogether or claim ownership of the entity, take control of it and the estate. And I know many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? If not, these are things that we get into in the law club. All right? So, let's look at some more definitions that are of interest here. We talked about attorneys being agent, right? Did you know that attorn is a verb? The word attorney comes from the verb. To attorn is to turn over money, rent, or goods to another. You're turning something over. I'm going to attorn my goods while I'm traveling to my agent. To attorn is to assign a specific function or service. You're attorning your authority to handle that specific function or service to an agent, right? Okay, so that leads us to attorney, which is a noun. One definition is this: an agent. An attorney is an agent. This is a legal definition. All right? An agent or someone authorized to act for another. Definition number 2, an attorney is a person who has been qualified by a state or federal court to provide legal services, including appearing in court. All right? So whenever you see the word attorney, you know that we're dealing with an agent acting on behalf of somebody else. Now, an attorney in fact takes this one step further. This also is a noun. An attorney in fact may be considered an alternate, a legal appointee, a legal representative, a proxy, a surrogate. Okay? Keep that in mind while we look at the definition for power of attorney. All right? A power of attorney is a written document in which one person, who is the principal, appoints another person to act as an agent on his or her behalf, thus conferring authority on the agent to perform certain acts or functions on behalf of the principal. Powers of attorney are routinely granted to allow the agent to take care of a variety of transactions for the principal, such as executing a stock power, handling a tax audit, or maintaining a safe deposit box. Could be anything. Opening a bank account. Powers of attorney can be written to be either general, which is a full power of attorney. They can do anything required by the business to manage this business or to maintain this home or to manage this legal case, whatever the case may be. Or it can be limited to special circumstances. A limited power of attorney might be one to act on behalf of this corporation only to open the bank account in this particular area, okay, under specific terms and conditions, okay? So, general or full power of attorney or limited power of attorney. A power of attorney generally is terminated when the principal dies or becomes incompetent, but the principal can revoke the power of attorney at any time. So, we can see that an attorney is also an agent. Could that also be an attorney in fact? Power of attorney, attorney at law. These are oftentimes quite interchangeable, right? Just as a point of interest, I've worked quite a bit with corporations in various parts of the world, and have very often operated with both a general or full power of attorney. It wasn't my corporation. I wasn't the owner or stockholder, nor was I an officer of the entity, but I operated with full power of attorney to do whatever is necessary for that particular company. Or if it was a company I was more vested in, I might have been involved in issuing a limited power of attorney to people to help me do different things, such as opening the bank account or buying a car or, anything that I required. And once they completed that task, then that limited power of attorney basically became null and void. I have often signed my name, in fact, as an attorney or attorney in fact. And people don't understand these terms or definitions. And if you sign your name as an attorney, what are you? You're an agent. If you're an attorney for a company, you're an agent for that company. And I would often sign my name with that as my title, attorney or attorney in fact. And people would say, "Oh, you're a lawyer? I never knew that." And I wouldn't say yes or no. I let them believe whatever they want to believe, understanding full well that my signature was 100% complete, accurate, and lawful. So this is where your understanding can quite often allow people to make their own inferences, assumptions, and presumptions. All right? And you can be entirely correct. So just an interesting point there. In my digging, I came up with this. It's kind of an interesting point, and it may mean nothing, but I just wanted to raise this just to stimulate your thought processes a little bit. I came across denationalization, which is the act of changing a government-run firm into a private sector firm. In order to accomplish this transition, the government must either sell or otherwise redistribute the formerly government-run firm in a way that is equitable to its citizens. Denationalization is also known as privatization. So I was scratching my head and I'm just wondering, has the republic form of government been considered a firm? We know we're operating the United States in a corporate business capacity, right? That's operated as a firm. It's a business, revenue generating business. Has the republic form of government been privatized? Now, to take that one step further, just to lend some credence to that thought, think of this. Going back to the definition, the government must either sell or otherwise redistribute the formerly government-run firm, the republic, in a way that's equitable to its citizens. Okay? Now, with that in mind, think about this. Your equity has been your equity for the bankruptcy, your equity for the privatization of the republic, which has been spun off and is no longer part of the federal corporation. Your equity has been released from the obligations of paying debts. You don't have to pay debts anymore, and you understand that if you understand House Joint Resolution 192. So what they did for its citizens was to grant you equity, was to release you from the obligations of paying debts due to the bankruptcy in exchange for the privilege of discharging your liabilities with credit instruments. Nothing ever gets paid. We just swap credit instruments. So think about this. You are the original, the grantor, the issuer of credit, the owner, and the beneficiary, right? You're the original, the real deal. Derivatives have been created via the bonds being traded in your all caps name. These are investments that have been created, the derivative investments, using this entity in your name in all caps. So a constructive trust is created when these bonds are created. You never addressed the issue as beneficiary or made any claim against those, so it was deemed abandoned. Therefore, you are deemed incompetent and your office is vacant, so the estate is administered for you, and you, the man or the woman, are held liable as the trustee / surety / agent. So now you are appointed the trustee and the person responsible, you are the debtor who will pay all charges against your name. Now think about this in terms of what's going on in court. Okay? Again, these dead corporate fictional entities must have a living person to act as agent in order for them to do anything. So they want to nab you as that person to be the debtor. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? So let's look at this. Let's look at the law of the flag. You may have come across this before. It's a principle of maritime and international law that the sailors and the vessel will be subject to the laws of the state corresponding to the flag flown by the vessel. All right, you see all these ships that are registered to Panama or to Liberia. Why? Because they have very favorable legislation relating to taxes and requirements, and they encourage registration of vessels in those jurisdictions. It's a business for them. All right, just like tax havens used to be a business in the Caribbean, not anymore. All right, so the law of the flag is whatever flag that ship is flying represents the rules that will govern any contracts that you enter into once you're on that ship or engaging with the captain, right? So when charges are brought and you plead not guilty, you're saying that you don't agree to pay the charges. And if you are found guilty, you either pay in cash or you pay from the bond that's created when they send you to jail. Going to jail creates cash flow, and this is how the debt is paid. And so what they do is they get people to enter upon the ship. By doing so, you enter into a contract with the captain. The gold-fringed military flag with the eagle on top represents maritime jurisdiction. It's a military flag in international law. Basically, they're bringing the law of the sea upon the land. In order to operate in accordance with the law of the sea, you must enter upon the ship and enter into contract with the captain. You with me? Okay. Now, I know some people who are not well informed about these issues, they laugh at that. They go, you're crazy. You know, you got these stupid patriot arguments and, you know, you guys are just off your rockers, chasing rainbows, right? Well, I got something here for you scoffers, all right? Share this with your scoffers. This is the Miami Federal Courthouse. So for those of you laughing, take a good look at this. This is taken from Google Maps, zoomed in on the federal courthouse building. What do you see in that picture? It's the shape of a hull of a ship. These people know exactly what they're doing. It's not an accident. It's not happenstance. It's not fantasy. Do you think this just happened by accident when the architects put together the design of this building, that somehow this shape and design was required for other purposes and it just turned out this way by accident? Look at the smokestack right in the center of the hull. Look at the power plants, the air conditioners as power plants back where the engines of the ship would be. This is no accident. These people know exactly what they're doing. They're shoving it in your face, and most of us are just too stupid to understand what's going on. Or we're too ignorant, we don't even want to know. And so what happens? They haul you onto their ship, they dress you down, they tie you to the mast, they give you 20 lashes, and then they boot your ass off the ship after they plunder you, take all your money, and you're tossed into the ocean bleeding and half drowning to death, right? Isn't that pretty much what happens when you go into court? All right, you can't argue that. So, for you scoffers, study this and get to know what's really going on, all right? So, let's take a hypothetical court appearance. We're going to address this, and understanding status, standing, and agency, I'm going to give you some examples as to how you can walk in to the courtroom, address the captain in a proper way, address the prosecutor in the proper way, understanding these principles, holding them accountable, and you will be able to dress down any opponents that might be trying to drag you onto their ship to contract with them so that they can do nothing but fleece you and beat you in public. That's what they do. All right? So this is what we're going to do. I've got several tracks we're going to run on. I'm going to give you an introduction to some of the different tracks you can use, and you could surely use all of them, as to how this might go down. So we're going to talk about a hypothetical court appearance, all right? You walk in, and the judge calls the case. The State versus John Q. Defendant, case number 94, CR 2231. Parties may come forward. All right, the county prosecutor will enter his or her appearance. Judge, I'm Susie Prosecutor. My bar card number is 431, and I'm here representing the state on this issue through the district attorney's office. And so now maybe they're looking at you. You haven't crossed the bar yet, right? You're smart enough not to do that. You're not entering into contract. And so you stand up in the gallery, and you make your appearance right there in the gallery. Judge, I'm here in propria persona, making a special appearance as grantor and beneficiary of the estate being administered in this case, relating to the named defendant. Now note, you're not admitting to be the defendant, right? Key point, don't do that. You are making a special appearance as grantor and beneficiary of the estate being administered in this case. What's the estate? The estate is all the accounts that have been created in the fictional straw man name. That's what they're administering. They're operating in bankruptcy. Chapter 11. In fact, I think it's Title 11 in the U.S. Code. In any event, everything is being administered under the bankruptcy. All right? And in the bankruptcy, they're dealing with a dead person who is the defendant, your name in all caps, which is essentially probate, and so you're dealing with the estate. For the named defendant. So, continuing. I'm not here in a representative capacity. And Judge, just for the record, this is a court of record. Am I right? Yes? This is a court of record. Great. Okay, for the record, I reserve all rights at all times and waive none ever. So now the judge is getting a little bit testy. Who are you? And he's going to try and trick you to get you to admit your name. As soon as you say your name out loud in public, they will assume you have admitted being the defendant. Okay? In all caps. Who are you? What's your name? If you're not John Q. defendant, we will deem him absent and will issue a warrant for his arrest and proceed accordingly. Your response might be, Judge, I'm here to help administer this matter for the benefit of the court. If the prosecutor has a valid claim against me, the man who is beneficiary to the estate of the defendant, let me see it, and I'll tell you if I am the named party or not. Mr. Prosecutor, please present me with the verified claim. And at this point, he's going to be looking a little bit cross-eyed, and maybe his face is starting to get a little bit flushed. All right? So he kind of shrugs his shoulders, and he's like, what? And the judge starts badgering you now, right? He's badgering you to come in here, sit down at the defendant's table, and let's deal with this matter. Judge, for the record, if I cross the bar, am I entering into a contract with the court? Yes or no? You want to get it on the record. Now, he is not going to answer that question, and you might persist. Judge, before proceeding any further, I need to know if I cross the bar, am I entering into a contract with the court? Yes or no? All right? He's going to start blowing a stack and blowing steam out of his ears. All right? And no matter what he says, no matter what he threatens, doesn't matter. Just look at it like the old Charlie Brown cartoons. When the kids are in school and the teacher's talking, it's just wah, 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 wah. Okay? You don't hear anything. You stay on your track. All right? Judge, with all due respect, I have no intention to board your ship. I operate under the laws of the Republic, and I hereby invoke the laws of the Republic. Look up Article 4, Section 4 in the U.S. Constitution. This is your authority. Okay? Now, you can't bring up the Constitution in the courtroom unless or until you invoke the laws of the Republic and you're operating under the Republic, because they are not. Understand that, okay? So I invoke the laws of the Republic to manage my affairs in my court. I'm here in my court. I'm going to set my court. And you have every right to do so. The judge does not own the court. It's there for the public and the people in the public to use for their benefit, and that includes you. So you need to take the posture of taking control of the courtroom and not allowing them to bully you or to distract you or to take charge and run over you. You have to take control and not let them do the same to you. So you continue. My court is hereby set under the laws of the Republic. I can operate just fine from here, thank you, Judge, and I'm here to help you administer this case expeditiously. So let's get on with it, okay? Now, what do you notice here? You're not just sitting back waiting for the judge to take command, are you? You have just taken command, all right? Here's who I am. Here's my court. I've set my court. This is the laws that I operate under, and I can do just fine from here back in the gallery. Thank you, Judge. And I'm here to help you administer this case expeditiously. So let's get on with it, all right? So you've offered your assistance to resolve this matter quickly, which the judge likes to hear that because he's got, quite a docket for the day, and he's got a golf date later that afternoon, and he doesn't want to be late, right? Okay, so you want to help him administer the case expeditiously. So let's continue. There is a possibility the judge could continue to threaten you. And so you might come back, Judge, if you force me to cross the bar against my will, with threats of force and imprisonment being used against me, it's only under duress that I would comply, not willingly or voluntarily. You understand what duress is, right? And there will be no contracts assumed or presumed by my presence. My law, you've invoked the laws of the Republic, right? My law follows me wherever I go, with my reservation of rights intact at all times. For the record, Judge, are we clear on that? You want to tie him down to get him to acquiesce to your terms. and he'll just try to distract you and throw distractions and threats and other things with you. Ignore all that, bring him back on point. Excuse me, Judge, but I need a reply to my question for clarity of the record. I said, I will comply with your request under duress and on the terms I just stated. Are we clear on that? Yes? All right, so you're leading him with the answer, and he's not going to answer. And so you say, okay, so I'll take your silence or lack of response as consent. Let the record reflect that the judge has accepted my terms, and we will proceed on that basis. Thank you, Judge. You are polite and professional at all times. You see how this works? Okay? Now, it's going to take some guts to do this. You're going to have confidence and guts. This is your court, and you're going to manage your court the way you see fit. Don't let them bully you. And we've only just begun. Believe me, wait till you see what's coming. Okay? So, that's that scenario and one possible way of dealing it. All right, so the judge continues to ignore you. Here's another possibility. Excuse me, Judge. Now, before you proceed, there are some administrative matters to attend to which will serve to expedite this matter for the court. I need to address the prosecutor or the county attorney or whoever he is, you just identify him correctly, for the plaintiff. Okay? So again, the judge is just ignoring you. You've set the record. By his silence, you have set the record. And you're proceeding accordingly, okay? And so now is when you pivot from the judge to the prosecutor. All right, Judge, I've got some administrative matters to attend to with the county attorney, and I need to address him for just a minute. So if I may, let's talk to the prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, do you have a claim against me, the living man who is beneficiary of this estate? If so, please present it now so I can examine it. Where's your verified claim? Please show me. And he'll distract and defer and hem and haw. All right? And again, you got to hold their feet to the fire. He might say something like, well, we have a complaint in this case against John Q. defendant, which I presume is you. Again, they're trying to trick you and trap you into admitting that you are the defendant, which you're not. You are not that dead person, corporate entity. And you respond, no, I just stated clearly for the record who I am, and I am not the agent trustee nor the named defendant or surety against which you seek to settle your matter. I am the beneficiary. Let me repeat my question. Do you, Mr. Prosecutor, have a claim against me, the grantor and beneficiary of this estate? Yes or no? And he's honestly going to be a little bit confused and could react any one of a number of different ways, which you don't care how he reacts, all right? It doesn't matter, all right? He might come back and say, well, we have charges brought by the state against John Q. defendant for a violation of state statute 43-11-5678. That's a fake number. And you reply, against whom? Not me. Again, for the record, you have no claim against me. You've not shown me any claim. I am the beneficiary of the named estate living upon the land in the Republic. I believe you want me to stand in for the defendant as the trustee and debtor, which is a mistake for the record, which I need to correct. The record stands corrected because that is not my capacity. And if you claim so, you need to establish documentary evidence and enter it into the record now. Do you have it? And he's shrugging, he's, fumbling through his papers, he's complaining to the judge. Judge, this is all irrelevant, we need to proceed. All right, they're going to try to ignore you and keep moving. And you step in. Again, I ask, who here in this court who can hear my voice has a claim against me? Please come forward with your claim. Who can present a contract to which I am being held liable as the man upon the land in my venue, which is the law of the Republic? Anybody? Does anybody here have a contract here to present? Mr. Prosecutor, you want me to believe that there is a claim against me, yet you have shown nothing to this court to support your position. And then you proceed. Okay, Judge, let the court reflect that the Mr. Prosecutor has not presented to the court or to me any documentation which supports a verified claim against me. Judge, I move this court to dismiss this case as the prosecutor has failed to establish any claim upon which relief can be granted. So what you're doing here is you're basically proving that the prosecutor does not have a valid claim. They might have a citation issued by a police officer. They might have perhaps an information filed by the district attorney's office. They may even have a grand jury indictment. Okay? So whatever the case is, present it. Let me see it. And you know it's going to be in the all caps name. It's not going to be against you, the man or woman living upon the land. They need to establish that they want to hold you, the human being, the individual, liable for the corporate fiction. All right, that's the whole point that we're getting at here. All right, and what you're doing is you're proving for the record that they do not have this. So we're just getting started. That's track one. Let's move to track two. Mr. Prosecutor, are you a witness on this case prepared to testify under oath with first-hand knowledge and information related to the alleged charges in this matter? Of course he's not. No, I'm representing the state. And this is perfect. You're leading him into a trap. Ah, I see. So you then are a state licensed attorney at law representing the plaintiff, correct? He'll say, yes, that's correct. And he'll feel very proud of that fact. Hold on, gets fun. All right, Mr. Prosecutor, then I need you to enter into the record of this proceeding your license to practice law issued by the state, not a private bar card, but an actual license issued by the state to establish that you have proper standing as an agent for the plaintiff to even talk to me about this matter. Please do that now. And more than talk to you, talk to the court. This goes to showing that he has standing in the court, right? If he can't show that he's a licensed attorney, all right, now, what was your question in the beginning? After he says, no, I'm representing the state, you lead him with the question, I see, so you are a state licensed attorney at law. And this is going on the record. State licensed. And he says, yes. He's not even thinking. Now, you should probably research the statutes in your state as to what's required to be a practicing attorney. Have those laws in your head, or maybe even copies of them for reference in the courtroom. Okay, so you've led him into a trap. He doesn't have a state license because no such thing exists. All right, and so now you're establishing for the record that he's a liar. He's misleading you and the court, and he doesn't have the license that he says he does. That gets interesting, doesn't it? Can you produce a state license for the court? Yes or no? Please do that now. Do you have your state license? Well, I have my bar card. No, I didn't ask for your bar card. I asked for your state-issued license. You said you are a state-licensed attorney. You just said that for the record. So I want to see your license. Please enter that for the record of this proceeding. Oh, so you don't have that with you, okay? If he uses that excuse, he doesn't have it with him. You could move for an adjournment until he comes up with one, but that's not really what you're asking for. You want to blow this thing out of the water right here and now. You don't want to come back, all right? So again, we're setting the record. Let the record reflect, Judge, that Mr. or Mrs. Prosecutor cannot produce any evidence to the court that he is who he says he is. And he's an imposter, illegally passing himself off as someone who he is not. Judge, I move this court for dismissal on grounds that Mr. Prosecutor has not established proper standing as an attorney at law, licensed to represent his client in this court, and the plaintiff is without proper representation and has no standing in this court since the plaintiff is not present. All right, the judge at this point is going to be getting quite perplexed and looking for excuses, looking for demurrals. He might start attacking you, trying to get you to argue something else to get you off your point, and you ignore all that and stay on point. Okay? So that's track 2. Prosecuting attorney has no license, therefore they have no standing. Got it? So let's go on track 3. Mr. Prosecutor, are you going to be presenting your client, the plaintiff, as a witness to testify under oath with firsthand knowledge and information related to the alleged charges in this matter? And of course he's not, so he'll say, no, it doesn't work that way. It's like, come on, buddy, get a clue. No, it doesn't work that way. I see. So then we're not operating in equity, and we must be operating at law. In that case, please present me and the court with the underlying contract which you want to hold the defendant, not me, which you want to hold the defendant accountable to. You can do that, correct? Please present the contract now that the plaintiff has with the defendant. I'll wait. So again, if there's no contract, there's no one to testify under oath as to a damage, then how can there be a claim? No one can testify that there's a damage and there's no contract. All right, they're operating in law, so there must be a contract. They want to hold you accountable to the corporate bylaws relating to traffic infractions or filing papers infractions or whatever the case might be, right? All right, show me the contract. No contract? Judge, let the record reflect, please, that the prosecutor cannot produce the plaintiff as a witness under oath, nor can he produce a contract to which he wants to hold the defendant liable to. Therefore, he has no standing in law or equity. Boom. Judge, I move this court for dismissal for want of prosecution and failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. Want of prosecution means there's nobody here to prosecute this case. There's no contract, there's no damage, there's no claim. All right, so that's track 3. Having fun yet? This is a lot of fun. Let's go on to track 4. All right, we got more, much more. Mr. Prosecutor, you mentioned earlier that you are representing the plaintiff in this case, correct? You're leading him, you want to get the answer on the record, all right? Don't let him wiggle out, get it on the record. Yes. Then I need to see the contract between you and the state, your client, the plaintiff, which gives you the power of attorney to represent the plaintiff before this court. Do you have that contract to present to the court, yes or no? I want a yes or no. Do you have it or don't you? And as soon as he hems and haws, I'll take that as a no. You failed to produce it. He might come across with something like, well, I work for the county attorney's office or the district attorney's office. Everybody knows that we represent the state on these matters. It's standard procedure. Something like that, mightier and holier than thou, okay? Condescending. It's like, who are you, you numbskull? Talking to you, all right? So you say, very good, but you want to make a claim against the defendant, and I don't know who you are or who you work for. I don't operate on assumptions and presumptions, only documented facts. This court only recognizes the documented facts. By saying that, you just put the judge on the hot seat. No assumptions and presumptions here, right? Documented facts. Please produce your representation contract or power of attorney with your client for the record to establish your authority and legal relationship with the plaintiff so that this court can see that you have proper standing. If he can't show that he has the power of attorney, that he's actually a legal representative, an agent, an attorney, for the plaintiff, the state, he's got no business being there, and the court can't hear him. And you're bringing this out. So again, Judge, let the record reflect that Mr. Prosecutor has not established his authority to act on this matter and thus has no standing to be before this court. Judge, I move this court for dismissal for the prosecutor's failure to establish proper standing before this court as agent for the plaintiff. All right, now the judge is in a real spot because you're asking for things that he cannot produce. But by law, he must produce. You're ripping him to shreds. Honestly, by this time, you should be well down the street at the coffee house, yucking it up with your buddies about what went on in the courtroom. Okay? So this is much more ammunition than hopefully you're ever going to need, but let's continue. Let's drop a bombshell, shall we? You like dropping bombshells? Mr. Prosecutor, you are conducting your activities and seeking to settle charges amongst the people in the public. So surely you can produce the payment and performance bonds which provide indemnity for yourself or your principal in the event of any missteps which may occur, which may cause damage to the public. So, please produce for the court and the record here the bond or bonds for this action in particular, not a general bond, for this action in particular, which gives you the authority to impose yourself upon the public with indemnity. Surely you can do that. Am I correct? And by now, he's hanging his head. He's looking around like, is there someone here who can help me? And now the judge has to get on your side. You know, he just has to. The judge should be berating this guy. What, you mean you don't have your bonds? You don't have bonds? You're not bonded on this action? You don't have any bonds to produce for the court? So you're not bonded. I see. Then you don't have any standing or authority to be acting or dealing in the public. Mr. Prosecutor, why are we here? You have nothing. No claim, no standing, no agency, no contract, no witness, no bond, no authority. You're fired. You're making a mockery of this court. You're wasting this court's time. You're wasting public taxpayer dollars. You must leave now. Go. You are in control. Take control of this situation. And with this information, it should give you every bit of confidence. You'll just need to be able to step in when they're trying to talk over you, when they're trying to railroad you, when they're trying to get you off the dime, distract you, and so forth. Okay? So, Judge, for the record, there is no case here. The prosecutor is wasting everyone's time. The court reflects, or the record reflects, that this case is null and void ab initio, nunc pro tunc. Now for then, from the beginning. And I require you to confirm its dismissal. You're not asking the judge, okay? You're telling him, I require you, Judge, to confirm this case is dismissed. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be of assistance in this matter. I'm out of here. And away you go. You might be interested just to stick around for a minute just to see how much steam can come out of these guys' ears, see how red their faces can get, see how they want to powwow with their teams and try and figure out what the hell happened. I've seen that happen in courtrooms that I've been in. They don't know what to do, so they go back to the back of the room and they powwow with all their teammates saying, oh my God, now what do we do? Sheesh. What do you think, Julie? How do we deal with this? Now, we have more. So the judge wants to steamroll you. You've never seen that happen, have you? He just wants to ignore everything you have to say, and they're just moving forward no matter what. All right, so here's one approach to think about. Excuse me, Judge, but I will not be denied due process. And if you attempt to deny me the due process I am entitled to, which you are required to ensure by your contract with me via your oath, then you are acting ultra vires. That's outside of your authority. And you would be in contempt of your duty, your oath, and my God-given rights in my venue, which would put you right smack dab in the middle of accepting full personal liability for the damage you may cause in any ultra vires acts which interfere with my rights as a man upon the land in my venue. Now, Judge, remember, I operate in my venue, not in yours. In the alternative, if you wish to incorrectly presume me to be a person who is the named defendant without any evidence or proper claim establishing such, you'd be interfering with my ability to conduct commerce. It would be illegal restraint of trade per 15 U.S. Code, sections 1 and 2. $1 million per offense on the individual, $100 million for the entity. Add to that RICO laws in addition to federal criminal statutes relating to the deprivation of rights under color of law, specifically sections 241 and 242, among others. Those are just a few of the laws you, Judge, would be in contempt of. Don't threaten me with contempt. You are in contempt of due process and your contract and oath of office. If you continue along this track, and you know what, neither one of us wants to see that, do we? I mean, we should settle this matter properly and amicably, according to the law, don't you think? Notice how you soften your tone. It's a carrot and stick approach, right? You want to get tough? I can get tough. Or do you want to settle this? It's up to you, Judge. What do you want to do? Okay? Now, I certainly wouldn't want you and Mr. Prosecutor to be acting in concert on the record to steamroll me on this matter in contravention of all law, duty, and well-established jurisprudence. Now, do your duty to demand the prosecutor to properly establish himself in this case before the court as I have required, not how you may like, but as I have required, or dismiss the case. Those are your only lawful options. And so, Judge, how would you like to wish to proceed? So now, you're putting it back in his lap, giving him the respect that he demands. So, Judge, those are your options. How would you like to proceed? You've just put him in a box, and there's only one thing that he can do. If he's just not totally arrogant, ignorant, and a whole list of other adjectives, okay? And there are those that are out there. And you've properly set the record. No matter what they do, you just object for the record and put them on notice of appeal. And I guarantee you, notice of intent to appeal, and that case will go nowhere, okay? So, here's some troubleshooting you could do. All right? Let's say none of this works. Can you imagine that none of this would work? Yeah, I guess maybe you probably could, the way things work these days. So here's your last and final cannon shot right into the engine room. Okay, Judge, there seems to be some miscommunication here. I've not been presented with anything that names me as a defendant, any legitimate claim in my capacity as beneficiary of the named estate in my venue. I've not seen the bond supporting the action. I've not seen anything which gives a prosecutor proper standing in this court to address me on this matter. Therefore, I'm obviously at a serious disadvantage here due to lack of disclosure, discovery, or transparency in this matter. Now, since you and the prosecutor seem to be on the same page here, and I'm completely in the dark at this point as to how this court is operating outside of law and equity, I'm just going to appoint you as trustee over the estate of the defendant to protect my interests as beneficiary and administer this matter in a fiduciary capacity on my behalf. So, please proceed as my trustee in this matter, and I thank you very much. I put it in your hands. Now, it's a matter of record what you've just done, and he can't proceed because you've just put him in a conflict of interest. So, and this has been done. This has actually been done in court, and the judges will just simply pack their books, tuck their tail between their legs, and they will escape the courtroom as quickly as possible. Every instance that I've heard. All of these tracks that we've talked about here have been used successfully. Okay, now, You're not going to use all of them. You're not going to get all this in. You're going to have to know this stuff. Think on your feet. Hold your position. Don't let them buffalo you. Don't let them get you off track. You need to set the record on these key points. Don't move off your point until the record has been set. For example, okay, let the record reflect, Judge, that the prosecutor has not presented the contract. He has no standing. They won't answer hardly any of the questions you ask them. So you have to answer for the record yourself and establish the record yourself. So you get that, and failure to object is fatal. They know that. They can't object because they got no alternative. They can't comply. The only alternative is to comply. They can't do that, so they can't object. So they're going to try and buffalo you and hope that you don't set the record properly. You set the record properly, you get those answers. Even if you have to answer for them, you can see where we're going with this, okay? Now, you got to have the confidence and the guts to do this. It's your court, take control of it, all right? So do your research on courts of equity, courts of law, and chancery courts, okay? Understand the difference between the two. It's not difficult. It doesn't take a long time. You can look that up on the net and get through some of that maybe in 30 minutes. It's not a big deal. Okay, it's easy. So do that. And you know, there's a lot of different laws that can be applied depending on what your legal status is and what court you're in. Are we dealing with legislative statutes and treaties, constitutional law, federal law? If you're a U.S. citizen in a federal court, state law, are you a state resident with a residence in the state of and doing business in the state of? Those corporate bylaws for the state, i.e. state laws, might apply to you. Are we dealing with common law? You know, is there actually an injured party involved? You know, are we talking case law, which could be precedent? Some case law is weightier than others. Some case law carries no weight. All right? These are things you need to understand. We're dealing in commercial law? Good. Where's the contract? Are we dealing with agency regulations and executive orders? Those apply very specifically to very specific individuals in very specific situations. All right? So again, your status may very well determine how the laws or which laws might be applying to you in your own case. So just be aware of that. And hopefully we brought some ideas for you to think about. And with this information and maybe a little bit more, again, we've only kind of introduced some of these topics. These are the kind of things that we get into in the Law Club. And we would encourage you to, if you want to pursue this, to join us in the Law Club. With that, stay out of court. If you do go to court, have fun. Sometimes, honestly, I used to go into court for recreation. If you ever get a chance to read my book, One Free Man's War in the Second American Revolution, you'll see a lot of the escapades that I had just going into court, running circles around these guys, having all kinds of fun. So don't worry about court. You know, have a good time, enjoy yourself, take care of your business, get in, get out, move on, get on with things. Okay? Pretty straightforward. So, enjoy, take care, and God bless. We'll see you in the next video.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, They the Truth, helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, They the Truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters and Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Knowledge is power! How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights.
What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate? You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose.
We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity. You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now.
I learned the game from Don Kilam.
Knowledge is power!
Now I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
That was
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Hey,
Hey, can I borrow some money?
you need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches.
Okay, you're free to go. Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction.
Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority.
This court lacks. Case dismissed.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Well, hello. Thanks for joining me. Today we're going to talk about changing legal status. This is Mark Emery. I'm the founder of the Lighthouse Law Club. Most of you know who I am. Those of you who don't, stick around. You'll catch up quick enough, I'm sure. This is a members-only webinar, and we'll be sharing part of it with the public. And we're going to be getting into, again, changing legal status. You know, the one thing that I really enjoy the most about the Law Club is having the opportunity to speak personally and directly with each and every one of you, as you come along. And there are so many fascinating stories, so many fascinating personalities. I just find it a real joy to share the energy that we create in putting some great minds together. And in that regard, there seems to be a common theme with most everybody that I talk to. And that common theme is that we recognize the mess that we're in by virtue of how we've been suckered into contracts without full disclosure and lack of informed consent. And we've been suckered into this legal status that we need to get out of, and we need to change it to get back to our natural, God-given, inherent state of presence so that we don't have all of these interferences and intrusions and compelled performance statutes intruding and imposing themselves in our lives. So that's a common theme, and so let's get into it. Now, there's a lot of folks out there doing different things. That's really great. As one individual, you can only do so many things, same with myself or anybody else. And the fact that we're all having different experiences is something that we can draw on and gain strength from. Now, where I'm headed with this is real simple. As it relates to changing status, there are some very advanced legal technologies out there that get into some very exotic types of paperwork and processes. Becoming the secured creditor on the bond created by your birth certificate. That's a fascinating process. I'm fascinated by it. I haven't done it myself yet. And I think it could very well be very effective under the right circumstances. We're not going to talk about that tonight. Tonight we're going to stick to practical measures for moving to the private side and living a private life. These are practical things that you and I can do in short order without getting wrapped up in all kinds of fancy legal documents and legal mumbo jumbo and extended processes and interactions and waiting for responses and all of that kind of thing. Again, as valuable as that may be, but as we go along here today, you'll find out why it's important that we do much more than that, and if we don't take care of the practical matters first, then all your fancy legal paperwork isn't going to mean diddly squat. All right, you're going to see that. So let's take a few minutes, just review some of the basics. Most of you, I'm sure, have the basics under your belt, but it's important that we establish this review so we have a solid foundation to proceed on, and that those who are just coming along, just getting on board with some of this type of information and training, that they can come along with us and catch up with us real quick so that we're all on the same page when we get to the finish line. Okay? So let's jump right into it. Let's compare the private side with the public side. We can see that in the beginning, God created man. We'll call him John Michael Smith. And everyone else, right? That's where it all started. He gave us dominion over the earth, and he blessed us abundantly. Based on what? Our covenant with him. He later gave a covenant to Moses. What's another word for a covenant? It's a contract. Our blessings were premised upon the fulfillment of our end of that covenant. If we failed in the contract, guess what? The blessings would be withdrawn, and we'd have our own devices to deal with, and the results that come from that. And here we are. All right, so contract law you will find throughout the Bible, and this is where it all comes from. With that, we have natural rights. Rights are not something that anybody can give you, but rights are something that nobody can take away. Those rights include the right to free travel. If we have dominion over the earth, we come and go as we please. We ingress and egress. We don't need to pay someone for permission to travel. We have the right to be left alone, to live our own life however we want to live it, believe whatever we want to believe, be as weird as we want to be. And so long as we don't impose or trespass upon the rights or property of someone else, there is no crime, there's peace, and we live our lives as we see fit. We have the right to self-defense, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. If you understand history, when our founding fathers were writing the Declaration of Independence, there was a great debate over what word should be used. Should it be property or happiness? Initially, the phrase was the pursuit of life, liberty, and property, because one who has the right to own, claim, and use property is happy. And so that embodies happiness. And so there was a great debate that, one means the same as the other. So we can use that term property interchangeably. So we have the right to pursuit of life, liberty, and property, or we can say we have the right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. So man created state government to regulate his affairs and to serve him, so that we'd have halls of justice, we could have some order, we'd have some agreed upon rules that we could all live by so that we could all live with increased security and more prosperity. So we could do business and live. So state government was created to serve man. So as the states sprouted up in the history of the United States of America, there were 13 colonies who evolved into states. Those states started having different currencies, different rules, and the conflicts increased as each state kind of went about its own business in a little different way. And so with that conflict, that level of conflict growing, it was imperative that the state governments get together and create a federal government to help unify standards and protocols and to better manage the intercourse between the different states. So things would run a little bit, or if not a lot, more smoothly. From this point, administrative agencies were then created to help both the federal and the state governments administer their affairs, just helping take care of the administration of the business that was intended. So here we see the hierarchy. Look at who's on top, where this all started. This is the hierarchy of order. Everything starts with God. God created man, gave him dominion over the earth. Man serves God, and man is the top man on the totem pole in the physical world here on the earth. State governments serve man, federal governments serve the state governments, and the agencies work for everybody else. And this is the hierarchy of order. This is the private side. This is the private side where man is the sovereign, under God, of course. So long as we maintain our covenant with God, we maintain those blessings, we maintain our dominion over the earth, we are blessed abundantly in everything that we do, and things proceed along the lines of a life of freedom, liberty, life, liberty, and property, right? So let's look at the public side. On the public side, the government creates John M. Smith. This is not the John M. Smith that was born and created by God. This is a different John M. Smith. This is a fictional entity, just like a corporation is a fiction. John M. Smith, all capital letters, is a corporate entity. It's a fiction. All right, so now that this is created, the federal government has dominion over the state governments due to the money powers and many other things. It also has dominion over John M. Smith. Those federal administrative agencies also have dominion over John M. Smith. And John Michael Smith doesn't know any better, so he identifies himself as John M. Smith, responds to the mail, and acts as though he is one and the same, and all of a sudden he no longer has dominion over the earth. In fact, not only does he not have dominion over the earth, he doesn't even have dominion over himself, or his house, or his land, or his kids. The government owns him and is telling him what to do, what to buy, what kind of insurance to have, how much to have, what kind of cars to buy, where to put his kids, how he should buy his house, what kind of standards his house needs to live up to. He doesn't have dominion over his land. Look at what the BLM is doing to the ranchers, kicking them off their land, stealing it, burning down their houses. We don't own land. And you certainly don't have dominion over your kids when Child Protective Services knocks on your door and takes them away just because they can. So the question comes down real simple. What side of the law would you like to be on? It's pretty obvious why so many people are catching on and wanting to move over to the private side, right? It comes down to a hierarchy of order. Do we want to live in a land where federal and state governments have dominion over us? We don't have any God-given rights? Or do we want to live where man is sovereign, in covenant with and under God, where we have the freedom to live our lives as we see fit? and we have the governments to serve us and to maintain stability and security and nothing more. So the choice is quite obvious, right? So that's why we're moving from the public to the private and changing our legal status. How do we get suckered into all this? I know most of you are aware of this, but let's just review it real quickly. All right, the birth certificate for John M. Smith is created. When he is born, he is taken from the water. When the water breaks from his mother, he is delivered upon the land. The baby is delivered from the water, admiralty, delivered upon the land. A certificate is created, as in a bill of lading from the ship's manifest. The ship is the vessel, which was the mother. Again, bringing admiralty from the water upon the land. The certificate indicates that there is ownership over John M. Smith, but it is not the title. It merely is evidence of the existence of a title for John M. Smith. So that's where things start. Social Security, we're told we need to apply for a Social Security card in order to get a job. We all know the story behind that. It's a big lie. The law itself says it's purely voluntary. In fact, there was a lawsuit with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission when someone objected to being forced to put a Social Security number on their job application with Taco Bell in order to get a job. And they won that lawsuit. They were not required to put their Social Security number to get a job. But the point here is that the application, when you sign that as true, complete, and correct, and put your authenticated signature upon that application for contract, that application is full of admissions and confessions, just like all federal documents are. You admit to being a United States citizen. Well, at that point in your life, when you're a 15-year-old kid, chances are you were a state citizen and not a federal citizen. So, there's all kinds of ramifications on that. We understand that. All kinds of admissions and confessions that are not true. It's fraudulent inducement, lack of informed consent. You didn't know what you were signing. Okay? It's based on fraud, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, Federal Reserve notes are promises to pay. That's what a note is, promissory note. So our currency that we're exchanging every day are promises to pay, which never get paid. In fact, since the United States became bankrupt in 1933, there has been no lawful payment done since that time. We've been exchanging credit and negotiable instruments. And since nothing is paid by law, because there is no lawful money in circulation, what we're doing is we're exercising the franchise, which is the privilege of discharging debt. The privilege of discharging debt is not lawful, but it is public policy. So we're not operating in law, we're operating in public policy. And the public policy is, since you never paid for anything, you don't own anything, which is why the government can come and take anything from you whenever they want, because you don't own it. So we won't get into that, the whole money issue. That's something that needs to be understood very well, if you don't already, and many of you do. Corporate employment is a key element. One of the first things the judge will ask you when you step into court, okay, and are you employed? Where are you employed? Oh, well, I'm a warehouse manager over at Home Depot over on Lincoln Avenue. Okay, very good. And where do you reside? Oh, I'm over here on 910 Birch Street. Okay, so the judge says, so you reside and you're doing business in the state. Thank you very much. You've just granted me jurisdiction. We will now proceed against you. Corporate employment is very problematic. We'll talk about that as we get into some of the details. But you need to be seriously thinking about doing something about that. And again, we'll get into that in just a minute. But those are federal benefits. Corporations are creatures of the state. When you work for a creature of the state, exchanging your services for promises to pay, which are issued by the Federal Reserve, a private corporation, you are so deep into commercial law and federal regulation, it isn't funny. All right, so that's something we need to be careful of. Being a resident. All right, let's break this word apart. I get into this in my workshop, The Private Traveler. Res is the Latin term for the thing. Ident is the root for identified, right? So resident is the thing identified. Identified as what? Identified as property, inventory, chattel. You understand? Because you're identifying yourself with John M. Smith in all capital letters, you are owned by the state. So again, that's why the judge asks you right off the bat, where do you work and where do you reside? All right, you better have a good answer for that. Do you have a bank account? Well, you ask, well, how could having a bank account set me up for receiving federal benefits? If you've got a bank account in your name, your signature is on the account, you've accepted all the terms of the bank, and even though the bank may have a state charter, it's a state chartered bank, it does have FDIC insurance. And so you're receiving benefits from the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So there's your federal benefits right there. Insurance contracts. The state requires John M. Smith to have various insurance contracts. He needs to have automobile insurance, he needs to have health insurance, he needs to have business insurance, liability insurance, right on down the line. Insurance contracts are interstate compacts. They're interstate agreements. They derive from maritime jurisdiction. This brings us right into commerce, which brings us right into federal regulation. And that's a whole subject we could get into, but we won't. Okay, you know about the driver's license and the marriage license. What is a license? A license is permission to do that which is otherwise illegal. So that begs the question, well, geez, when was it ever illegal for me to drive my grandma to the church? Well, just by virtue of the fact that you do not understand language, we can see that by virtue of the fact that you're using the term driver, that you are a driver. You're applying to be a driver, and therefore you want to get licensed. Driver is a commercial term. We have taxi drivers. We have truck drivers. We have private chauffeurs who are drivers. We have postal carriers who are drivers. We have package delivery people that are drivers. This is all commerce in transport. These are commercial terms. Now, if you're not engaged in commerce on the roadways and the byways, then you are not a driver. Therefore, why on earth would you apply for a driver's license? You've always had the right to travel, and people are learning this, and they're learning how to do it successfully. So, again, you were fraudulently induced. Nobody told you about that, so you applied for commercial privileges. When did it become illegal to get married? The marriage license actually originated, I believe it was back in the 1800s, when they made it illegal for interracial marriages to happen. All right? They didn't want the slaves marrying the non-slave class. And so the license was required. And then the practice grew, and all of a sudden, what you're doing now is you're taking a right and converting it to a privilege granted by the state. When I got married, I didn't use a marriage license. I found a pastor who would do it without one. Not all of them will. So what happens when you apply for a marriage license? You're bringing the state into the marriage as a third party, just like your spouse is. So the state is now has equal standing as your spouse does in that marriage. I was talking to a gentleman from Montana, and he looked at the back of his marriage license, and it stated very clearly that the product of this marriage belongs to the state. Well, think about that. What's the product of a marriage? Children. Are you starting to get the picture now? These are very serious issues. So these are some of the benefits that we apply for, and we get sucked into these contracts. In doing that, really we violate the covenant that we had with God. And so we move from that jurisdiction, we get sucked into another jurisdiction, which is highly regulated and generates fees, fines, all kinds of forms, and we could go on and on. All right, so this is what traps us. Let's take a look at this. The private Federal Reserve Bank. Look on your dollar, your Federal Reserve notes. You see that E on the left. That E signifies the issuing bank, the bank that issued this Federal Reserve note. And E happens to stand for the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, Virginia. Okay, so when we see that E, we know which bank owns this promissory note. And if they ever decide to claim it, it's theirs, they can come and get it. Okay? So you see that same E in the serial number, which again immediately identifies the issuer. The issuer is the owner. Now, we can see also on the back of the Social Security card, this number is not the Social Security number. There are many people out there that know more about this than I do, but they'll tell you that this is the registration number or the bond number representing the bond that's created by virtue of your application for the Social Security card. Now, how could they create a bond? Well, when you apply for the Social Security number, what are you doing? You're saying, I want you to take so much money out of my check for the rest of my life on the hopes that maybe I'll see some of it back when I retire. Think of all the money that someone generates, not only in terms of withholdings, but taxes paid, all the different types of taxes that are paid. I saw a list of all the taxes that are paid, and it was pages. I mean, there were hundreds of different types of taxes that we pay. And so think about how that adds up over someone's lifetime and as a part of their earnings. And when that compounds, and when you can use leverage with the fractional reserve banking system, how you can take $1, make it $10, lend that out again, and do it over and over and over. It becomes exponential. So we can see that this account is owned by the Federal Reserve Bank. This account is in the name of John M. Smith, and you identify yourself as John M. Smith, and therefore you're obligated to this account to continue paying for the rest of your life. So isn't that sweet? Okay? Just something to be aware of. So, the IRS is a private collection branch for the Federal Reserve. That's what they do. They collect for the private Federal Reserve. Now, take a look at this. The IRS doesn't collect money for the government. They're a private trust domiciled in Puerto Rico. And you can look it up yourself. Let's read this. In 1953, the Internal Revenue was created by the stroke of a pen when the Secretary of the Treasury changed the name of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Treasury Order number 150-29, G.M. Humphrey, Secretary of the Treasury, July 9, 1953. However, no congressional or presidential authorization for making this change has been located. So, the source of the authority had to originate elsewhere. Research to which IRS officials have acquiesced suggests that the Secretary exercised his authority as trustee of Puerto Rico Trust number 62, Internal Revenue. And you can see this in Title 31 of the U.S. Code, Section 1321. Look it up yourself. And as will be demonstrated, the Secretary does, in fact, operate as Secretary of the Treasury, Puerto Rico, which is a territory. It's not even a state. Puerto Rico, as a territory, is managed by the United States in Washington, D.C., the corporation. United States, the corporation. Now, one thing you may not be aware of is that the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States does not receive his paycheck from the United States federal government. He is paid by whom, do you know? By the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. So, what's this telling us? The treasurer of the United States is paid by foreign interests. The people you pay your so-called taxes to in the IRS, that money actually, well, number one, doesn't even touch the floor of U.S. government offices. So if you think you're paying for roads and bridges and schools and health centers and justice systems and armies and military and everything else with your taxes, I'm sorry to tell you, not one penny is going to anything that benefits the people. It's going straight into a private trust, which is managed by a combination of the IMF, a federal corporation known as the Federal Reserve Bank, and that ultimately ends up with the Queen of England or the Vatican. So, you want to pay your taxes? That's your choice. It's entirely your choice. All right? So, you say to yourself, well, crap. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to pay my taxes if that's where it's going. Well, I'm sorry, but you're hooked. You're hooked by the agreements that you've made. You've made admissions and confessions in the applications that you've signed that you are a charter member of this corporation known as the United States. Nothing to do with the government. And you're regulated by commerce. You're engaged in commerce. You're wrapped up by contracts. And unless you do something about that, you're stuck. You're hooked. You're not getting off the hook. We've got agreements in place. So this is the dilemma that we find ourselves in, right? Let me give you some resources right now. Having said that, it's very easy to rid yourself of the IRS. It's very simple. I should say it's simple, not always so easy, but it is simple where you can do it safely and securely and not go into any level of risk. And I show you how. We start number one. You need to get, if you haven't already, get this free download. I wrote a book called How I Beat Satan and the IRS. You can get it free. Go to the onefreemanswar.com. Go to the Defend America page. And all I ask in exchange for this free book that I'm giving you, I want you to share it with at least 2 other people. And get their commitment that they will share it with 2 other people. If we can get this to go viral, we can expose the fraud, and the country will know what's going on. So, get your free download there. Then once you've gone through this, it's a short read, it's a quick read. It's only about 62 pages and a lot of white space, a lot of quotes. There's about 10, 11, 12 chapters in there. Each chapter deals with a different element of the IRS fraud. Makes it very easy to see. And it's not hard to read at all. It's not full of a lot of legalese. Should be quite entertaining and informative. But participate in the Defend America program. Get the word out. Share this link with people you know. And then once you want to do something about it, we have an IRS Freedom Package that provides supporting documents and the processes to put a couple of these most important strategies to work, where you can safely and securely simply walk away. Okay? It's pretty simple. Now, I would also recommend a video workshop that I've done that will get into some more detail and lay some things out. And it shows the only two roads that the IRS travels on. And if you can block those two roads, there's nothing they can do. What you do is you make yourself immune. And it's real simple to make yourself immune. And if they can't throw you in jail, and if they can't take your stuff, your bank accounts, your house, your property, position yourself so they can't do that. If they can't touch your stuff, and if they can't throw you in jail, there's nothing they can do. They can holler and scream all they want. Okay? But the previous taxpayer is going to show you how to do that. So that's video on demand, and that's, I don't know, about 90 minutes, maybe a couple hours maximum. And you'll find it there at that link. So those are a couple of resources right off the bat that you have that I'd be happy to share with you. All right, so we got to get the IRS out of our lives, and you need to understand that fraud vitiates all contracts. And that's coming straight from the U.S. Supreme Court. It's a maxim of law that goes back before the country was ever created. It goes back many, many, many generations. You know, the Supreme Court said in Throckmorton versus the U.S., the maxim that fraud vitiates every proceeding must be taken. In other words, they could not ignore the fact in this case that the entire case of the defendant was based on fraud to start with, which means that everything that proceeded from that was null and void. You know, it's fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. If the tree is poison, the fruit is poison. And you can't go beyond that. So it starts with contracts. So we go back to all those contracts that you signed with the Social Security application and those type of things. And there's a process for basically putting the people, the counterparties to those contracts on notice that you have uncovered their fraud, you know what it is, you are stating the fraud, you are putting them on notice that you are no longer participating in the fraud, and that you consider that original contract null and void, nunc pro tunc. Okay, now for then, as from the beginning. So, that's a fundamental issue. And so, we have to get into understanding a very simple concept. A lot of people are rushing around doing paperwork, and then they're hauled into court, and the judge asks those key questions. Where do you reside, and where do you work? And people are flashing around these fancy documents. Oh, but I got this, and I'm sovereign, and those laws don't apply to me, and I don't consent, and all this stuff. And the judge just, takes silent judicial notice of certain things relating to substance that can be obviously seen, and you have neglected to cover those because you're more concerned about your documents, which are the form. All right, this doctrine, substance over form, really comes originally from the bookkeeping and the accounting world, where people may structure certain transactions in a way to minimize or avoid entirely taxation. And there's nothing wrong with that, provided that their activities are substantive and real, and the relationships involved in those transactions are real relationships, real people or entities doing real business. So you've got to have the substance, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about practical issues on how to create substance so that you don't stumble over your own form, your documents, your filings, and end up nullifying all of that because the substance just isn't there. Case law from this doctrine has stated that in order for the mortar to work, there must actually be bricks. So the bricks are the substance, okay? The mortar is the form. You got to have real bricks going on here. All right, so what I'm saying is that your behavior, the way you live, the things you do must match the assertions that you're making. You can't just say, oh, I'm a private individual, I'm not engaged in commerce, look at my documents. Okay? When the judge can see right off the bat with a couple simple questions that you are still engaged in commerce, you're still receiving federal benefits, and you're just as much a slave as you ever were. Because the documents don't do anything if the substance isn't there. And so that's what we're going to get into right now. We're going to get into some of those details and figure out how we can be practical and move to the private side, perhaps without even needing all these fancy and exotic documents and processes. Okay? I'm just a practical guy. I like to go with what works, and this is what's worked for me time and time again. Okay? Now, the details that we're going to cover, I've listed at the end of my private traveler workshop. And the private traveler really establishes the fundamental legal elements that are necessary to understand when moving from the public side to the private side. Okay? So this establishes a very good foundation. It's an on-demand video workshop that's available at this link. At the end of this presentation, I go into a list of these practical items. I cover the list, but I don't really get into the details. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to get into those details and dig into what it takes actually to have some of these practical issues resolved in your favor so that you've got the substance. Once you have the substance and are living on the private side, then is a good time to go and pursue the documentation, the legal processes, the liens, the trademarks, the copyrights, whatever it is you want to do. Okay? So from this point, we proceeded in the web conference complete version that our members were a part of for the members web conference. We proceeded to review a list of about 20 different practical items. We covered each one in detail. These are things you can do to separate yourself from the behavior of federal citizens. These are practical issues that increase your privacy, that will change your visibility and status as a resident. And it's quite fascinating that as you begin to implement these points, you eliminate the accoutrements of federal subject citizens. This is extremely important because whenever you find yourself in front of a judge, for example, or dealing with officialdom, they are trained to take silent judicial notice of certain facts, certain elements, things you say, your behavior, things that appear in your paperwork. These are all the elements that we need to work to eliminate, if in fact you really do want to change your status back to the private side. In the complete web conference that our members were involved in, we went over these in quite some detail and at length in a step-by-step process. This video is for public purposes and is not the complete video that our members have access to. So, that being the case, once these things are accomplished, you cannot be mistaken as a resident doing business in the state, which are the first two elements that any court or judge will try to establish in order to get jurisdiction over you as a fictional entity subject to federal status. Okay? These are all very interesting, very fascinating things, simple things that can be done, and quite interesting from the standpoint that once you can accomplish these things, everything changes, and you're in a much more private and secure position. So, that being said, I would steer your attention to the website for the Lighthouse Law Club, and that's at lighthouselaw.club. In particular, I will steer your attention to the blog page. You'll find the blog link in the menu at the top of the page. And in the blog, we've got several videos, but I want to steer your attention to one in particular, and that is the vision of the Law Club, which will give you a good idea. It's about a 1-hour web conference that we had, and that'll give you an excellent idea as to really what the Law Club is all about and how you could participate and benefit from the activities of other members. The whole idea is to create synergy with all the activities that everybody is doing in different parts of the country, following different strategies, different activities in different disciplines. So browse the site, have a look around. We welcome you to join us in the Law Club. It's pretty painless, and we can do some great things together. So with that, I give you my best wishes. May God bless, and I hope to see you in the club with us soon. Thanks and take care.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax
Follow
credit.
the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government.
Don Kilam's books, they the truth. Helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Peace and love. Peace and love. How's everybody feeling?
What's up, Don? Peace and love.
Hey, what's good? What's good?
Big down. What's up, man?
I got a couple penthouses. You hear me? I be Airbnb-ing these bitches out. But a lot of people, I do shit. Yeah, I got side hustles, y'all. I got side hustles. Well, I'm giving one to a honey. You hear me? She said she coming in, she flying in. So I got the keys for you, baby. But what's up, y'all, man? So look, I didn't know they're gonna be lighting fireworks off and shit. So we will be interrupted. They was just playing Michael Jackson, Beat It.
Yo, it's lit over here in the Bronx. They be having those for days.
I'm in a private location, but it's lit out this motherfucker too. But I just got back from the West Coast. That shit it kind of drained me though, for real. I was on the West Coast, y'all. I was in downtown LA, I was in Riverside, and I was in Las Vegas.
Pay me, I'll pull up. That's what it's all about. Getting that paper.
Soon you're gonna be down here in New York.
I'm supposed to be back there in May, but I didn't pull back.
Medication for you. Hi.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up though.
That's what I'm talking about. Send the invoice.
Y'all pay me, I'll pull up.
I've been trying to get you. I don't know. I don't
My
know what
business
you're talking
partner
about.
pull up. I got a trustee, man. We'll pull up.
I'm talking about board
All right. Have
member.
a good night, okay?
Well, we'll pull up.
You're
You
welcome.
become a
Good
board
night.
member, I'll pull up.
Yep. Don, stop, Don. Look at the DM, Don.
Hey, drop that paper, I'll pull the fuck up.
Yo, Don, stop it, Don.
I'll pull up.
Send that invoice right now. What's up? I get you tomorrow down here.
Tell me what's good, man. We'll talk about it, man. We'll talk about it. I shouldn't even be dropping this game, but a lot of y'all not gonna get it. A lot of y'all might. I don't know. The shit's easy though. Treasury direct account. But look, when you use your social, you're already using that motherfucker. That's what a lot of people don't understand. What I'm doing my Fidelity card. Y'all got Fidelity accounts?
I do.
I got the Fidelity. You be using it?
No.
Yeah.
I'm showing y'all numbers and shit. I'm high, y'all. Hey, y'all ain't got all the info anyways. It's all good. It's all good.
My card ain't gold like yours though.
What's up?
I said my card ain't gold like yours.
I gotta go
Mine's
get
green.
work done. I don't
That's
want
for
to be
the
working
trust.
late.
The trust is gold.
Yeah, mine is a trust too.
Oh, what they gave you, a green one?
Yeah.
Oh, you going to jail. That's what that means. Go ahead and log off, man.
You got me over here knocking on wood and shit, man. Stop playing.
Hey, you better rebuke the affidavit. That's all I'm saying. You better rebuke that shit. By the way, this soda has 30 calories. My chunky ass is doing the healthy shit. You hear me? This shit got 30 calories. I'll be going to Whole Foods and Sprouts now. When y'all gonna open something up? You hear me? But look, so if y'all go in the classroom, I did add hold on, let me get there. I'm gonna go straight from the book though. Because that's the old school way. Well, look, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I done seen a lot of frivolous claims. I done seen a lot of motherfuckers, that's when they be hitting me up. I don't know whose advice they took. Because the Treasury will fucking send you some shit and say, hey, keep playing with us. But it's easy to set up just a regular TDA account. You just go to the website. Straight up. You open up a new account. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start right here, just right now. I'm gonna start right here. Y'all can see it. But a lot of y'all don't understand bonds and securities. So what I suggest y'all fucking buy some. But if you're trying to claim something and send it in your account, you need the CUSA numbers. That's when you got to trace that shit. That's when you get a securitization audit. I don't know if any of y'all got any yet, though. And you want to do that by the paper way. You don't want to do that shit online. But there's keys to setting this shit up, and that's what we're going to go over. But one thing I want y'all to over understand is a trust account. When I set mine up with Fidelity or any trust account, it could be Chase, Wells Fargo, because you have to have an account to set this up. And then I like having shit attached to like companies. I always like to use businesses. So I just want to throw out there because these are personal accounts, but I like to use businesses because I'm going to show y'all the definition of something. Why I always push holding companies. A holding company is a company whose primary business is a controlling interest in the securities. So you ain't even got, we just controlling the interest of security. That's how I look at the United States as a holding company. You don't follow me so far? How many people already got a TDA account?